word. Therein thou art free, according to thy merits. The like of thee have never moved my hate. Of all the bold, denying spirits, the waggish knave least trouble doth create. Man's active nature, flagging, seeks too soon the level. Unqualified repose he learns to crave. Whence, willingly, the comrade him I gave, who works, excites, and must create as devil. J.W. Goethe, Faust. Translation by Bayard Taylor. Prologue. Eliminating all the traces. 1. This morning Reno telephoned. I thought he wanted money again, and I was ready to say no. But that was not the reason for the phone call. His mother was gone. Since when? Since 2 weeks ago. And you're calling me now? My tone must have seemed hostile, even though I wasn't angry or offended. There was just a touch of sarcasm. He tried to respond, but he did so in an awkward, muddled way, half in dialect, half in Italian. He said he was sure that his mother was wandering around Naples as usual. Even at night? You know how she is. I do, but does 2 weeks of absence seem normal? Yes. You haven't seen her for a while, Elena. She's gotten worse. She's never sleepy. She comes in, goes out, does what she likes. Anyway, in the end he had started to get worried. He had asked everyone, made the rounds of the hospitals. He had even gone to the police. Nothing. His mother wasn't anywhere. What a good son. A large man, 40 years old, who hadn't worked in his life, just a small-time crook and spendthrift. I could imagine how carefully he had done his searching. Not at all. He had no brain, and in his heart he had only himself. She's not with you? He asked suddenly. His mother? Here in Turin? He knew the situation perfectly well. He was speaking only to speak. Yes, he liked to travel. He had come to my house at least a dozen times without being invited. His mother, whom I would have welcomed with pleasure, had never left Naples in her life. I answered, No, she's not with me. You're sure? Reno, please, I told you she's not here. Then where has she gone? He began to cry, and I let him act out his desperation, sobs that began fake and became real. When he stopped, I said, Please, for once behave as she would like. Don't look for her. What do you mean? Just what I said. It's pointless. Learn to stand on your own 2 feet. And don't call me again either. I hung up. 2. Reno's mother is named Raffaella Cerullo, but everyone has always called her Lina. Not me. I've never used either her first name or her last. To me, for more than 60 years, she's been Lila. If I were to call her Lina or Raffaella, suddenly, like that, she would think our friendship was over. It's been at least 3 decades since she told me that she wanted to disappear without a trace, and I'm the only one who knows what she means. She never had in mind any sort of flight, a change of identity, the dream of making a new life somewhere else. And she never thought of suicide, repulsed by the idea that Reno would have anything to do with her body and be forced to attend to the details. She meant something different. She wanted to vanish. She wanted every one of her cells to disappear, nothing of her ever to be found. And since I know her well, or at least I think I know her, I take it for granted that she has found a way to disappear, to leave not so much as a hair anywhere in this world. 3. Days passed. I looked at my email, at my regular mail, but not with any hope. I often wrote to her, and she almost never responded. This was her habit. She preferred the telephone or long nights of talk when I went to Naples. I opened my drawers, the metal boxes where I keep all kinds of things. Not much there. I've thrown away a lot of stuff, especially anything that had to do with her, and she knows it. I discovered that I have nothing of hers, not a picture, not a note, not a little gift. I was surprised myself. Is it possible that in all those years she left me nothing of herself? Or, worse, that I didn't want to keep anything of her? It is. This time I telephoned Reno. I did it unwillingly. He didn't answer on the house phone or on his cell phone. He called me in the evening when it was convenient. He spoke in the tone of voice he uses to arouse pity. I saw that you called. Do you have any news? No. Do you? Nothing. He rambled incoherently. He wanted to go on TV, on the show that looks for missing persons, make an appeal, ask his mama's forgiveness for everything, beg her to return. I listened patiently, then asked him, "Did you look in her closet?" "What for?" Naturally, the most obvious thing would never occur to him. "Go and look." He went, and he realized that there was nothing there. Not one of his mother's dresses, summer or winter, only old hangers. I sent him to search the whole house. Her shoes were gone. The few books, gone. All the photographs, gone. The movies, gone. Her computer had disappeared, including the old-fashioned diskettes and everything to do with her experience as an electronics wizard who had begun to operate computers in the late 60s, in the days of punch cards. Reno was astonished. I said to him, "Take as much time as you want, but then call and tell me if you found even a single hairpin that belongs to her." He called the next day, greatly agitated. "There's nothing." "Nothing at all?" "No. She cut herself out of all the photographs of the two of us, even those from when I was little." "You looked carefully?" "Everywhere." "Even in the cellar?" "I told you, everywhere. And the box with her papers is gone. I don't know, old birth certificates, telephone bills, receipts. What does it mean? Did someone steal everything? What are they looking for? What do they want from my mother and me?" I reassured him. I told him to calm down. It was unlikely that anyone wanted anything, especially from him. "Can I come and stay with you for a while?" "No, please. I can't sleep. That's your problem, Reno. I don't know what to do about it." I hung up, and when he called back, I didn't answer. I sat down at my desk. Lila is overdoing it as usual, I thought. She is expanding the concept of trace out of all proportion. She wanted not only to disappear herself, now at the age of 66, but also to eliminate the entire life that she had left behind. I was really angry. We'll see who wins this time, I said to myself. I turned on the computer and began to write all the details of our story, everything that still remained in my memory. Childhood. The story of Don Achille. 1. My friendship with Lila began the day we decided to go up the dark stairs that led, step after step, flight after flight, to the door of Don Achille's apartment. I remember the violet light of the courtyard, the smells of a warm spring evening. The mothers were making dinner. It was time to go home, but we delayed, challenging each other. without ever saying a word, testing our courage. For some time, in school and outside of it, that was what we had been doing. Lila would thrust her hand and then her whole arm into the black mouth of a manhole, and I, in turn, immediately did the same, my heart pounding, hoping that the cockroaches wouldn't run over my skin, that the rats wouldn't bite me. Lila climbed up to Signora Spagnuolo's ground-floor window, and, hanging from the iron bar that the clothesline was attached to, swung back and forth, then lowered herself down to the sidewalk. And I immediately did the same, although I was afraid of falling and hurting myself. Lila stuck into her skin the rusted safety pin that she had found on the street somewhere, but kept in her pocket like the gift of a fairy godmother. I watched the metal point as it dug a whitish tunnel into her palm, and then, when she pulled it out and handed it to me, I did the same. At some point she gave me one of her firm looks, eyes narrowed, and headed toward the building where Don Achille lived. I was frozen with fear. Don Achille was the ogre of fairy tales. I was absolutely forbidden to go near him, speak to him, look at him, spy on him. I was to act as if neither he nor his family existed. Regarding him there was, in my house but not only mine, a fear and a hatred whose origin I didn't know. The way my father talked about him, I imagined a huge man, covered with purple boils, violent in spite of the don, which to me suggested a calm authority. He was a being created out of some unidentifiable material, iron, glass, nettles, but alive, the hot breath streaming from his nose and mouth. I thought that if I merely saw him from a distance, he would drive something sharp and burning into my eyes. So if I was mad enough to approach the door of his house, he would kill me. I waited to see if Lila would have second thoughts and turn back. I knew what she wanted to do. I had hoped that she would forget about it, but in vain. The street lamps were not yet lighted, nor were the lights on the stairs, but from the apartments came irritable voices. To follow Lila, I had to leave the bluish light of the courtyard and enter the black of the doorway. When I finally made up my mind, I saw nothing at first. There was only an odor of old junk and DDT. Then I got used to the darkness and found Lila sitting on the first step of the first flight of stairs. She got up, and we began to climb. We kept to the side where the wall was, she 2 steps ahead, I 2 steps behind, torn between shortening the distance or letting it increase. I can still feel my shoulder inching along the flaking wall, and the idea that the steps were very high, higher than those in the building where I lived. I was trembling. Every footfall, every voice was Don Achille, creeping up behind us or coming down toward us with a long knife, the kind used for slicing open a chicken breast. There was an odor of sautéing garlic. Maria, Don Achille's wife, would put me in the pan of boiling oil. The children would eat me. He would suck my head the way my father did with mullets. We stopped often, and each time I hoped that Lila would decide to turn back. I was all sweaty. I don't know about her. Every so often she looked up, but I couldn't tell at what. All that was visible was the gray areas of the big windows at every landing. Suddenly the lights came on, but they were faint, dusty, leaving broad zones of shadow full of dangers. We waited to see if it was Don Achille who had turned the switch, but we heard nothing, neither footsteps nor the opening or closing of a door. Then Lila continued on, and I followed. She thought that what we were doing was just and necessary. I had forgotten every good reason, and certainly was there only because she was. We climbed slowly toward the greatest of our terrors of that time. We went to expose ourselves to fear and interrogate it. At the fourth flight, Lila did something unexpected. She stopped to wait for me, and when I reached her, she gave me her hand. This gesture changed everything between us forever. 2. It was her fault. Not too long before, 10 days, a month, who can say? We knew nothing about time in those days. She had treacherously taken my doll and thrown her down into a cellar. Now we were climbing toward fear. Then we had felt obliged to descend quickly into the unknown. Up or down, it seemed to us that we were always going toward something terrible that had existed before us, yet had always been waiting for us, just for us. When you haven't been in the world long, it's hard to comprehend what disasters are at the origin of a sense of disaster. Maybe you don't even feel the need to. Adults, waiting for tomorrow, move in a present behind which is yesterday, or the day before yesterday, or at most last week. They don't want to think about the rest. Children don't know the meaning of yesterday, of the day before yesterday, or even of tomorrow. Everything is this, now. The street is this, the doorway is this, the stairs are this. This is Mama, this is Papa, this is the day, this is the night. I was small, and really my doll knew more than I did. I talked to her, she talked to me. She had a plastic face and plastic hair and plastic eyes. She wore a blue dress that my mother had made for her in a rare moment of happiness, and she was beautiful. Lila's doll, on the other hand, had a cloth body of a yellowish color, filled with sawdust, and she seemed to me ugly and grimy. The two spied on each other. They sized each other up. They were ready to flee into our arms if a storm burst, if there was thunder, if someone bigger and stronger, with sharp teeth, wanted to snatch them away. We played in the courtyard, but as if we weren't playing together. Lila sat on the ground, on one side of a small barred basement window, I on the other. We liked that place, especially because behind the bars was a metal grating, and against the grating, on the cement ledge between the bars, we could arrange the things that belonged to Tina, my doll, and those of New, Lila's doll. There we put rocks, bottle tops, little flowers, nails, splinters of glass. I overheard what Lila said to New and repeated it in a low voice to Tina, slightly modified. If she took a bottle top and put it on her doll's head, like a hat, I said to mine, in dialect, "Tina, put on your queen's crown or you'll catch cold." If New played hopscotch in Lila's arms, I soon afterward made Tina do the same. Still, it never happened that we decided on a game and began playing together. Even that place we chose without explicit agreement. Lila sat down there, and I strolled around, pretending to go somewhere else. Then, as if I'd given it no thought, I too settled next to the cellar window, but on the opposite side. The thing that attracted us most was the cold air that came from the cellar, a breath that refreshed us in spring and summer. And then we liked the bars with their spider webs, the darkness, and the tight mesh of the grating that, reddish with rust, curled up both on my side and on Lila's, creating two parallel holes through which we could drop rocks into obscurity and hear the sound when they hit bottom. It was all beautiful and frightening then. Through those openings the darkness might suddenly seize the dolls, who sometimes were safe in our arms, but more often were placed deliberately next to the twisted grating, and thus exposed to the cellar's cold breath, to its threatening noises, rustling, squeaking, scraping. New and Tina weren't happy. The terrors that we tasted every day were theirs. We didn't trust the light on the stones, on the buildings, on the scrubland beyond the neighborhood, on the people inside and outside their houses. We imagined the dark corners, the feelings repressed but always close to exploding. And to those shadowy mouths, the caverns that opened beyond them under the buildings, we attributed everything that frightened us in the light of day. Don Achille, for example, was not only in his apartment on the top floor, but also down below, a spider among spiders, a rat among rats, a shape that assumed all shapes. I imagined him with his mouth open because of his long animal fangs, his body of glazed stone and poisonous grasses, always ready to pick up in an enormous black bag anything we dropped through the torn corners of the grate. That bag was a fundamental feature of Don Achille. He always had it, even at home, and into it he put material both living and dead. Lila knew that I had that fear. My doll talked about it out loud. And so, on the day we exchanged our dolls for the first time, with no discussion, only looks and gestures, as soon as she had Tina, she pushed her through the grate and let her fall into the darkness. 3. Lila appeared in my life in first grade and immediately impressed me because she was very bad. In that class we were all a little bad, but only when the teacher, Maestra Oliviero, couldn't see us. Lila, on the other hand, was always bad. Once she tore up some blotting paper into little pieces, dipped the pieces one by one into the inkwell, and then fished them out with her pen and threw them at us. I was hit twice in the hair and once on my white collar. The teacher yelled, as she knew how to do, in a voice like a needle, long and pointed, which terrorized us, and ordered her to go and stand behind the blackboard in punishment. Lila didn't obey, and didn't even seem frightened. She just kept throwing around pieces of inky paper. So Maestra Oliviero, a heavy woman who seemed very old to us, though she couldn't have been much over 40, came down from the desk, threatening her. The teacher stumbled, it wasn't clear on what, lost her balance and fell, striking her face against the corner of a desk. She lay on the floor as if dead. What happened right after, I don't remember. I remember only the dark bundle of the teacher's motionless body, and Lila staring at her with a serious expression. I have in my mind so many incidents of this type. We lived in a world in which children and adults were often wounded. Blood flowed from the wounds. They festered, and sometimes people died. One of the daughters of Signora Assunta, the fruit and vegetable seller, had stepped on a nail and died of tetanus. Signora Spagnuolo's youngest child had died of croup. A cousin of mine, at the age of 20, had gone one morning to move some rubble, and that night was dead, crushed, the blood pouring out of his ears and mouth. My mother's father had been killed when he fell from a scaffolding at a building site. The father of Signor Peluso was missing an arm. The lathe had caught him unawares. The sister of Giuseppina, Signor Peluso's wife, had died of tuberculosis at 22. The oldest son of Don Achille, I had never seen him, and yet I seemed to remember him, had gone to war and died twice, drowned in the Pacific Ocean, then eaten by sharks. The entire Melchiorre family had died clinging to each other, screaming with fear in a bombardment. Old Signorina Clorinda had died inhaling gas instead of air. Giannino, who was in 4th grade when we were in 1st, had died one day because he had come across a bomb and touched it. Luigina, with whom we had played in the courtyard, or maybe not, she was only a name, had died of typhus. Our world was like that, full of words that killed. Croup, tetanus, typhus, gas, war, lathe, rubble, work, bombardment, bomb, tuberculosis, infection. With these words and those years, I bring back the many fears that accompanied me all my life. You could also die of things that seemed normal. You could die, for example, if you were sweating and then drank cold water from the tap without first bathing your wrists. You'd break out in red spots, you'd start coughing and be unable to breathe. You could die if you ate black cherries and didn't spit out the pits. You could die if you chewed American gum and inadvertently swallowed it. You could die if you banged your temple. The temple in particular was a fragile place. We were all careful about it. Being hit with a stone could do it, and throwing stones was the norm. When we left school, a gang of boys from the countryside, led by a kid called Enzo or Enzuccio, who was one of the children of Assunta, the fruit and vegetable seller, began to throw rocks at us. They were angry because we were smarter than them. When the rocks came at us, we ran away, except Lila, who kept walking at her regular pace and sometimes even stopped. She was very good at studying the trajectory of the stones and dodging them with an easy move that today I would call elegant. She had an older brother, and maybe she had learned from him. I don't know. I also had brothers, but they were younger than me, and from them I had learned nothing. Still, when I realized that she had stayed behind, I stopped to wait for her, even though I was scared. Already then, there was something that kept me from abandoning her. I didn't know her well. We had never spoken to each other, although we were constantly competing, in class and outside it. But in a confused way, I felt that if I ran away with the others, I would leave with her something of mine that she would never give back. At first I stayed hidden around a corner and leaned out to see if Lila was coming. Then, since she wouldn't budge, I forced myself to rejoin her. I handed her stones and even threw some myself, but I did it without conviction. I did many things in my life without conviction. I always felt slightly detached from my own actions. Lila, on the other hand, had, from a young age, I can't say how precisely, if it was so at 6 or 7, or when we went together up the stairs that led to Don Achilles and were 8, almost 9, the characteristic of absolute determination. Whether she was gripping the tricolor shaft of the pen, or a stone, or the handrail on the dark stairs, she communicated the idea that whatever came next, thrust the pen with a precise motion into the wood of the desk, dispense inky bullets, strike the boys from the countryside, climb the stairs to Don Achilles' door, she would do without hesitation. The gang came from the railroad embankment, stalking up on rocks from the track bed. Enzo, the leader, was a dangerous child, with very short blonde hair and pale eyes. He was at least 3 years older than us and had repeated a year. He threw small, sharp-edged rocks with great accuracy, and Lila waited for his throws to demonstrate how she evaded them, making him still angrier, and responded with throws that were just as dangerous. Once we hit him in the right calf, and I say we because I had handed Lila a flat stone with jagged edges. The stone slid over Enzo's skin like a razor, leaving a red stain that immediately gushed blood. The child looked at his wounded leg. I have him before my eyes, Between thumb and index finger, he held the rock that he was about to throw. His arm was raised to throw it, and yet he stopped, bewildered. The boys under his command also looked incredulously at the blood. Lila, however, manifested not the least satisfaction in the outcome of the throw and bent over to pick up another stone. I grabbed her by the arm. It was the first contact between us, an abrupt, frightened contact. I felt that the gang would get more ferocious and I wanted to retreat, but there wasn't time. Enzo, in spite of his bleeding calf, came out of his stupor and threw the rock in his hand. I was still holding on to Lila when the rock hit her in the head and knocked her away from me. A second later, she was lying on the sidewalk with a gash in her forehead. 4. Blood. In general, it came from wounds only after horrible curses and disgusting obscenities had been exchanged. That was the standard procedure. My father, though he seemed to me a good man, hurled continuous insults and threats if someone didn't deserve, as he said, to be on the face of the earth. He especially had it in for Don Achille. He always had something to accuse him of, and sometimes I put my hands over my ears in order not to be too disturbed by his brutal words. When he spoke of him to my mother, he called him your cousin, but my mother denied that blood tie. There was a very distant relationship, and added to the insults. Their anger frightened me. I was frightened above all by the thought that Don Achille might have ears so sensitive that he could hear insults even from far away. I was afraid that he might come and murder them. The sworn enemy of Don Achille, however, was not my father, but Signor Peluso, a very good carpenter who was always broke, because he gambled away everything he earned in the back room of the Bar Solare. Peluso was the father of our classmate Carmela, of Pasquale, who was older, and of 2 others, children poorer than us, with whom Lila and I sometimes played, and who in school and outside always tried to steal our things: a pen, an eraser, the cotonata, so that they went home covered with bruises because we'd hit them. The times we saw him, Signor Peluso seemed to us the image of despair. On the one hand, he lost everything gambling, and on the other he was criticized in public because he was no longer able to feed his family. For obscure reasons, he attributed his ruin to Don Achille. He charged him with having taken by stealth, as if his shadowy body were a magnet, all the tools for his carpentry work, which made the shop useless. He accused him of having taken the shop itself and transforming it into a grocery store. For years I imagined the pliers, the saw, the tongs, the hammer, the vise, and thousands of nails sucked up like a swarm of metal into the matter that made up Don Achille. For years I saw his body, a coarse body, heavy with a mixture of materials, emitting in a swarm salami, provolone, mortadella, lard, and prosciutto. These things had happened in the Dark Ages. Don Achille had supposedly revealed himself in all his monstrous nature before we were born. Before. Lila often used that formulation. But she didn't seem to care as much about what had happened before us, events that were in general obscure, and about which the adults either were silent or spoke with great reticence, as about the fact that there really had been a before. It was this which at the time left her puzzled, and occasionally even made her nervous. When we became friends, she spoke so much of that absurd thing, before us, that she ended up passing on her nervousness to me. It was the long, very long period when we didn't exist, That period when Don Achille had showed himself to everyone for what he was, an evil being of uncertain animal-mineral physiognomy, who, it seemed, sucked blood from others while never losing any himself. Maybe it wasn't even possible to scratch him. We were in 2nd grade, perhaps, and still hadn't spoken to each other, when the rumor spread that right in front of the Church of the Holy Family, right after Mass, Signor Peluso had started screaming furiously at Don Achille. Don Achille had left his older son, Stefano, his daughter Pinuccia, Alfonso, who was our age, and his wife, and, appearing for a moment in his most hair-raising form, had hurled himself at Peluso, picked him up, thrown him against a tree in the public gardens, and left him there, barely conscious, with blood coming out of innumerable wounds in his head and everywhere, and the poor man able to say merely, "Help." 5. I feel no nostalgia for our childhood. It was full of violence. Every sort of thing happened, at home and outside, every day. But I don't recall having ever thought that the life we had there was particularly bad. Life was like that, that's all. We grew up with the duty to make it difficult for others before they made it difficult for us. Of course, I would have liked the nice manners that the teacher and the priest preached, but I felt that these ways were not suited to our neighborhood, even if you were a girl. The women fought among themselves more than the men. They pulled each other's hair. They hurt each other. To cause pain was a disease. As a child, I imagined tiny, almost invisible animals that arrived in the neighborhood at night. They came from the ponds, from the abandoned train cars beyond the embankment, from the stinking grasses called fetienti, from the frogs, the salamanders, the flies, the rocks, the dust, and entered the water and the food and the air, making our mothers, our grandmothers, as angry as starving dogs. They were more severely infected than the men, because while men were always getting furious, they calmed down in the end. Women, who appeared to be silent, acquiescent, when they were angry, flew into a rage that had no end. Lila was deeply affected by what had happened to Melina Capuccio, a relative of her mother's, and I too. Melina lived in the same building as my family. We on the 2nd floor, she on the 3rd. She was only a little over 30 and had 6 children, but to us she seemed an old woman. Her husband was the same age. He unloaded crates at the fruit and vegetable market. I recall him as short and broad, but handsome, with a proud face. One night he came out of the house as usual and died, perhaps murdered, perhaps of weariness. The funeral was very bitter. The whole neighborhood went, including my parents and Lila's parents. Then time passed, and something happened to Melina. On the outside she remained the same, a gaunt woman with a large nose, her hair already gray, a shrill voice that at night called her children from the window by name, the syllables drawn out by an angry despair. Ada! Mike! At first she was much helped by Donato Saratore, who lived in the apartment right above hers, on the 4th and top floor. Donato was diligent in his attendance at the Church of the Holy Family, and as a good Christian he did a lot for her, collecting money, used clothes and shoes, settling Antonio, the oldest son, in the auto repair shop of Goresio, an acquaintance of his. Melina was so grateful that her gratitude became, in her desolate woman's heart, love, passion. It wasn't clear if Saratore was ever aware of it. He was a friendly man, but very serious. Home, church, and job. He worked on a train crew for the state railroad and had a decent salary on which he supported his wife, Lydia, and 5 children. The oldest was called Nino. When he wasn't traveling on the Naples-Paola route, he devoted himself to fixing this or that in the house. He did the shopping, took the youngest child out in the carriage. These things were very unusual in the neighborhood. It occurred to no one that Donato was generous in that way to lighten the burdens of his wife. No, all the neighborhood men, my father in the lead, considered him a womanish man, even more so because he wrote poems and read them willingly to anyone. It didn't occur even to Melina. The widow preferred to think that, because of his gentle spirit, he was put upon by his wife, and so she decided to do battle against Lydia Sarratore, to free him and let him join her permanently. The war that followed at first seemed funny. It was discussed in my house and elsewhere with malicious laughter. Lydia would hang out the sheets fresh from the laundry, and Melina climbed up on the windowsill and dirtied them with a reed whose tip she had charred in the fire. Lydia passed under her windows, and she spit on her head or emptied buckets of dirty water on her. Lydia made noise during the day walking above her with her unruly children, and she banged the floor mop against the ceiling at night. Sarratore tried by every means to make peace, but he was too sensitive, too polite. As their vindictiveness increased, the 2 women began to insult each other if they met on the street or the stairs, harsh, fierce sounds. It was then that they began to frighten me. One of the many terrible scenes of my childhood begins with the shouts of Melina and Lydia, with the insults they hurled from the windows and then on the stairs. It continues with my mother rushing to our door, opening it and looking out, followed by us children, and ends with the image, for me still unbearable, of the 2 neighbors rolling down the stairs entwined, and Melina's head hitting the floor of the landing a few inches from my shoes, like a white melon that has slipped from your hand. It's hard to say why, at the time, we children took the part of Lydia Sarratore. Maybe because she had regular features and blonde hair, or because Donato was hers and we had understood that Melina wanted to take him away from her, or because Melina's children were ragged and dirty, while Lydia's were washed, well-groomed, and the oldest, Nino, who was a few years older than us, was handsome, and we liked him. Lila alone favored Melina, but she never explained why. She said only, once, that if Lydia Sarratore ended up murdered, she deserved it. And I thought that it was partly because she was mean in her heart, and partly because she and Melina were distant relatives. One day we were coming home from school, 4 or 5 girls. With us was Marisa Sarratore, who usually joined us not because we liked her, but because we hoped that, through her, we might meet her older brother, that is to say, Nino. It was she who first noticed Melina. The woman was walking slowly from one side of the Stradone, the wide avenue that ran through the neighborhood, to the other, carrying a paper bag in one hand, from which, with the other, she was taking something and eating it. Marisa pointed to her, calling her the whore without rancor, but because she was repeating the phrase that her mother used at home. Lila, although she was shorter and very thin, immediately slapped her so hard that she knocked her down, ruthless as she usually was on occasions of violence. No yelling before or after, no word of warning, cold and determined, not even widening her eyes. First I went to the aid of Marisa, who was crying, and helped her get up. Then I turned to see what Lila was doing. She had left the sidewalk and was going toward Melina, crossing the street without paying attention to the passing trucks. I saw in her posture more than in her face, something that disturbed me and is still hard to define. So for now, I'll put it like this. She was moving, cutting across the street, a small, dark, nervous figure. She was acting with her usual determination. She was firm. Firm in what her mother's relative was doing. Firm in the pain. Firm in silence, as a statue is firm. A follower. One with Melina, who was holding in her palm the dark, soft soap she had just bought in Don Carlo's cellar, and with her other hand was taking some and eating it. 6. The day Maestro Oliviero fell from the desk and hit her cheekbone against it, I, as I said, thought she was dead. Dead on the job like my grandfather, or Melina's husband. And it seemed to me that as a result, Lila, too, would die because of the terrible punishment she would get. Instead, for a period I can't define, short, long, nothing happened. They simply disappeared, both of them, teacher and pupil, from our days and from memory. But then everything was surprising. Maestro Oliviero returned to school alive and began to concern herself with Lila, not to punish her, as would have seemed to us natural, but to praise her. This new phase began when Lila's mother, Signora Cerullo, was called to school. One morning, the janitor knocked and announced her. Right afterward, Nunzia Cerullo came in, unrecognizable. She, who, like the majority of the neighborhood women, lived untidily in slippers and shabby old dresses, appeared in her formal black dress, wedding, communion, christening, funeral, with a shiny black purse and low-heeled shoes that tortured her swollen feet, and handed the teacher 2 paper bags, one containing sugar and the other coffee. The teacher accepted the gifts with pleasure and, looking at Lila, who was staring at the desk, spoke to her, and to the whole class, words whose general sense disoriented me. We were just learning the alphabet and the numbers from 1 to 10. I was the smartest in the class. I could recognize all the letters. I knew how to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. I was constantly praised for my handwriting. I wore the tricolor cockades that the teacher sewed. Yet, surprisingly, Maestro Oliviero, although Lila had made her fall and sent her to the hospital, said that she was the best among us. True that she was the worst behaved. True that she had done that terrible thing of shooting ink-soaked bits of blotting paper at us. True that if that girl had not acted in such a disruptive manner, she, our teacher, would not have fallen and cut her cheek. True that she was compelled to punish her constantly with the wooden rod, or by sending her to kneel on the hard floor behind the blackboard. But there was a fact that, as a teacher and also as a person, filled her with joy. A marvelous fact that she had discovered a few days earlier, by chance. Here she stopped, as if words were not enough, or as if she wished to teach Lila's mother and us that deeds almost always count more than words. She took a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Now I don't remember what. I didn't yet know how to read, so I'm inventing the word. Sun. Then she asked Lila, "Cerullo, what is written there?" In the classroom, a fascinated silence fell. Lila half smiled, almost a grimace, and flung herself sideways against her deskmate, who was visibly irritated. Then she read in a sullen tone, "Sun." Nunzia Cerullo looked at the teacher, and her look was hesitant, almost fearful. The teacher at first seemed not to understand why her own enthusiasm was not reflected in the mother's eyes. But then she must have guessed that Nunzia didn't know how to read, or anyway that she wasn't sure the word sun was really written on the blackboard, and she frowned. Then, partly to clarify the situation to Signora Cerullo, partly to praise our classmate, she said to Lila, "Good, sun is what it says there." Then she ordered her, "Come, Cerullo, come to the blackboard." Lila went unwillingly to the blackboard. The teacher handed her the chalk. "Write," she said to her, "chalk." Lila, very concentrated, in shaky handwriting, placing the letters one a little higher, one a little lower, wrote, "chalk." Oliviero added the L, and Signora Cerullo, seeing the correction, said in despair to her daughter, "You made a mistake." But the teacher immediately reassured her. No, no, no. Lila has to practice, yes, but she already knows how to read. She already knows how to write. Who taught her? Signora Cerullo, eyes lowered, said, "Not me." "But at your house or in the building, is there someone who might have taught her?" Nunzia shook her head no emphatically. Then the teacher turned to Lila and with sincere admiration asked her in front of all of us, "Who taught you to read and write, Cerullo?" Cerullo, that small, dark-haired, dark-eyed child in a dark smock with a red ribbon at the neck and only 6 years old, answered, "Me." 7. According to Reno, Lila's older brother, she had learned to read at the age of around 3 by looking at the letters and pictures in his primer. She would sit next to him in the kitchen while he was doing his homework, and she learned more than he did. Reno was almost 6 years older than Lila. He was a fearless boy who shone in all the courtyard and street games, especially spinning a top. But reading, writing, arithmetic, learning poems by heart were not for him. When he was scarcely 10, his father, Fernando, had begun to take him every day to his tiny shoemaker's shop in a narrow side street that ran off the Stradone to teach him the craft of resoling shoes. We girls, when we met him, smelled on him the odor of dirty feet, of old uppers, of glue, and we made fun of him. We called him Shoe Soler. Maybe that's why he boasted that he was at the origin of his sister's virtuosity. But in reality, he had never had a primer, and hadn't sat for even a minute, ever, to do homework. Impossible, therefore, that Lila had learned from his scholastic labors. It was more likely that she had precociously learned how the alphabet worked from the sheets of newspaper in which customers wrapped the old shoes, and which her father sometimes brought home and read to the family the most interesting local news items. Anyway, however it had happened, the fact was this. Lila knew how to read and write, and what I remember of that gray morning when the teacher revealed it to us was, above all, the sense of weakness the news left with me. Right away, from the first day, school had seemed to me a much nicer place than home. It was the place in the neighborhood where I felt safest. I went there with excitement. I paid attention to the lessons. I carried out with the greatest diligence everything that I was told to carry out. I learned. But most of all, I liked pleasing the teacher. I liked pleasing everyone. At home, I was my father's favorite, and my brothers and sister too loved me. The problem was my mother. With her, things never took the right course. It seemed to me that, though I was barely 6, she did her best to make me understand that I was superfluous in her life. I wasn't agreeable to her, nor was she to me. Her body repulsed me, something she probably intuited. She was a dark blonde, blue-eyed, voluptuous. But you never knew where her right eye was looking, nor did her right leg work properly. She called it the damaged leg. She limped, and her step agitated me, especially at night, when she couldn't sleep and walked along the hall to the kitchen, returned, started again. Sometimes I heard her angrily crushing with her heel the cockroaches that came through the front door, and I imagined her with furious eyes, as when she got mad at me. Certainly she wasn't happy. The household chores wore her down, and there was never enough money. She often got angry with my father, a porter at the city hall. She shouted that he had to come up with something. She couldn't go on like this. They quarreled. But since my father never raised his voice, even when he lost patience, I always took his part against her, even though he sometimes beat her and could be threatening to me. It was he, and not my mother, who said to me the first day of school, "Lenuccia, do well with the teacher and we'll let you go to school. But if you're not good, if you're not the best, Papa needs help, and you'll go to work." Those words had really scared me, and yet, although he said them, I felt it was my mother who had suggested them, imposed them. I had promised them both that I would be good, and things had immediately gone so well that the teacher often said to me, "Greco, come and sit next to me." It was a great privilege. Maestro Oliviero always had an empty chair next to her, and the best students were called on to sit there as a reward. In the early days, I was always sitting beside her. She urged me on with encouraging words. She praised my blonde curls, and thus reinforced in me the wish to do well, completely the opposite of my mother, who, at home, so often rebuked me, sometimes abusively, that I wanted to hide in a dark corner and hope that she wouldn't find me. Then it happened that Signora Cerullo came to class, and Maestro Oliviero revealed that Lila was far ahead of us. Not only that, she called on her to sit next to her more often than on me. What that demotion caused inside me, I don't know. I find it difficult to say, today, faithfully and clearly, what I felt. Perhaps nothing at first, some jealousy like everyone else. But surely it was then that a worry began to take shape. I thought that, although my legs functioned perfectly well, I ran the constant risk of becoming crippled. I woke with that idea in my head, and I got out of bed right away to see if my legs still worked. Maybe that's why I became focused on Lila, who had slender, agile legs, and was always moving them, kicking even when she was sitting next to the teacher, so that the teacher became irritated and soon sent her back to her desk. Something convinced me then that if I kept up with her, at her pace, my mother's limp, which had entered into my brain and wouldn't come out, would stop threatening me. I decided that I had to model myself on that girl, never let her out of my sight, even if she got annoyed and chased me away. 8. I suppose that was my way of reacting to envy and hatred and of suffocating them. Or maybe I disguised in that manner the sense of subordination, the fascination I felt. Certainly I trained myself to accept readily Lila's superiority in everything, and even her oppressions. Besides, the teacher acted very shrewdly. It was true that she often called on Lila to sit next to her, but she seemed to do it more to make her behave than to reward her. She continued, in fact, to praise Marisa Saratore, Carmela Peluso, and especially me. She let me shine with a vivid light. She encouraged me to become more and more disciplined, more diligent, more serious. When Lila stopped misbehaving and effortlessly outdid me, the teacher praised me first, with moderation, and then went on to exalt her prowess. I felt the poison of defeat more acutely when it was Sarratore or Peluso who did better than me. If, however, I came in second after Lila, I wore a meek expression of acquiescence. In those years, I think I feared only one thing, not being paired in the hierarchy established by Maestro Oliviero with Lila, not to hear the teacher say proudly, Cerullo and Greco are the best. If one day she had said, the best are Cerullo and Sarratore, or Cerullo and Peluso, I would have died on the spot. So I used all my childish energies not to become first in the class, it seemed to me impossible to succeed there, but not to slip into third, fourth, last place. I devoted myself to studying and to many things that were difficult, alien to me, just so I could keep pace with that terrible, dazzling girl. Dazzling to me. To our classmates, Lila was only terrible. From first grade to fifth, she was, because of the principal and partly also because of Maestro Oliviero, the most hated child in the school and the neighborhood. At least twice a year, the principal had the classes compete against one another, in order to distinguish the most brilliant students and consequently the most competent teachers. Oliviero liked this competition. Our teacher, in permanent conflict with her colleagues, with whom she sometimes seemed near coming to blows, used Lila and me as the blazing proof of how good she was, the best teacher in the neighborhood elementary school. So she would often bring us to other classes, apart from the occasions arranged by the principal, to compete with the other children, girls and boys. Usually, I was sent on reconnaissance to test the enemy's level of skill. In general, I won, but without overdoing it, without humiliating either teachers or students. I was a pretty little girl with blonde curls, happy to show off, but not aggressive, and I gave an impression of delicacy that was touching. If then I was the best at reciting poems, repeating the times tables, doing division and multiplication, at rattling off the Maritime, Cottian, Grea, and Pennine Alps, the other teachers gave me a pat anyway, while the students felt how hard I had worked to memorize all those facts and didn't hate me. In Lila's case, it was different. Even by first grade, she was beyond any possible competition. In fact, the teacher said that with a little application, she would be able to take the test for second grade and, not yet 7, go into third. Later, the gap increased. Lila did really complicated calculations in her head. In her dictations, there was not a single mistake. She spoke in dialect like the rest of us, but, when necessary, came out with a bookish Italian, using words like accustomed, luxuriant, willingly. So that, when the teacher sent her into the field to give the moods or tenses of verbs or solve math problems, hearts grew bitter. Lila was too much for anyone. Besides, she offered no openings to kindness. To recognize her virtuosity was for us children to admit that we would never win, and so there was no point in competing, and for the teachers to confess to themselves that they had been mediocre children. Her quickness of mind was like a hiss, a dart, a lethal bite, and there was nothing in her appearance that acted as a corrective. She was disheveled, dirty. On her knees and elbows she always had scabs from cuts and scrapes that never had time to heal. Her large bright eyes could become cracks behind which, before every brilliant response, there was a gaze that appeared not very childlike, and perhaps not even human. Every one of her movements said that to harm her would be pointless, because whatever happened, she would find a way of doing worse to you. The hatred was therefore tangible. I was aware of it. Both girls and boys were irritated by her, but the boys more openly. For a hidden motive of her own, in fact, Maestra Oliviero especially enjoyed taking us to the classes where the girl students and women teachers could not be humiliated so much as the males. And the principal, too, for equally hidden motives, preferred competitions of this type. Later, I thought that in the school they were betting money, maybe even a lot, on those meetings of ours. But I was exaggerating. Maybe it was just a way of giving vent to old grudges, or allowing the principal to keep the less good or less obedient teachers under his control. The fact is that one morning the two of us, who were then in 2nd grade, were taken to a 4th grade class, Maestro Ferraro's, in which were both Enzo Scano, the fierce son of the fruit and vegetable seller, and Nino Sarratore, Marissa's brother, whom I loved. Everyone knew Enzo. He was a repeater, and at least a couple of times had been dragged through the classrooms with a card around his neck, on which Maestro Ferraro, a tall, very thin man with very short gray hair, a small lined face and worried eyes, had written, "Dunce." Nino, on the other hand, was so good, so meek, so quiet, that he was well known and liked, especially by me. Naturally, Enzo hardly counted, scholastically speaking. We kept an eye on him only because he was aggressive. Our adversaries, in matters of intelligence, were Nino and, we discovered just then, Alfonso Carracci, the 3rd child of Don Achille, a very neat boy who was in 2nd grade like us, but looked younger than his 7 years. It was clear that the teacher had brought him there to the 4th grade class because he had more faith in him than in Nino, who was almost 2 years older. There was some tension between Oliviero and Ferraro because of that unexpected summoning of Carracci. Then the competition began, in front of the 2 classes, assembled in one classroom. They asked us verbs, they asked us times tables, they asked us addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, the 4 operations, first at the blackboard, then in our heads. Of that particular occasion, I remember 3 things. The first is that little Alfonso Carracci defeated me immediately. He was calm and precise, but he had the quality of not gloating. The second is that Nino Sarratore, surprisingly, almost never answered the questions, but appeared dazed, as if he didn't understand what the teachers were asking him. The third is that Lila stood up to the son of Don Achille reluctantly, as if she didn't care if he beat her. The scene grew lively only when they began to do calculations in their heads, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Alfonso, despite Lila's reluctance and, at times, silence, as if she hadn't heard the question, began to slip, making mistakes especially in multiplication and division. On the other hand, if the son of Don Achille failed, Lila wasn't up to it either, and so they seemed more or less equal. But at a certain point something unexpected happened. At least twice, when Lila didn't answer, or Alfonso made a mistake, the voice of Enzo Scano, filled with contempt, was heard from a desk at the back, giving the right answer. This astonished the class, the teachers, the principal, me and Lila. How was it possible that someone like Enzo, who was lazy, incapable, and delinquent, could do complicated calculations in his head better than me, than Alfonso Carracci, than Nino Sarratore? Suddenly Lila seemed to wake up. Alfonso was quickly out of the running, and, with the proud consent of Ferraro, who quickly exchanged champions, a duel began between Lila and Enzo. The two competed for a long time. The principal, going over Ferraro's head, called the son of the fruit and vegetable seller to the front of the room, next to Lila. Enzo left the back row amid uneasy laughter, his own and his friends, and positioned himself, sullen and uneasy, next to the blackboard, opposite Lila. The duel continued, as they did increasingly difficult calculations in their heads. The boy gave his answers in dialect, as if he were on the street and not in a classroom, and Ferraro corrected his diction, but the figure was always correct. Enzo seemed extremely proud of that moment of glory, amazed himself at how clever he was. Then he began to slip, because Lila had woken up conclusively, and now her eyes had narrowed in determination, and she answered correctly. In the end, Enzo lost. He lost, but was not resigned. He began to curse, to shout ugly obscenities. Ferraro sent him to kneel behind the blackboard, but he wouldn't go. He was rapped on the knuckles with the rod and then pulled by the ears to the punishment corner. The school day ended like that. But from then on, the gang of boys began to throw rocks at us. 9. That morning of the duel between Enzo and Lila is important in our long story. Many modes of behavior started off there that were difficult to decipher. For example, it became very clear that Lila could, if she wanted, ration the use of her abilities. That was what she had done with Don Aquile's son. She did not want to beat him, but she had also calibrated silences and answers in such a way as not to be beaten. We had not yet become friends, and I couldn't ask her why she had behaved like that. But really, there was no need to ask questions. I could guess the reason. Like me, she too had been forbidden to offend not only Don Aquile, but also his family. It was like that. We didn't know the origin of that fear, rancor, hatred, meekness that our parents displayed toward the Caraccis and transmitted to us, but it was there. It was a fact, like the neighborhood, its dirty white houses, the fetid odor of the landings, the dust of the streets. In all likelihood, Nino Sarratore, too, had been silent in order to allow Alfonso to be at his best. Handsome, slender, and nervous, with long lashes, hair neatly combed, he had stammered only a few words and had finally been silent. To continue to love him, I wanted to think that was what it had been. But deep down I had some doubts. Had it been a choice like Lila's? I wasn't sure. I had stepped aside because Alfonso really was better than me. Lila could have defeated him immediately, yet she had chosen to aim for a tie. And Nino? There was something that confused and perhaps saddened me. Not an inability, not even surrender, but I would say today, a collapse. That stammer, the pallor, the purple that had suddenly swallowed his eyes. How handsome he was, so languid, and yet how much I disliked his languor. Lila, too, at a certain point had seemed very beautiful to me. In general, I was the pretty one, while she was skinny, like a salted anchovy. She gave off an odor of wildness. She had a long face, narrow at the temples, framed by 2 bands of smooth black hair. But when she decided to vanquish both Alfonso and Enzo, she had lighted up like a holy warrior. Her cheeks flushed, the sign of a flame released by every corner of her body. And for the first time I thought, Lila is prettier than I am. So I was second in everything. I hoped that no one would ever realize it. But the most important thing that morning was the discovery that a phrase we often used to avoid punishment contained something true, hence uncontrollable, hence dangerous. The formula was, I didn't do it on purpose. Enzo, in fact, had not entered the competition deliberately and had not deliberately defeated Alfonso. Lila had deliberately defeated Enzo, but had not deliberately defeated Alfonso, or deliberately humiliated him. It had been only a necessary step. The conclusion we drew from this convinced us that it was best to do everything on purpose, deliberately, so that you would know what to expect. Because almost nothing had been done deliberately, many unforeseen things struck us, one after the other. Alfonso went home in tears as a result of his defeat. His brother Stefano, who was 14, an apprentice in the grocery store, the former workshop of the carpenter Peluso, owned by his father, who, however, never set foot in it, showed up outside school the next day and said very nasty things to Lila, to the point of threatening her. She yelled an obscenity at him, and he pushed her against a wall and tried to grab her tongue, shouting that he would prick it with a pin. Lila went home and told her brother Rino everything, and the more she talked, the redder he got, his eyes bright. In the meantime, Enzo, going home one night without his country gang, was stopped by Stefano and punched and kicked. Rino, in the morning, went to look for Stefano, and they had a fight, giving each other a more or less equal beating. A few days later, the wife of Don Achille, Donna Maria, knocked on the Cerullo's door and made a scene with Nunzia, shouting and insulting her. A little time passed, and one Sunday, after Mass, Fernando Cerullo, the shoemaker, the father of Lila and Rino, a small, thin man, timidly accosted Don Achille and apologized, without ever saying what he was apologizing for. I didn't see it, or at least I don't remember it, but it was said that the apologies were made aloud, and in such a way that everyone could hear, even though Don Achille had walked by as if the shoemaker were not speaking to him. Sometime later, Lila and I wounded Enzo in the calf with a stone, and Enzo threw a stone that hit Lila in the head. While I was shrieking in fear, and Lila got up with the blood dripping from under her hair, Enzo, who was also bleeding, climbed down the embankment, and, seeing Lila in that state, he utterly, unpredictably, and to our eyes incomprehensibly, began to cry. Then Rino, Lila's adored brother, came to school, and, outside, beat up Enzo, who barely defended himself. Rino was older, bigger, and more motivated. Not only that, Enzo didn't mention that beating to his gang, or his mother, or his father, or his brothers, or his cousins, who all worked in the countryside and sold fruit and vegetables from a cart. At that point, thanks to him, the feuds ended. 10. Lila went around proudly for a while, with her head bandaged. Then she took off the bandage and showed anyone who asked the black scar, red at the edges, that stuck out on her forehead under the hairline. Finally, people forgot what had happened, and if someone stared at the whitish mark left on her skin, she made an aggressive gesture that meant, "What are you looking at? Mind your own business." To me, she never said anything, not even a word of thanks for the rocks I had handed her, for how I had dried the blood with the edge of my smock. But from that moment, she began to subject me to proofs of courage that had nothing to do with school. We saw each other in the courtyard more and more frequently. We showed off our dolls to each other, but without appearing to, one in the other's vicinity, as if each of us were alone. At some point, we let the dolls meet as a test to see if they got along. And so came the day when we sat next to the cellar window with the curled grating and exchanged our dolls, she holding mine and I hers. And Lila abruptly pushed Tina through the opening in the grating and dropped her. I felt an unbearable sorrow. I was attached to my plastic doll. It was the most precious possession I had. I knew that Lila was mean, but I had never expected her to do something so spiteful to me. For me, the doll was alive. To know that she was on the floor of the cellar amid the 1,000 beasts that lived there threw me into despair. But that day I learned a skill at which I later excelled. I held back my despair. I held it back on the edge of my wet eyes, so that Lila said to me in dialect, "You don't care about her?" I didn't answer. I felt a violent pain, but I sensed that the pain of quarreling with her would be even stronger. I was as if strangled by two agonies, one already happening, the loss of the doll, and one possible, the loss of Lila. I said nothing. I only acted without spite, as if it were natural, even if it wasn't natural, and I knew I was taking a great risk. I merely threw into the cellar her new, the doll she had just given me. Lila looked at me in disbelief. "What you do, I do," I recited immediately, aloud, very frightened. "Now go and get it for me." "If you go and get mine." We went together. At the entrance to the building, on the left, was the door that led to the cellars. We knew it well. Because it was broken, one of the panels was hanging on just one hinge. The entrance was blocked by a chain that crudely held the two panels together. Every child was tempted, and at the same time terrified by the possibility of forcing the door that little bit that would make it possible to go through to the other side. We did it. We made a space wide enough for our slender, supple bodies to slip through into the cellar. Once inside, we descended, Lila in the lead, 5 stone steps into a damp space, dimly lit by the narrow openings at street level. I was afraid and tried to stay close behind Lila, but she seemed angry and intent on finding her doll. I groped my way forward. I felt under the soles of my sandals objects that squeaked: glass, gravel, insects. All around were things not identifiable, dark masses, sharp or square or rounded. The faint light that pierced the darkness sometimes fell on something recognizable: the skeleton of a chair, the pole of a lamp, fruit boxes, the bottoms and sides of wardrobes, iron hinges. I got scared by what seemed to me a soft face with large glass eyes that lengthened into a chin shaped like a box. I saw it hanging with its desolate expression on a rickety wooden stand, and I cried out to Lila, pointing to it. She turned and slowly approached it with her back to me, carefully extended one hand, and detached it from the stand. Then she turned around. She had put the face with the glass eyes over hers, and now her face was enormous, with round, empty eye sockets and no mouth, only that protruding black chain swinging over her chest. Those are moments which are stamped into memory. I'm not sure, but I must have let out a cry of real terror, because she hurried to say in an echoing voice that it was just a mask, an anti-gas mask. That's what her father called it. He had one like it in the storeroom at home. I continued to tremble and moan with fear, which evidently persuaded her to tear the thing off her face and throw it in a corner, causing a loud noise and a lot of dust that thickened amid the tongues of light from the windows. I calmed down. Lila looked around, identified the opening from which we had dropped Tina and New. We went along the rough, bumpy wall. We looked into the shadows. The dolls weren't there. Lila repeated in dialect, "They're not there. They're not there. They're not there," and searched along the floor with her hands, something I didn't have the courage to do. Long minutes passed. Once only I seemed to see Tina, and with a tug at my heart I bent over to grab her, but it was only a crumpled page of old newspaper. "They aren't here," Lila repeated, and headed toward the door. Then I felt lost, unable to stay there by myself and keep searching, unable to leave if I hadn't found my doll. At the top of the steps, she said, "Don Achille took them. He put them in his black bag." And at that very moment, I heard him. Don Achille. He slithered. He shuffled among the indistinct shapes of things. Then I abandoned Tina to her fate and ran away in order not to lose Lila, who was already twisting nimbly between the panels of the broken door. 11. I believed everything she told me. The shapeless mass of Don Achille running through the underground tunnels, arms dangling, large fingers grasping New's head in one hand, in the other Tina's. I suffered terribly. I got sick, had fevers, got better, got sick again. I was overcome by a kind of tactile dysfunction. Sometimes I had the impression that, while every animated being around me was speeding up the rhythms of its life, solid surfaces turned soft under my fingers or swelled up, leaving empty spaces between their internal mass and the surface skin. It seemed to me that my own body, if you touched it, was distended, and this saddened me. I was sure that I had cheeks like balloons, hands stuffed with sawdust, earlobes like ripe berries, feet in the shape of loaves of bread. When I returned to the streets and to school, I felt that the space too had changed. It seemed to be chained between two dark poles. On one side was the underground air bubble that pressed on the roofs of the houses, the threatening cavern the dolls had fallen into. On the other, the upper sphere, on the 4th floor of the building where Don Achille, who had stolen them, lived. The two balls were as if screwed to the ends of an iron bar, which in my imagination obliquely crossed the apartments, the streets, the countryside, the tunnel, the railroad tracks, and compressed them. I felt squeezed in that vice along with the mass of everyday things and people, and I had a bad taste in my mouth, a permanent sense of nausea that exhausted me, as if everything, thus compacted and always tighter, were grinding me up, reducing me to a repulsive cream. It was an enduring malaise, lasting perhaps years, beyond early adolescence. But unexpectedly, just when it began, I received my first declaration of love. It was before Lila and I had attempted to climb the stairs to Don Achille's, and my grief at the loss of Tina was still unbearable. I had gone reluctantly to buy bread. My mother had sent me, and I was going home, the change clutched in my fist and the loaf still warm against my chest, when I realized that Nino Sarratore was trudging behind me, holding his little brother by the hand. On summer days, his mother Lydia always sent him out with Pino, who at the time was no more than 5, with the injunction never to leave him. Near a corner, a little past the Caracci's grocery, Nino was about to pass me, but instead of passing, he cut off my path, pushed me against the wall, placed his free hand against the wall as a bar to keep me from running away, and with the other pulled up beside him his brother, a silent witness of his undertaking. Breathlessly, he said something I couldn't understand. He was pale, and he smiled. Then he became serious, and then he smiled again. Finally, he said, in school Italian, "When we grow up, I want to marry you." Then he asked me if in the meantime I would be engaged to him. He was a little taller than me, very thin, with a long neck, his ears sticking out a little from his head. He had rebellious hair and intense eyes with long lashes. The effort he was making to restrain his timidity was touching. Although I also wanted to marry him, I felt like answering, "No, I can't." He was stunned. Pino gave him a tug. I ran away. From that moment, I began to sneak into a side street whenever I saw him, and yet he seemed to me so handsome. How many times had I hung around his sister Marisa just to be near him and walk part of the way home with them? But he had made the declaration at the wrong moment. He couldn't know how undone I felt, how much anguish Tina's disappearance had caused me, how exhausting the effort of keeping up with Lila was, how the compressed space of the courtyard, the buildings, the neighborhood cut off my breath. After giving me many long, frightened glances from a distance, he began to avoid me too. For a while he must have been afraid that I would tell the other girls, and in particular his sister, about the proposal he had made. Everyone knew that Gigliola Spagnuolo, the daughter of the baker, had done that when Enzo had asked her to be his girlfriend. And Enzo had found out and got angry. He had shouted outside school that she was a liar. He had even threatened to kill her with a knife. I too was tempted to tell everything, but then I let it go. I didn't tell anyone, not even Lila when we became friends. Slowly, I forgot about it myself. It came to my mind again when, sometime later, the entire Sarratore family moved. One morning, the cart and horse that belonged to Assunta's husband, Nicola, appeared in the courtyard. With that same cart and the same old horse, he sold fruit and vegetables with his wife, going up and down the streets of the neighborhood. Nicola had a broad, handsome face and the same blue eyes, the same blonde hair as his son Enzo. Besides selling fruit and vegetables, he was the mover. And in fact, he, Donato Sarratore, Nino himself, and Lydia too, began to carry things downstairs, all sorts of odds and ends, mattresses, furniture, and piled it on the cart. As soon as the women heard the sound of wheels in the courtyard, they looked out, including my mother, including me. There was a great curiosity. It seemed that Donato had got a new house directly from the state railroad, in the neighborhood of a square called Piazza Nazionale. Or, said my mother, his wife had obliged him to move to escape the persecutions of Melina, who wanted to take away her husband. Likely. My mother always saw evil, where, to my great annoyance, it was sooner or later discovered that evil really was, and her crossed eye seemed made purposely to identify the secret motives of the neighborhood. How would Melina react? Was it true, as I had heard whispered, that she had had a child with Sarratore and then killed it? And was it possible that she would start shouting terrible things, including that? All the females, big and small, were at the windows, perhaps to wave goodbye to the family that was leaving, perhaps to witness the spectacle of rage of that ugly, lean, and widowed woman. I saw that Lila and her mother Nunzia were also watching. I sought Nino's gaze, but he seemed to have other things to do. I was then seized, as usual for no precise reason, by a weariness that made everything around me faint. I thought that perhaps he had made that declaration because he already knew that he would be leaving and wanted to tell me first what he felt for me. I looked at him as he struggled to carry boxes filled to overflowing, and I felt the guilt, the sorrow of having said no. Now he was fleeing like a bird. Finally, the procession of furniture and household goods stopped. Nicola and Donato began to tie everything to the cart with ropes. Lydia Sarratore appeared dressed as if to go to a party. She had even put on a summer hat of blue straw. She pushed the carriage with her youngest boy in it, and beside her she had the two girls, Marissa, who was my age, 8 or 9, and Clelia, 6. Suddenly there was a noise of things breaking on the second floor. Almost at the same moment, Melina began screaming. Her cries were so tortured that Lila, I saw, put her hands over her ears. The pained voice of Ada, Melina's second child, echoed as she cried, "Mama! No, Mama!" After a moment of uncertainty, I too covered my ears. But meanwhile objects began to fly out the window, and curiosity became so strong that I freed my eardrums, as if I needed clear sounds to understand. Melina, however, wasn't uttering words, but only, "Ah, ah," as if she were wounded. She couldn't be seen. Not even an arm or a hand that was throwing things could be seen. Copper pots, glasses, bottles, plates appeared to fly out the window of their own volition. And in the street, Lydia Sarratore walked with her head down, leaning over the baby carriage, her daughters behind, while Donato climbed up on the cart amid his property, and Don Nicola guided the horse by the bridle, and meanwhile objects hit the asphalt, bounced, shattered, sending splinters between the nervous hooves of the beast. I looked at Lila. Now I saw another face, a face of bewilderment. She must have realized that I was looking at her, and she immediately disappeared from the window. Meanwhile, the cart started off. Keeping to the wall, without a goodbye to anyone, Lydia and the 4 youngest children slunk toward the gate, while Nino seemed unwilling to leave, as if hypnotized by the waste of fragile objects against the asphalt. Last I saw flying out the window a sort of black spot. It was an iron, pure steel. When I still had Tina and played in the house, I used my mother's, which was identical, prow-shaped, pretending it was a ship in a storm. The object plummeted down, and with a sharp thud, made a hole in the ground, a few inches from Nino. It nearly, very nearly, killed him. 12. No boy ever declared to Lila that he loved her, and she never told me if it grieved her. Gigliola Spagnuolo received proposals to be someone's girlfriend continuously, and I too was much in demand. Lila, on the other hand, wasn't popular, mostly because she was skinny, dirty, and always had a cut or bruise of some sort, but also because she had a sharp tongue. She invented humiliating nicknames, and although in front of the teacher she showed off Italian words that no one knew, with us she spoke a scathing dialect, full of swear words, which cut off at its origin any feeling of love. Only Enzo did a thing that, if it wasn't exactly a request to be her boyfriend, was nevertheless a sign of admiration and respect. Sometime after he had cut her head with the rock, and before, it seems to me, he was rejected by Gigliola Spagnuolo, he ran into us on the stradone, and, before my incredulous eyes, held out to Lila a garland of sorb apples. What do I do with it? You eat them. Bitter? Let them ripen. I don't want them. Throw them away. That was it. Enzo turned his back and hurried off to work. Lila and I started laughing. We didn't talk much, but we had a laugh at everything that happened to us. I said only, in a tone of amusement, I like sorb apples. I was lying. It was a fruit I didn't like. I was attracted by their reddish-yellow color when they were unripe, their compactness that gleamed on sunny days. But when they ripened on the balconies and became brown and soft like small wrinkled pears, and the skin came off easily, displaying a grainy pulp, not with a bad taste, but spongy in a way that reminded me of the corpses of rats along the Stradone, then I wouldn't even touch them. I made that statement almost as a test, hoping that Lila would offer them to me. Here, take them, you have them. I felt that if she had given me the gift that Enzo had given her, I would be happier than if she had given me something of hers. But she didn't, and I still recall the feeling of betrayal when she brought them home. She herself put a nail at the window. I saw her hang the garland on it. 13. Enzo didn't give her any other gifts. After the fight with Gigliola, who had told everyone about the declaration he had made to her, we saw him less and less. Although he had proved to be extremely good at doing sums in his head, he was lazy, so the teacher didn't suggest that he take the admissions test for the middle school, and he wasn't sorry about it. In fact, he was pleased. He enrolled in the trade school, but in fact he was already working with his parents. He got up very early to go with his father to the fruit and vegetable market, or to drive the cart through the neighborhood, selling produce from the countryside, and so he soon quit school. We, instead, toward the end of 5th grade, were told that it would be suitable for us to continue in school. The teacher summoned in turn my parents, and those of Gigliola and Lila, to tell them that we absolutely had to take not only the test for the elementary school diploma, but also the one for admission to middle school. I did all I could so that my father would not send my mother, with her limp, her wandering eye, and her stubborn anger, but would go himself, since he was a porter and knew how to be polite. I didn't succeed. She went, she talked to the teacher, and returned home in a sullen mood. The teacher wants money. She says she has to give some extra lessons because the test is difficult. But what's the point of this test? My father asked. To let her study Latin. Why? Because they say she's clever. But if she's clever, why does the teacher have to give her lessons that cost money? So she'll be better off and will be worse. They discussed it at length. At first, my mother was against it and my father uncertain. Then my father became cautiously in favor, and my mother resigned herself to being a little less against it. Finally, they decided to let me take the test, but always provided that if I did not do well, they would immediately take me out of school. Lila's parents, on the other hand, said no. Nunzia Cerullo made a few somewhat hesitant attempts, but her father wouldn't even talk about it. And, in fact, hit Reno when he told him that he was wrong. Her parents were inclined not to go and see the teacher, but Maestra Oliviero had the principal summon them, and then Nunzia had to go. Faced with the timid but flat refusal of that frightened woman, Maestra Oliviero, stern but calm, displayed Lila's marvelous compositions, the brilliant solutions to difficult problems, and even the beautifully colored drawings that in class, when she applied herself, enchanted us all, because, pilfering Giotto's pastels, she portrayed in a realistic style princesses with hairdos, jewels, clothes, shoes that had never been seen in any book or even at the parish cinema. When the refusal persisted, the teacher lost her composure and dragged Lila's mother to the principal as if she were a student to be disciplined. But Nunzia couldn't yield. She didn't have permission from her husband. As a result, she kept saying no until she, the teacher, and the principal were overcome by exhaustion. The next day, as we were going to school, Lila said to me in her usual tone, "I'm going to take the test anyway." I believed her. To forbid her to do something was pointless. Everyone knew it. She seemed the strongest of us girls, stronger than Enzo, than Alfonso, than Stefano, stronger than her brother Rino, stronger than our parents, stronger than all the adults, including the teacher and the carabinieri, who could put you in jail. Although she was fragile in appearance, every prohibition lost substance in her presence. She knew how to go beyond the limit without ever truly suffering the consequences. In the end, people gave in, and were even, however unwillingly, compelled to praise her. 14. We were also forbidden to go to Don Achilles, but she decided to go anyway, and I followed. In fact, that was when I became convinced that nothing could stop her, and that every disobedient act contained breathtaking opportunities. We wanted Don Achille to give us back our dolls, so we climbed the stairs. At every step, I was on the point of turning around and going back to the courtyard. I still feel Lila's hand grasping mine, and I like to think that she decided to take it not only because she intuited that I wouldn't have the courage to get to the top floor, but also because with that gesture, she herself sought the force to continue. So, one beside the other, I on the wall side and she on the banister side, sweaty palms clasped, we climbed the last flights. At Don Achille's door, my heart was pounding. I could hear it in my ears, but I was consoled by thinking that it was also the sound of Lila's heart. From the apartment came voices, perhaps of Alfonso, or Stefano, or Pinuccia. After a very long, silent pause before the door, Lila rang the bell. There was silence, then a shuffling. Donna Maria opened the door, wearing a faded green house dress. When she spoke, I saw a brilliant gold tooth in her mouth. She thought we were looking for Alfonso and was a bit bewildered. Lila said to her in dialect, "No, we want Don Achille." "Tell me. We have to speak to him." The woman shouted, "Aquí!" More shuffling. A thick-set figure emerged from the shadows. He had a long torso, short legs, arms that hung to his knees, and a cigarette in his mouth. You could see the embers. He asked hoarsely, "Who is it?" "The daughter of the shoemaker, with Greco's oldest daughter." Don Achille came into the light, and for the first time, we saw him clearly. No minerals, no sparkle of glass. His long face was of flesh, and the hair bristled only around his ears. The top of his head was shiny. His eyes were bright, the white veined with small red streams. His mouth wide and thin, his chin heavy, with a crease in the middle. He seemed to me ugly, but not the way I imagined. "Well?" "The dolls," said Lila. "What dolls?" "Ours." "Your dolls are of no use here?" "You took them down in the cellar." Don Achille turned and shouted into the apartment, Pinu, did you take the doll belonging to the shoemaker's daughter? Me? No. Alfo, did you take it? Laughter. Lila said firmly, I don't know where she got all that courage, "You took them. We saw you." There was a moment of silence. Me? Yes, and you put them in your black bag. The man, hearing those words, wrinkled his forehead in annoyance. I couldn't believe that we were here, in front of Don Achille, and Lila was speaking to him like that, and he was staring at her in bewilderment. And in the background could be seen Alfonso and Stefano and Pinuccia and Donna Maria, who was setting the table for dinner. I couldn't believe that he was an ordinary person, a little short, a little bald, a little out of proportion, but ordinary. So I waited for him to be abruptly transformed. Don Achille repeated, as if to understand clearly the meaning of the words, "I took your dolls and put them in a black bag?" I felt that he was not angry, but unexpectedly pained, as if he were receiving confirmation of something he already knew. He said something in dialect that I didn't understand. Maria cried, "Aquí, it's ready." "I'm coming." Don Achille stuck a large, broad hand in the back pocket of his pants. We clutched each other's hand tightly, waiting for him to bring out a knife. Instead, he took out his wallet, opened it, looked inside, and handed Lila some money. I don't remember how much. "Go buy yourselves dolls," he said. Lila grabbed the money and dragged me down the stairs. He muttered, leaning over the banister, "And remember that they were a gift from me." I said, in Italian, careful not to trip on the stairs, "Good evening, and enjoy your meal." 15. Right after Easter, Gigliola Spagnuolo and I started going to the teacher's house to prepare for the admissions test. The teacher lived right next to the parish church of the Holy Family, and her windows looked out on the public gardens. From there you could see, beyond the dense countryside, the pylons of the railroad. Gigliola passed by my window and called me. I was ready. I ran out. I liked those private lessons. 2 a week, I think. The teacher, at the end of the lesson, offered us little heart-shaped cookies and a soft drink. Lila didn't come. Her parents had not agreed to pay the teacher. But, since we were now good friends, she continued to tell me that she would take the test and would enter the first year of middle school in the same class as me. "And the books? You'll lend them to me." Meanwhile, however, with the money from Don Achille, she bought a book, Little Women. She decided to buy it because she already knew it and liked it hugely. Maestra Oliviero, in 4th grade, had given the smarter girls books to read. Lila had received Little Women, along with the following comment, "This is for older girls, but it will be good for you." And I got the book Heart by Edmondo de Amicis, with not a word of explanation. Lila read both Little Women and Heart in a very short time, and said there was no comparison. In her opinion, Little Women was wonderful. I hadn't managed to read it. I had had a hard time finishing Heart before the time set by the teacher for returning it. I was a slow reader. I still am. Lila, when she had to give the book back to Maestra Oliviero, regretted both not being able to reread Little Women continuously and not being able to talk about it with me. So one morning she made up her mind. She called me from the street. We went to the ponds, to the place where we had buried the money from Don Achille, in a metal box, took it out, and went to ask Yolanda, the stationer, who had had displayed in her window forever a copy of Little Women, yellowed by the sun, if it was enough. It was. As soon as we became owners of the book, we began to meet in the courtyard to read it, either silently, one next to the other, or aloud. We read it for months, so many times that the book became tattered and sweat-stained. It lost its spine, came unthreaded, sections fell apart. But it was our book. We loved it dearly. I was the guardian. I kept it at home among the school books, because Lila didn't feel she could keep it in her house. Her father, lately, would get angry if she merely took it out to read. But Reno protected her. When the subject of the admissions test came up, quarrels exploded continuously between him and his father. Reno was about 16 at the time. He was a very excitable boy and had started a battle to be paid for the work he did. His reasoning was, I get up at 6. I come to the shop and work till 8 at night. I want a salary. But those words outraged his father and his mother. Reno had a bed to sleep in, food to eat. Why did he want money? His job was to help the family, not impoverish it. But he insisted. He found it unjust to work as hard as his father and not receive a cent. At that point, Fernando Cerullo answered him with apparent patience. I pay you already, Reno. I pay you generously by teaching you the whole trade. Soon you'll be able to repair a heel or an edge or put on a new sole. Your father is passing on to you everything he knows, and you'll be able to make an entire shoe with the skill of a professional. But that payment by instruction was not enough for Reno. And so they argued, especially at dinner. They began by talking about money and ended up quarreling about Lila. If you pay me, I'll take care of sending her to school, Reno said. School? Why? Did I go to school? No. Did you go to school? No. Then why should your sister, who is a girl, go to school? The matter almost always ended with a slap in the face for Reno, who, one way or another, even if he didn't intend to, had displayed a lack of respect toward his father. The boy, without crying, apologized in a spiteful tone of voice. Lila was silent during those discussions. She never said so, but I had the impression that while I hated my mother, really hated her, profoundly, she, in spite of everything, wasn't upset with her father. She said that he was full of kindnesses. She said that when there were accounts to do, he let her do them. She said that she had heard him say to his friends that his daughter was the most intelligent person in the neighborhood. She said that on her name day, he brought her warm chocolate in bed and 4 biscuits. But what could you do? It didn't enter into his view of the world that she should continue to go to school. Nor did it fall within his economic possibilities. The family was large. They all had to live off the shoe repair shop, including 2 unmarried sisters of Fernando and Nunzia's parents. So on the matter of school, it was like talking to the wall, and her mother, all in all, had the same opinion. Only her brother had different ideas and fought boldly against his father. And Lila, for reasons I didn't understand, seemed certain that Reno would win. He would get his salary and would send her to school with the money. If there's a fee to pay, he'll pay it for me, she explained. She was sure that her brother would also give her money for the school books and even for pens, pen case, pastels, globe, the smock and the ribbon. She adored him. She said that, after she went to school, she wanted to earn a lot of money for the sole purpose of making her brother the wealthiest person in the neighborhood. In that last year of elementary school, wealth became our obsession. We talked about it the way characters in novels talk about searching for treasure. We said, "When we're rich, we'll do this. We'll do that." To listen to us, you might think that the wealth was hidden somewhere in the neighborhood, in treasure chests that, when opened, would be gleaming with gold, and were waiting only for us to find them. Then, I don't know why, things changed, and we began to link school to wealth. We thought that if we studied hard, we would be able to write books, and that the books would make us rich. Wealth was still the glitter of gold coins stored in countless chests, but to get there, all you had to do was go to school and write a book. "Let's write one together," Lila said once, and that filled me with joy. Maybe the idea took root when she discovered that the author of Little Women had made so much money that she had given some of it to her family. But I wouldn't promise. We argued about it. I said we could start right after the admission test. She agreed, but then she couldn't wait. While I had a lot to study because of the afternoon lessons with Spagnuolo and the teacher, she was freer. She set to work and wrote a novel without me. I was hurt when she brought it to me to read, but I didn't say anything. In fact, I held in check my disappointment and was full of congratulations. There were 10 sheets of graph paper, folded and held together with a dressmaker's pin. It had a cover drawn in pastels, and the title, I remember, was The Blue Fairy. How exciting it was. How many difficult words there were. I told her to let the teacher read it. She didn't want to. I begged her. I offered to give it to her. Although she wasn't sure, she agreed. One day, when I was at Maestra Oliviero's house for our lesson, I took advantage of Gigliola being in the bathroom to take out The Blue Fairy. I said it was a wonderful novel written by Lila, and that Lila wanted her to read it. But the teacher, who for 5 years had been enthusiastic about everything Lila did, except when she was bad, replied coldly, "Tell Cerullo that she would do well to study for the diploma instead of wasting time." And although she kept Lila's novel, she left it on the table without even giving it a glance. That attitude confused me. What had happened? Was she angry with Lila's mother? Had her rage extended to Lila herself? Was she upset about the money that the parents of my friend wouldn't give her? I didn't understand. A few days later, I cautiously asked her if she had read The Blue Fairy. She answered in an unusual tone, obscurely, as if only she and I could truly understand. "Do you know what the plebes are, Greco?" "Yes, the people, the tribunes of the plebes, are the Gracchi." "The plebes are quite a nasty thing." "Yes." "And if one wishes to remain a plebeian, he, his children, the children of his children deserve nothing. Forget Cerullo, and think of yourself." Maestra Oliviero never said anything about The Blue Fairy. Lila asked about it a couple of times, then she let it go. She said grimly, "As soon as I have time, I'll write another. That one wasn't good." It was wonderful. It was terrible. But she became less lively, especially in class, probably because she realized that the teacher had stopped praising her, and sometimes seemed irritated by her excesses of virtuosity. When it came time for the competition at the end of the year, she was still the best, but without her old impudence. At the end of the day, the principal presented to those remaining in competition, Lila, Gigliola, and me, an extremely difficult problem that he had invented himself. Gigliola and I struggled in vain. Lila, narrowing her eyes to cracks, applied herself. She was the last to give up. She said, with a timidity unusual for her, that the problem couldn't be solved because there was a mistake in the premise, but she didn't know what it was. Maestra Oliviero scolded her harshly. I saw Lila standing at the blackboard, chalk in hand, very small and pale, assaulted by volleys of cruel phrases. I felt her suffering. I couldn't bear the trembling of her lower lip and nearly burst into tears. When one cannot solve a problem, the teacher concluded coldly, one does not say there is a mistake in the problem. One says, I am not capable of solving it. The principal was silent. As far as I remember, the day ended there. 16. Shortly before the final test in elementary school, Lila pushed me to do another of the many things that I would never have had the courage to do by myself. We decided to skip school and cross the boundaries of the neighborhood. It had never happened before. As far back as I could remember, I had never left the 4-story white apartment buildings, the courtyard, the parish church, the public gardens. I had never felt the urge to. Trains passed continuously on the other side of the scrubland. Trucks and cars passed up and down along the stradone. And yet I can't remember a single occasion when I asked myself, my father, my teacher, where are the cars going? The trucks, the trains? To what city? To what world? Nor had Lila appeared particularly interested. But this time she organized everything. She told me to tell my mother that after school we were all going to the teacher's house for a party to mark the end of the school year. And although I tried to remind her that the teachers had never invited all us girls to their houses for a party, she said that that was the very reason we should say it. The event would seem so exceptional that none of our parents would be bold enough to go to school and ask if it was true or not. As usual, I trusted her, and things went just as she had said. At my house, everyone believed it, not only my father and my sister and brothers, but even my mother. The night before, I couldn't sleep. What was beyond the neighborhood, beyond its well-known perimeter? Behind us rose a thickly wooded hill, and a few structures in the shelter of the gleaming railroad tracks. In front of us, beyond the stradone, stretched a pitted road that skirted the ponds. To the right was a strip of treeless countryside, under an enormous sky. To the left was a tunnel with 3 entrances, but if you climbed up to the railroad tracks, on clear days you could see, beyond some low houses and walls of tufa and patches of thick vegetation, a blue mountain with one low peak and one a little higher, which was called Vesuvius and was a volcano. But nothing that we had before our eyes every day, or that could be seen if we clambered up the hill, impressed us. Trained by our schoolbooks to speak with great skill about what we had never seen, we were excited by the invisible. Lila said that in the direction of Vesuvius was the sea. Reno, who had been there, had told her that the water was blue and sparkling, a marvelous sight. On Sundays, especially in summer, but often, too, in winter, he went with friends to swim, and he had promised to take her there. He wasn't the only one, naturally, who had seen the sea. Others we knew had also seen it. Once, Nino Sarratore and his sister Marisa had talked about it, in the tone of those who found it normal to go every so often to eat taralli and seafood. Gigliola Spagnuolo had also been there. She, Nino and Marisa had, lucky for them, parents who took their children on outings far away, not just around the corner to the public gardens in front of the parish church. Ours weren't like that. They didn't have time. They didn't have money. They didn't have the desire. It was true that I seemed to have a vague bluish memory of the sea. My mother claimed she had taken me as a small child, when she had to have sand treatments for her injured leg. But I didn't much believe my mother. And to Lila, who didn't know anything about it, I admitted that I didn't know anything either. So she planned to do as Reno had, to set off on the road and get there by herself. She persuaded me to go with her. Tomorrow. I got up early. I did everything as if I were going to school. My bread and milk, my school bag, my smock. I waited for Lila as usual in front of the gate. Only instead of going to the right, we crossed the stradone and turned left toward the tunnel. It was early morning and already hot. There was a strong odor of earth and grass drying in the sun. We climbed among tall shrubs, on indistinct paths that led toward the tracks. When we reached an electrical pylon, we took off our smocks and put them in the school bags, which we hid in the bushes. Then we raced through the scrubland, which we knew well, and flew excitedly down the slope that led to the tunnel. The entrance on the right was very dark. We had never been inside that obscurity. We held each other by the hand and entered. It was a long passage, and the luminous circle of the exit seemed far away. Once we got accustomed to the shadowy light, we saw lines of silvery water that slid along the walls, large puddles. Apprehensively, dazed by the echo of our steps, we kept going. Then Lila let out a shout and laughed at the violent explosion of sound. Immediately, I shouted and laughed in turn. From that moment, all we did was shout, together and separately, laughter and cries, cries and laughter, for the pleasure of hearing them amplified. The tension diminished. The journey began. Ahead of us were many hours when no one in our families would look for us. When I think of the pleasure of being free, I think of the start of that day, of coming out of the tunnel and finding ourselves on a road that went straight as far as the eye could see. The road that, according to what Reno had told Lila, if you got to the end, arrived at the sea. I felt joyfully open to the unknown. It was entirely different from going down into the cellar or up to Don Aquiles' house. There was a hazy sun, a strong smell of burning. We walked for a long time between crumbling walls invaded by weeds, low structures from which came voices in dialect, sometimes a clamor. We saw a horse making its way slowly down an embankment and cross the street, whinnying. We saw a young woman looking out from a balcony, combing her hair with a flea comb. We saw a lot of small, snotty children who stopped playing and looked at us threateningly. We saw a fat man in an undershirt who emerged from a tumble-down house, opened his pants, and showed us his penis. But we weren't scared of anything. Don Nicola, Enzo's father, sometimes let us pat his horse. The children were threatening in our courtyard, too. And there was old Don Mimi, who showed us his disgusting thing when we were coming home from school. For at least 3 hours, the road we were walking on did not seem different from the segment that we looked out on every day. And I felt no responsibility for the right road. We held each other by the hand. We walked side by side. But for me, as usual, it was as if Lila were 10 steps ahead and knew precisely what to do, where to go. I was used to feeling second in everything. And so I was sure that to her, who had always been first, everything was clear. The pace, the calculation of the time available for going and coming back, the route that would take us to the sea. I felt as if she had everything in her head ordered in such a way that the world around us would never be able to create disorder. I abandoned myself happily. I remember a soft light that seemed to come not from the sky, but from the depths of the earth, even though on the surface it was poor and ugly. Then we began to get tired, to get thirsty and hungry. We hadn't thought of that. Lila slowed down. I slowed down too. 2 or 3 times I caught her looking at me, as if she had done something mean to me and was sorry. What was happening? I realized that she kept turning around, and I started turning around too. Her hand began to sweat. The tunnel, which was the boundary of the neighborhood, had been out of sight for a long time. By now, the road we had just traveled was unfamiliar to us, like the one that stretched ahead. People appeared completely indifferent to our fate. Around us was a landscape of ruin, dented tanks, burned wood, wrecks of cars, cartwheels with broken spokes, damaged furniture, rusting scrap iron. Why was Lila looking back? Why had she stopped talking? What was wrong? I looked more carefully. The sky, which at first had been very high, was as if lowered. Behind us, everything was becoming black. Large, heavy clouds lay over the trees, the light poles. In front of us, the light was still dazzling, but as if pressed on the sides by a purplish grayness that would suffocate it. In the distance, thunder could be heard. I was afraid, but what frightened me more was Lila's expression, new to me. Her mouth was open, her eyes wide. She was looking nervously ahead, back, to the side, and she was squeezing my hand hard. Is it possible, I wondered, that she's afraid? What was happening to her? The first fat drops arrived, leaving small brown stains as they hit the dusty road. "Let's go back," Lila said. "And the sea? It's too far. And home? Also. Then let's go to the sea." "No." "Why?" I had never seen her so agitated. There was something she had on the tip of her tongue but couldn't make up her mind to tell me, that suddenly impelled her to drag me home in a hurry. I didn't understand. Why didn't we keep going? There was time. The sea couldn't be too far. And whether we went back home or continued to go on, we'd get wet just the same if it rained. It was a type of reasoning I had learned from her, and I was bewildered when she didn't apply it. A violet light cracked the black sky. The thunder was louder. Lila gave me a tug. I found myself running, unwillingly, back toward our own neighborhood. The wind rose. The drops fell more thickly. In a few seconds, they were transformed into a cascade of water. It occurred to neither of us to seek shelter. We ran blinded by the rain, our clothes soaked, our bare feet in worn sandals that had no purchase on the now muddy ground. We ran until we were out of breath. We couldn't keep it up. We slowed down. Lightning, thunder, a lava of rainwater ran along the sides of the road. Noisy trucks sped by, raising waves of mud. We walked quickly, our hearts in a tumult, first in a heavy downpour, then in a fine rain, finally under a gray sky. We were soaked, our hair pasted to our heads, our lips livid, eyes frightened. We went back through the tunnel. We crossed the scrubland. The bushes dripping with rain grazed us, making us shiver. We found our school bags. We put over our wet clothes the dry smocks. We set out toward home. Tense, her eyes lowered, Lila had let go of my hand. We quickly understood that things had not happened as we expected. The sky had turned black over the neighborhood just when school was over. My mother had gone to school with an umbrella to take me to the party at the teacher's. She had discovered that I wasn't there, and that there was no party. For hours she had been looking for me. When I saw from a distance her painfully limping figure, I immediately left Lila, so that she wouldn't get angry with her, and ran toward my mother. She slapped me and hit me with the umbrella, yelling that she would kill me if I did something like that again. Lila took off. At her house, no one had noticed anything. At night, my mother reported everything to my father and compelled him to beat me. He was irritated. He didn't want to, and they ended up fighting. First, he hit her. Then, angry at himself, he gave me a beating. All night, I tried to understand what had really happened. We were supposed to go to the sea, and we hadn't gone. I had been punished for nothing. A mysterious inversion of attitudes had occurred. I, despite the rain, would have continued on the road. I felt far from everything and everyone, and distance, I discovered for the first time, extinguished in me every tie and every worry. Lila had abruptly repented of her own plan. She had given up the sea. She had wanted to return to the confines of the neighborhood. I couldn't figure it out. The next day, I didn't wait for her at the gate. I went alone to school. We met in the public gardens. She discovered the bruises on my arms and asked what had happened. I shrugged. That was how things had turned out. All they did was beat you? What should they have done? They're still sending you to study Latin? I looked at her in bewilderment. Was it possible? She had taken me with her, hoping that as a punishment my parents would not send me to middle school? Or had she brought me back in such a hurry so that I would avoid that punishment? Or, I wonder today, did she want at different moments both things? 17. We took the final test in elementary school together. When she realized that I was also taking the admission test for middle school, she lost energy. Something happened that surprised everyone. I passed both tests with all 10s, the highest marks. Lila got her diploma with 9s and an 8 in arithmetic. She never said a word to me of anger or discontent. She began instead to go around with Carmela Peluso, the daughter of the carpenter gambler, as if I were no longer enough. Within a few days we became a trio, in which, however, I, who had been first in school, was almost always the third. They talked and joked continuously with each other, or rather, Lila talked and joked. Carmela listened and was amused. When we went for a walk between the church and the Stradone, Lila was always in the middle, and the two of us on the sides. If I noticed that she tended to be closer to Carmela, I suffered and wanted to go home. In this phase, she seemed dazed, like the victim of sunstroke. It was very hot, and we often bathed our heads in the fountain. I remember her with her hair and face dripping as she talked constantly about going to school the next year. It had become her favorite subject, and she tackled it as if it were one of the stories she intended to write in order to become rich. Now, when she talked, she preferred to address Carmela Peluso, who had got her diploma with all 7s and had not taken the admission test for middle school either. Lila was very skillful at telling stories, they all seemed true, about the school where we were going and the teachers, and she made me laugh. She made me worry. One morning, though, I interrupted her. "Lila," I said, "you can't go to middle school. You didn't take the admission test. Not you, and not Carmela." She got angry. She said she would go just the same, test or no test. "And Carmela?" "Yes, it's impossible. You'll see." But I must have rattled her. She stopped telling stories about our scholastic future and became silent. Then, with a sudden determination, she started tormenting her family, insisting that she wanted to study Latin, like Gigliola Spagnuolo and me. She was especially hard on Reno, who had promised to help her but hadn't. It was pointless to explain to her that there was now nothing to do about it. She became even more unreasonable and mean. At the start of the summer, I began to have a feeling difficult to put into words. I saw that she was agitated, aggressive as she had always been, and I was pleased. I recognized her. But I also felt, behind her old habits, a pain that bothered me. She was suffering, and I didn't like her sorrow. I preferred her when she was different from me, distant from my anxieties, and the uneasiness that the discovery of her fragility brought me was transformed by secret pathways into a need of my own to be superior. As soon as I could, cautiously, especially when Carmela Peluso wasn't there, I found a way to remind her that I had gotten a better report card. As soon as I could, cautiously, I pointed out to her that I would go to middle school and she would not. To not be second, to outdo her, for the first time seemed to me a success. She must have realized it, and she became even harsher, but toward her family, not me. Often, as I waited for her to come down to the courtyard, I heard her shouting from the windows. She hurled insults in the worst street dialect, so vulgar that listening to them made me think of order and respect. It didn't seem right to treat adults like that, or even her brother. Of course, her father, Fernando the shoemaker, when he lost his head, turned ugly. But all fathers had fits of anger, and hers, when she didn't provoke him, was a kind, sympathetic man, a hard worker. He looked like an actor named Randolph Scott, but unrefined. He was rough, without pale colors. A black beard covered his cheeks, and he had broad, stubby hands streaked with dirt in every crease and under the nails. He joked easily. When I went to Lila's house, he took my nose between index and middle fingers and pretended to pull it off. He wanted to make me believe that he had stolen it, and that now, as his prisoner, the nose was struggling to escape and return to my face. I found this funny, but if Reno or Lila or the other children made him angry, even I, hearing him from the street, was afraid. I don't know what happened. One afternoon. In the hot weather, we stayed outside until dinner time. That day, Lila didn't show up, and I went to call her at the windows, which were on the ground floor. I cried, "Lee, Lee, Lee!" And my voice joined Fernando's extremely loud voice, his wife's loud voice, my friend's insistent voice. I could hear that something was going on, and it terrified me. From the windows came a vulgar Neapolitan and the crash of broken objects. In appearance, it was no different from what happened at my house when my mother got angry, because there wasn't enough money, and my father got angry because she had already spent the part of his wages he had given her. In reality, the difference was substantial. My father was restrained even when he was angry. He became violent quietly, keeping his voice from exploding even if the veins on his neck swelled and his eyes were inflamed. Fernando instead yelled, threw things. His rage fed on itself, and he couldn't stop. In fact, his wife's attempts to stop him increased his fury, and even if he wasn't mad at her, he ended up beating her. I insisted then in calling Lila, just to get her out of that tempest of cries, obscenities, sounds of destruction. I cried, "Lee, Lee, Lee!" But she, I heard her, kept on insulting her father. We were 10. Soon we would be 11. I was filling out. Lila remained small and thin. She was light and delicate. Suddenly the shouting stopped, and a few seconds later, my friend flew out the window, passed over my head, and landed on the asphalt behind me. I was stunned. Fernando looked out, still screaming horrible threats at his daughter. He had thrown her like a thing. I looked at her terrified while she tried to get up and said, with an almost amused grimace, "I haven't hurt myself." But she was bleeding. She had broken her arm. 18. Fathers could do that and other things to impudent girls. Afterward, Fernando became sullen and worked more than usual. That summer, Carmela and Lila and I often passed the workshop. But while Reno always gave us a friendly nod of greeting, the shoemaker wouldn't even look at his daughter as long as her arm was in the cast. It was clear that he was sorry. His violent moments as a father were a small thing compared with the widespread violence of the neighborhood. At the bar Salara, in the heat, between gambling losses and troublesome drunkenness, people often reached the point of disperazione, a word that in dialect meant having lost all hope but also being broke, and hence of fights. Silvio Solara, the owner, a large man with an imposing belly, blue eyes, and a high forehead, had a dark stick behind the bar with which he didn't hesitate to strike anyone who didn't pay for his drinks, who had asked for a loan and didn't repay it within the time limit, who made any sort of agreement and didn't keep it, and often he was helped by his sons, Marcello and Michele, boys the age of Lila's brother, who hit harder than their father. Blows were given and received. Men returned home embittered by their losses, by alcohol, by debts, by deadlines, by beatings. And at the first inopportune word, they beat their families. A chain of wrongs that generated wrongs. Right in the middle of that long season, an event took place that upset everyone. But on Lila, had a very particular effect. Don Achille, the terrible Don Achille, was murdered in his house in the early afternoon of a surprisingly rainy August day. He was in the kitchen and had just opened the window to let in the rain-freshened air. He had got up from bed to do so, interrupting his nap. He had on worn blue pajamas, and on his feet only socks of a yellowish color, blackened at the heels. As soon as he opened the window, a gust of rain struck his face, and someone plunged a knife into the right side of his neck, halfway between the jaw and the clavicle. The blood spurted from his neck and hit a copper pot hanging on the wall. The copper was so shiny that the blood looked like an ink stain, from which, Lila told us, dripped a wavering black line. The murderer, though she inclined to a murderess, had entered without breaking in, at a time when the children were outside and the adults, if they weren't at work, were lying down. Surely he had entered with a skeleton key. Surely he had intended to strike him in the heart while he was sleeping, but had found him awake and thrust that knife into his neck. Don Achille had turned, with the blade stuck in his neck, eyes staring and the blood pouring out and dripping all over his pajamas. He had fallen to his knees, and then, face down, to the floor. The murder had made such an impression on Lila that almost every day, with great seriousness, always adding some new details, she compelled us to hear the story as if she had been present. Both Carmela Peluso and I, listening to her, were frightened. Carmela couldn't sleep at night. At the worst moments, when the black line of blood dripped along the copper pot, Lila's eyes became two fierce cracks. Surely she imagined that the murderer was female only because it was easier for her to identify with her. In that period, we often went to the Peluso's house to play checkers and three of a kind, for which Lila had developed a passion. Carmela's mother let us sit in the dining room, where all the furniture had been made by her husband before Don Achille took away his carpenter's tools and his shop. We sat at the table, which was placed between two sideboards with mirrors, and played. I found Carmela increasingly disagreeable, but I pretended to be her friend at least as much as I was Lila's. In fact, sometimes I even let her think that I liked her better. On the other hand, I really did like Signora Peluso. She had worked at the tobacco factory, but had recently lost her job and was always at home. Anyway, she was, for better or for worse, a cheerful, fat woman, with a large bosom and bright red cheeks. And although money was scarce, she always had something good to offer us. Also, her husband seemed more tranquil. Now he was a waiter in a pizzeria, and he tried not to go to the bar Solata to lose at cards the little he earned. One morning, we were in the dining room playing checkers, Carmela and I against Lila. We were sitting at the table, us two on one side, she on the other. Behind Lila and behind Carmela and me were the identical dark wood sideboards with the mirrors and spiral frames. I looked at the three of us reflected to infinity, and I couldn't concentrate, both because of those images, which disturbed me, and because of the shouts of Alfredo Peluso, who that day was upset and was quarreling with his wife Giuseppina. There was a knock at the door, and Signora Peluso went to open it. Exclamations. Cries. We looked out in the hall and saw the carabinieri, figures we feared greatly. The carabinieri seized Alfredo and dragged him away. He struggled, shouted, called his children by name, Pasquale, Carmela, Ciro, Immacolata. He grabbed the furniture made with his own hands, the chairs, Giuseppina. He swore that he hadn't murdered Don Achille, that he was innocent. Carmela wept desperately. They all wept. I too began to weep. But not Lila. Lila had that look she had had years earlier for Melina, but with some difference. Now, although she remained still, she appeared to be moving with Alfredo Peluso, whose cries were hoarse and frightening. Ah! It was the most terrible thing we witnessed in the course of our childhood, and made a deep impression on me. Lila attended to Carmela and consoled her. She said to her that, if it really was her father, he had done well to kill Don Achille, but that in her opinion it wasn't him. Surely he was innocent and would soon get out of prison. They whispered together continuously, and if I approached, they moved a little farther off so that I wouldn't hear. Adolescence, the story of the shoes. 1. On December 31st of 1958, Lila had her first episode of dissolving margins. The term isn't mine. She always used it. She said that on those occasions, the outlines of people and things suddenly dissolved, disappeared. That night, on the terrace where we were celebrating the arrival of 1959, when she was abruptly struck by that sensation, she was frightened and kept it to herself, still unable to name it. It was only years later, one night in November 1980, we were 36, were married, had children, that she recounted in detail what had happened to her then, what still sometimes happened to her, and she used that term for the first time. We were outside, on the roof terrace of one of the apartment buildings in the neighborhood. Although it was very cold, we were wearing light, low-cut dresses so that we would appear attractive. We looked at the boys, who were cheerful, aggressive, dark figures, carried away by the party, the food, the sparkling wine. They were setting off fireworks to celebrate the New Year, a ritual in which, as I will explain later, Lila had a large role, so that now she felt content watching the streaks of fire in the sky. But suddenly, she told me, in spite of the cold, she had begun to sweat. It seemed to her that everyone was shouting too loudly and moving too quickly. This sensation was accompanied by nausea, and she had had the impression that something absolutely material, which had been present around her and around everyone and everything forever, but imperceptible, was breaking down the outlines of persons and things and revealing itself. Her heart had started beating uncontrollably. She had begun to feel horror at the cries emerging from the throats of all those who were moving about on the terrace amid the smoke, amid the explosions, as if the sound obeyed new, unknown laws. Her nausea increased. The dialect had become unfamiliar. The way our wet throats bathed the words in the liquid of saliva was intolerable. A sense of repulsion had invested all the bodies in movement, their bone structure, the frenzy that shook them. How poorly made we are, she had thought. How insufficient. The broad shoulders, the arms, the legs, the ears, noses, eyes seemed to her attributes of monstrous beings who had fallen from some corner of the black sky. And the disgust, who knows why, was concentrated in particular on her brother Reno, the person who was closest to her, the person she loved most. She seemed to see him for the first time as he really was, a squat animal form, thick-set, the loudest, the fiercest, the greediest, the meanest. The tumult in her heart had overwhelmed her. She felt as if she were suffocating. Too smoky, too foul-smelling, too much flashing fire in the cold. Lila had tried to calm herself. She had said to herself, I have to seize the stream that's passing through me. I have to throw it out from me. But at that point she had heard, among the shouts of joy, a kind of final detonation, and something like the breath of a wing beat had passed by her. Someone was shooting not rockets and firecrackers, but a gun. Her brother Reno was shouting unbearable obscenities in the direction of the yellow flashes. On the occasion when she told me that story, Lila also said that the sensation she called dissolving margins, although it had come on her distinctly only that once, wasn't completely new to her. For example, she had often had the sensation of moving for a few fractions of a second into a person, or a thing, or a number, or a syllable, violating its edges. And the day her father threw her out the window, she had felt absolutely certain, as she was flying toward the asphalt, that small, very friendly reddish animals were dissolving the composition of the street, transforming it into a smooth, soft material. But that New Year's Eve, she had perceived for the first time unknown entities that broke down the outline of the world and demonstrated its terrifying nature. This had deeply shaken her. 2. When Lila's cast was removed and her arm reappeared, pale but perfectly functioning, her father, Fernando, came to an agreement with himself and, without saying so directly but through Reno and his wife, Nunzia, allowed her to go to a school to learn I don't know exactly what, stenography, bookkeeping, home economics, or all three. She went unwillingly. Nunzia was summoned by the teachers because her daughter was often absent without an excuse, disrupted the class, if questioned, refused to answer, and if she had to do exercises, did them in 5 minutes and then harassed her classmates. At some point she got a nasty flu, she who never got sick, and seemed to welcome it with a sort of abandon, so that the virus quickly sapped her energy. Days passed and she didn't get better. As soon as she tried to go out again, paler than usual, the fever returned. One day I saw her on the street, and she looked like a spirit, the spirit of a child who had eaten poisonous berries, such as I had seen illustrated in a book belonging to Maestra Oliviero. Later a rumor spread that she would soon die, which caused me an unbearable anxiety. She recovered, almost in spite of herself. But, with the excuse that her health was poor, she went to school less and less often, and at the end of the year she failed. Nor did I do well in my first year of middle school. At first I had great expectations, and even if I didn't say so clearly to myself, I was glad to be there with Gigliola Spagnuolo rather than with Lila. In some very secret part of myself, I looked forward to a school where she would never enter, where, in her absence, I would be the best student, and which I would sometimes tell her about, boasting. But immediately I began to falter. Many of the others proved to be better than me. I ended up with Gigliola in a kind of swamp. We were little animals frightened of our own mediocrity, and we struggled all year not to end up at the bottom of the class. I was extremely disappointed. The idea began to quietly form that without Lila, I would never feel the pleasure of belonging to that exclusive group of the best. Every so often, at the entrance to school, I ran into Alfonso, the young son of Don Achille, but we pretended not to know each other. I didn't know what to say to him. I thought that Alfredo Peluso had done a good thing in murdering his father, and words of consolation did not come to me. I couldn't even feel moved by the fact that he had been orphaned. It was as if he bore some responsibility for the fear that for years Don Achille had inspired in me. He had a black band sewn on his jacket. He never laughed. He was always on his own. He was in a different class from mine, and the rumor was that he was really smart. At the end of the year, we found out that he had been promoted with an average of 8, which depressed me hugely. Gigliola had to repeat Latin and mathematics. I managed to pass with 6s. When the grades came out, the teacher summoned my mother, told her in my presence that I had passed Latin only thanks to her generosity, and that without private lessons the next year I certainly wouldn't make it. I felt a double humiliation. I was ashamed because I hadn't done as well as I had in elementary school, and I was ashamed of the difference between the harmonious, modestly dressed figure of the teacher, between her Italian that slightly resembled that of the Iliad, and the misshapen figure of my mother, her old shoes, her dull hair, the dialect bent into an ungrammatical Italian. My mother, too, must have felt the weight of that humiliation. She went home in a surly mood. She told my father that the teachers weren't happy with me. She needed help in the house, and I ought to leave school. They discussed it at length. They quarreled. And in the end, my father decided that, since I at least had been promoted while Gigliola had been held back in 2 subjects, I deserved to continue. I spent the summer lethargically, in the courtyard, at the ponds, generally with Gigliola, who often talked about the young university student who came to her house to give her private lessons, and who, according to her, was in love with her. I listened, but I was bored. Every so often I saw Lila with Carmela Peluso. She too had gone to a school for something or other, and she too had failed. I felt that Lila no longer wanted to be my friend, and that idea brought on a weary exhaustion. Sometimes, hoping that my mother wouldn't see me, I lay down on the bed and dozed. One afternoon, I really fell asleep, and when I woke, I felt wet. I went to the bathroom to see what was wrong and discovered that my underpants were stained with blood. Terrified by I don't know what, maybe a scolding from my mother for having hurt myself between my legs, I washed the underpants carefully, wrung them out, and put them on again wet. Then I went out into the heat of the courtyard. My heart was pounding. I met Lila and Carmela and walked with them to the parish church. I felt that I was getting wet again, but I tried to calm down by telling myself it was the wet underpants. When the fear became unbearable, I whispered to Lila, "I have to tell you something." "What?" "I want to tell just you." I took her by the arm, trying to drag her away from Carmela, but Carmela followed us. I was so worried that in the end I confessed to them both, but addressing only Lila. "What can it be?" I asked. Carmela knew all about it. She had had that bleeding for a year already, every month. "It's normal," she said. "Girls have it naturally. You bleed for a few days, your stomach and your back hurt, and then it goes away." "Really?" "Really." Lila's silence pushed me toward Carmela. The naturalness with which she had said what she knew reassured me and made me like her. I spent all afternoon talking to her until dinner time. You wouldn't die from that wound, I learned. Rather, it means that you're grown up and you can make babies if a man sticks his thingy in your stomach. Lila listened without saying anything, or almost anything. We asked if she had blood like us, and saw her hesitate, then reluctantly answer no. Suddenly she seemed small, smaller than I had ever seen her. She was 3 or 4 inches shorter, all skin and bones, very pale, in spite of the days spent outside. And she had failed. And she didn't know what the blood was, and no boy had ever made a declaration to her. "You'll get it," we both said, in a falsely comforting tone. "What do I care?" she said. "I don't have it because I don't want to. It makes me sick, and anyone who has it makes me sick." She started to leave, but then stopped and asked me, "How's Latin?" "Wonderful." "Are you good at it?" "Very." She thought about it and muttered, "I failed on purpose. I don't want to go to any school anymore." "What will you do?" "Whatever I want." She left us there in the middle of the courtyard. For the rest of the summer she didn't appear. I became very friendly with Carmela Peluso, who, although she laughed too much and then complained too much, had absorbed Lila's influence so potently that she became, at times, a kind of surrogate. In speech, Carmela imitated her tone of voice, used some of her recurring expressions, gesticulated in a similar way, and when she walked, tried to move like her, even though physically she was more like me, pretty and plump, bursting with health. That sort of misappropriation partly repulsed and partly attracted me. I wavered between irritation at a remake that seemed a caricature and fascination because, even diluted, Lila's habits still enchanted me. It was with those that Carmela finally bound me to her. She told me how terrible the new school had been. Everyone teased her, and the teachers couldn't stand her. She told of going to the prison of Poggio Reale with her mother and siblings to see her father, and how they all wept. She told me that her father was innocent, that it was a black creature who killed Don Achille, part male but mostly female, who lived with the rats and came out of the sewer grates even in daytime, and did whatever terrible thing had to be done before escaping underground. She told me unexpectedly, with a fatuous little smile, that she was in love with Alfonso Carracci. Right afterward, her smile turned to tears. It was a love that tortured her and sapped her strength. The daughter of the murderer was in love with the son of the victim. It was enough for her to see him crossing the courtyard or passing by on the stradone to feel faint. This was a confidence that made a great impression on me and consolidated our friendship. Carmela swore that she had never talked about it to anyone, not even Lila. If she had decided to open up to me, it was because she couldn't bear to keep it inside anymore. I liked her dramatic tone. We examined all the possible consequences of that passion until school started again, and I no longer had time to listen to her. What a story! Not even Lila, perhaps, would have been able to make up such a tale. 3. A period of unhappiness began. I got fat, and under the skin of my chest, 2 hard shoots sprouted. Hair flourished in my armpits and my pubis, and I became sad and at the same time anxious. In school, I worked harder than I ever had, yet the mathematics problems almost never gave the result expected by the textbook. The Latin sentences seemed to make no sense. As soon as I could, I locked myself in the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror, naked. I no longer knew who I was. I began to suspect that I would keep changing, until from me my mother would emerge, lame, with a crossed eye, and no one would love me anymore. I cried often, without warning. My chest, meanwhile, became large and soft. I felt at the mercy of obscure forces acting inside my body. I was always agitated. One day, as I came out of school, Gino, the pharmacist's son, followed me along the street and said that his classmates claimed that my breasts weren't real. I stuffed them with cotton batting. He laughed as he spoke. He said that he thought they were real. He had bet 20 lire on it. Finally, he said that if he won, he would keep 10 lire for himself and would give me 10. But I had to prove that I didn't use padding. That request frightened me. Since I didn't know how to act, I deliberately resorted to Lila's bold tone. "Give me the 10 lire. "Why? Am I right?" "Yes." He ran away, and I was disappointed. But soon he returned with a boy from his class, a skinny boy whose name I don't remember, with a dark down above his lip. Gino said to me, "He has to be there, otherwise the others won't believe I've won." Again I resorted to Lila's tone. "First the money. And if you have padding?" "I don't." He gave me 10 lire, and we all went, silently, to the top floor of a building near the public gardens. There, next to the iron door that led to the terrace, where I was clearly outlined by slender segments of light, I lifted up my shirt and showed them my breasts. The two stood staring as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Then they turned and ran down the stairs. I heaved a sigh of relief and went to the Bar Solara to buy myself an ice cream. That episode remained stamped in my memory. I felt for the first time the magnetic force that my body exercised over men. But above all, I realized that Lila acted not only on Carmela, but also on me like a demanding ghost. If I had had to make a decision in the pure disorder of emotions in a situation like that, what would I have done? I would have run away. And if I had been with Lila, I would have pulled her by the arm. I would have whispered, "Let's go." And then, as usual, I would have stayed, because she, as usual, would have decided to stay. Instead, in her absence, after a slight hesitation, I put myself in her place. Or rather, I had made a place for her in me. If I thought again of the moment when Gino made his request, I felt precisely how I had driven myself away, how I had mimicked Lila's look and tone and behavior in situations of brazen conflict, and I was pleased. But sometimes I wondered, somewhat anxiously, am I being like Carmela? I didn't think so. It seemed to me that I was different, but I couldn't explain in what sense, and my pleasure was spoiled. When I passed Fernando's shop with my ice cream and saw Lila intently arranging shoes on a long table, I was tempted to stop and tell her everything, hear what she thought. But she didn't see me, and I kept going. 4. She was always busy. That year Reno compelled her to enroll in school again, but again she almost never went, and again she failed. Her mother asked her to help in the house. Her father asked her to be in the shop, and she, all of a sudden, instead of resisting, seemed in fact content to labor for both. The rare times we saw each other, on Sunday after Mass, or walking between the public gardens and the Stradone, she displayed no curiosity about my school, and immediately started talking intensely and with admiration about the work that her father and brother did. She knew that her father as a boy had wanted to be free, had fled the shop of her grandfather, who was also a shoemaker, and had gone to work in a shoe factory in Casoria, where he had made shoes for everyone, even soldiers going to war. She had discovered that Fernando knew how to make a shoe from beginning to end by hand, but he was also completely at home with the machines and knew how to use them, the post machine, the trimmer, the sander. She talked to me about leather, uppers, leather goods dealers, leather production, high heels and flat heels, about preparing the thread, about soles, and how the sole was applied, colored and buffed. She used all those words of the trade as if they were magic, and her father had learned them in an enchanted world, Casoria, the factory, from which he had returned like a satisfied explorer, so satisfied that he now preferred the family shop, the quiet bench, the hammer, the iron foot, the good smell of glue mixed with that of old shoes. And she drew me inside that vocabulary with such an energetic enthusiasm that her father and Reno, thanks to their ability to enclose people's feet in solid, comfortable shoes, seemed to me the best people in the neighborhood. Above all, I came home with the impression that, not spending my days in a shoemaker's shop, having for a father a banal porter instead, I was excluded from a rare privilege. I began to feel that my presence in class was pointless. For months and months it seemed to me that every promise had fled from the textbooks, all energy. Coming out of school, dazed by unhappiness, I passed Fernando's shop, only to see Lila at her workplace, sitting at a little table in the back, her thin chest with no hint of a bosom, her scrawny neck, her small face. I don't know what she did exactly, but she was there, active, beyond the glass door, set between the bent head of her father and the bent head of her brother. No books, no lessons, no homework. Sometimes I stopped to look at the boxes of polish in the window, the old shoes newly resoled, new ones put on a form that expanded the leather and widened them, making them more comfortable, as if I were a customer and had an interest in the merchandise. I went away only, and reluctantly, when she saw me and waved to me, and I answered her wave, and she returned to concentrate on her work. But often it was Reno who noticed me first and made funny faces to make me laugh. Embarrassed, I ran away without waiting for Lila to see me. One Sunday, I was surprised to find myself talking passionately about shoes with Carmela Peluso. She would buy the magazine Sogno and devour the photo novels. At first, it seemed to me a waste of time. Then I began to look too, and we started to read them together and comment on the stories and what the character said, which was written in white letters on a black background. Carmela tended to pass without a break from comments on the fictional love stories to comments on the true story of her love for Alfonso. In order not to seem inferior, I once told her about the pharmacist's son, Gino, claiming that he loved me. She didn't believe it. The pharmacist's son was in her eyes a kind of unattainable prince, future heir of the pharmacy, a gentleman who would never marry the daughter of a porter. And I was on the point of telling her about the time he had asked to see my breasts and I had let him and earned 10 lire. But we were holding Sogno spread out on our knees, and my gaze fell on the beautiful high-heeled shoes of one of the actresses. This seemed to me a momentous subject, more than the story of my breasts, and I couldn't resist. I began to praise them and whoever had made such beautiful shoes, and to fantasize that if we wore shoes like that, neither Gino nor Alfonso would be able to resist us. The more I talked, though, the more I realized, to my embarrassment, that I was trying to make Lila's new passion my own. Carmela listened to me distractedly, then said she had to go. In shoes and shoemakers, she had little or no interest. Although she imitated Lila's habits, she, unlike me, held on to the only things that really absorbed her: the photo novels, love stories. 5. This entire period had a similar character. I soon had to admit that what I did by myself couldn't excite me. Only what Lila touched became important. If she withdrew, if her voice withdrew from things, the things got dirty, dusty. Middle school, Latin, the teachers, the books, the language of books seemed less evocative than the finish of a pair of shoes, and that depressed me. But one Sunday, everything changed again. We had gone, Carmela, Lila, and I, to catechism. We were preparing for our first communion. On the way out, Lila said she had something to do, and she left us. But I saw that she wasn't heading toward home. To my great surprise, she went into the elementary school building. I walked with Carmela, but when I got bored, I said goodbye, walked around the building, and went back. The school was closed on Sunday. How could Lila go into the building? After much hesitation, I ventured beyond the entranceway, into the hall. I had never gone into my old school, and I felt a strong emotion. I recognized the smell, which brought with it a sensation of comfort, a sense of myself that I no longer had. I went into the only door open on the ground floor. There was a large neon-lit room, whose walls were lined with shelves of old books. I counted a dozen adults, a lot of children. They would take down volumes, page through them, put them back, and choose one. Then they got in line in front of a desk, behind which sat an old enemy of Maestro Oliviero's, lean Maestro Ferraro, with his crew-cut gray hair. Ferraro examined the chosen text, marked something in the record book, and the person went out with one or more books. I looked around. Lila wasn't there. Maybe she had already left. What was she doing? She didn't go to school anymore. She loved shoes and old shoes, and yet, without saying anything to me, she came to this place to get books? Did she like this space? Why didn't she ask me to come with her? Why had she left me with Carmela? Why did she talk to me about how souls were ground and not about what she read? I was angry and ran away. For a while, school seemed to me more meaningless than ever. Then I was sucked back in by the press of homework and end-of-the-year tests. I was afraid of getting bad grades. I studied a lot, but aimlessly, and other preoccupations weighed on me. My mother said that I was indecent with those big breasts I had developed, and she took me to buy a bra. She was more abrupt than usual. She seemed ashamed that I had a bosom, that I got my period. The crude instructions she gave me were rapid and insufficient, barely muttered. I didn't have time to ask her any questions before she turned her back and walked away with her lopsided gait. The bra made my chest even more noticeable. In the last months of school, I was besieged by boys, and I quickly realized why. Gino and his friend had spread the rumor that I would show how I was made easily, and every so often someone would ask me to repeat the spectacle. I sneaked away. I compressed my bosom by holding my arms crossed over it. I felt mysteriously guilty and alone with my guilt. The boys persisted, even on the street, even in the courtyard. They laughed. They made fun of me. I tried to keep them off once or twice by acting like Lila, but it didn't work for me. And then I couldn't stand it and burst into tears. Out of fear that they would bother me, I stayed in the house. I studied hard. I went out now only to go, very reluctantly, to school. One morning in May, Gino ran after me and asked me, not arrogantly, but rather with some emotion, if I would be his girlfriend. I said no, out of resentment, revenge, embarrassment, yet proud that the son of the pharmacist wanted me. The next day he asked me again, and he didn't stop asking until June, when, with some delay due to the complicated lives of our parents, we made our first communion, the girls in white dresses, like brides. In those dresses, we lingered in the church square and immediately sinned by talking about love. Carmela couldn't believe that I had refused the son of the pharmacist, and she told Lila. She, surprisingly, instead of slipping away with the air of someone saying, "Who cares?" was interested. We all talked about it. "Why do you say no?" Lila asked me in dialect. I answered unexpectedly in proper Italian, to make an impression, to let her understand that, even if I spent my time talking about boyfriends, I wanted to be treated like Carmela. Because I'm not sure of my feelings. It was a phrase I had learned from reading Sogno, and Lila seemed struck by it. As if it were one of those contests in elementary school, we began to speak in the language of comics and books, which reduced Carmela to pure and simple listener. Those moments lighted my heart and my head. She and I and all those well-crafted words. In middle school, nothing like that ever happened, not with classmates or with teachers. It was wonderful. Step by step, Lila convinced me that one achieves security in love only by subjecting the wooer to hard tests. And so, returning suddenly to dialect, she advised me to become Gino's girlfriend, but on the condition that all summer he agreed to buy ice cream for me, her, and Carmela. If he doesn't agree, it means it's not true love. I did as she told me, and Gino vanished. It wasn't true love then, and so I didn't suffer from it. The exchange with Lila had given me a pleasure so intense that I planned to devote myself to her totally, especially in summer when I would have more free time. Meanwhile, I wanted that conversation to become the model for all our next encounters. I felt clever again, as if someone had hit me in the head, bringing to the surface images and words. But the sequel of that episode was not what I expected. Instead of consolidating and making exclusive the relationship between her and me, it attracted a lot of other girls. The conversation, the advice she had given me, its effect had so struck Carmela Peluso that she ended up telling everyone. The result was that the daughter of the shoemaker, who had no bosom, and didn't get her period, and didn't even have a boyfriend, became in a few days the most reliable dispenser on advice on affairs of the heart. And she, again surprising me, accepted that role. If she wasn't busy in the house or the shop, I saw her talking now with this girl, now with that. I passed by, I greeted her, but she was so absorbed that she didn't hear me. I always caught phrases that seemed to me beautiful, and they made me suffer. 6. These were desolate days, at the height of which came a humiliation that I should have predicted, and which instead I had pretended not to care about. Alfonso Carracci was promoted with an average of 8. Gigliola Spagnuolo was promoted with an average of 7, and I had all 6s and 4 in Latin. I would have to take the exam again in September in that one subject. This time, it was my father who said it was pointless for me to continue. The school books had already cost a lot. The Latin dictionary, the Campanini and Carboni, even though it was bought used, had been a big expense. There was no money to send me to private lessons during the summer. But above all, it was now clear that I wasn't clever. The young son of Don Achille had passed, and I hadn't. The daughter of Spagnuolo, the pastry-maker, had passed, and I hadn't. One had to be resigned. I wept night and day. I made myself ugly on purpose to punish myself. I was the oldest. After me there were 2 boys and another girl, Elisa. Pepe and Gianni, the 2 boys, came in turn to console me, now bringing me some fruit, now asking me to play with them. But I felt alone just the same, with a cruel fate, and I couldn't calm down. Then one afternoon, I heard my mother come up behind me. She said in dialect, in her usual harsh tone, "We can't pay for the lessons, but you can try to study by yourself and see if you pass the exam." I looked at her uncertainly. She was the same, lusterless hair, wandering eye, large nose, heavy body. She added, "Nowhere is it written that you can't do it." That was all she said, or at least it's what I remember. Starting the next day, I began to study, forcing myself never to go to the courtyard or the public gardens. But one morning I heard someone calling me from the street. It was Lila, who since we finished elementary school had completely gotten out of the habit. "Lenu," she called. I looked out. "I have to tell you something." "What?" "Come down." I went down reluctantly. It irritated me to admit to her that I had to take the exam again. We wandered a bit in the courtyard, in the sun. I asked unwillingly what was new on the subject of boyfriends. I remember that I asked her explicitly if there had been developments between Carmela and Alfonso. "What sort of developments?" "She loves him." She narrowed her eyes. When she did that, turning serious, without a smile, as if leaving the pupils only a crack allowed her to see in a more concentrated way, she reminded me of birds of prey I had seen in films at the parish cinema. But that day it seemed to me she had perceived something that made her angry, and at the same time frightened her. "She didn't tell you anything about her father?" she asked. "That he's innocent." "And who is the murderer?" "A creature half male and half female who hides in the sewers and comes out of the grates like the rats." "So it's true," she said, as if suddenly in pain. And she added that Carmela believed everything she said, that all the girls did. "I don't want to talk anymore. I don't want to talk anymore," she muttered, scowling. And I felt that she wasn't speaking with contempt, that the influence she had on us didn't please her, so that for a moment I didn't understand. In her place, I would have been extremely proud. In her, though, there was no pride, but a kind of impatience mixed with the fear of responsibility. "But it's good to talk to other people," I murmured. "Yes, but only if when you talk, there's someone who answers." I felt a burst of joy in my heart. What request was there in that fine sentence? Was she saying that she wanted to talk only to me because I didn't accept everything that came out of her mouth, but responded to it? Was she saying that only I knew how to follow the things that went through her mind? Yes. And she was saying it in a tone that I didn't recognize, that was feeble, although brusque as usual. She had suggested to Carmela, she told me, that in a novel or a film, the daughter of the murderer would fall in love with the son of the victim. It was a possibility. To become a true fact, a true love would have to arise. But Carmela hadn't understood, and right away, the next day, had gone around telling everyone that she was in love with Alfonso, a lie just to show off, whose consequences were unknown. We discussed it. We were 12 years old, but we walked along the hot streets of the neighborhood amid the dust and flies that the occasional old trucks stirred up as they passed, like two old ladies taking the measure of lives of disappointment, clinging tightly to each other. No one understood us, only we two, I thought, understood one another. We together, we alone, knew how the pall that had weighed on the neighborhood forever, that is, ever since we could remember, might lift at least a little if Peluso, the former carpenter, had not plunged the knife into Don Achille's neck, if it was an inhabitant of the sewers who had done it, if the daughter of the murderer married the son of the victim. There was something unbearable in the things, in the people, in the buildings, in the streets, that, only if you reinvented it all, as in a game, became acceptable. The essential, however, was to know how to play, and she and I, only she and I, knew how to do it. She asked me at one point, without an obvious connection, but as if all our conversation could arrive only at that question, "Are we still friends?" "Yes." "Then will you do me a favor?" I would have done anything for her on that morning of reconciliation. Run away from home, leave the neighborhood, sleep in farmhouses, feed on roots, descend into the sewers through the grates, never turn back, not even if it was cold, not even if it rained. But what she asked seemed to mean nothing, and at the moment disappointed me. She wanted simply to meet once a day in the public gardens, even just for an hour before dinner, and I was to bring the Latin books. "I won't bother you," she said. She knew already that I had to take the exam again and wanted to study with me. 7. In those middle school years, many things changed right before our eyes, but day by day, so that they didn't seem to be real changes. The Bar Solare expanded, became a well-stocked pastry shop, whose skilled pastry maker was Gigliola Spagnuolo's father, which on Sunday was crowded with men, young and old, buying pastries for their families. The two sons of Silvio Solare, Marcello, who was around 20, and Michele, just a little younger, bought a blue and white Fiat 1100, and on Sundays paraded around the streets of the neighborhood. Peluso's former carpenter shop, which, once in the hands of Don Achille, had become a grocery, was filled with good things that spilled out onto the sidewalk, too. Passing by, you caught a whiff of spices, of olives, of salami, of fresh bread, of pork fat and cracklings that made you hungry. The death of Don Achille had slowly detached his threatening shadow from that place and from the whole family. The widow, Donna Maria, had grown very friendly, and now managed the store herself, along with Pinuccia, the 15-year-old daughter, and Stefano, who was no longer the wild boy who had tried to pierce Lila's tongue, but a self-possessed young man, his gaze charming, his smile gentle. The clientele had increased greatly. My mother sent me there to do the shopping, and my father wasn't opposed, partly because, when there was no money, Stefano wrote everything in a ledger book, and we paid at the end of the month. Assunta, who sold fruit and vegetables on the streets with her husband Nicola, had to retire because of bad back pain, and a few months later, pneumonia almost killed her husband. Yet those two misfortunes had turned out to be a blessing. Now, going around the streets of the neighborhood every morning with the horse-drawn cart, summer and winter, rain and shine, was the oldest son, Enzo, who had almost nothing about him of the child who threw rocks at us. He had become a stocky youth, with a strong, healthy look, disheveled blonde hair, blue eyes, a thick voice with which he praised his wares. He had excellent products, and by his gestures alone conveyed an honest, reassuring willingness to serve his customers. He handled the scale adroitly. I liked the speed with which he pushed the weight along the arm to find the right balance, the sound of iron scraping rapidly against iron, then wrapped the potatoes or the fruit and hurried to put the package in Signora Spagnuolo's basket, or Melina's, or my mother's. Initiatives flourished in the whole neighborhood. A young dressmaker became a partner in the dry goods store, where Carmela Peluso had just started working as a clerk, and the store expanded, aspiring to become a ladies' clothing shop. The auto repair shop where Melina's son Antonio worked was trying, thanks to the son of the old owner, Gentile Goresio, to get into motorcycles. In other words, everything was quivering, arching upward as if to change its characteristics, not to be known by the accumulated hatreds, tensions, ugliness, but rather to show a new face. While Lila and I studied Latin in the public gardens, even the pure and simple space around us, the fountain, the shrubbery, a pothole on one side of the street, changed. There was a constant smell of pitch. The steamroller sputtered, advancing slowly over the steamy asphalt, as bare-chested or tea-shirted workers paved the streets in the stradone. Even the colors changed. Pasquale, Carmela's older brother, was hired to cut down the brush near the railroad tracks. How much he cut! We heard the sound of annihilation for days. The trees groaned. They gave off a scent of fresh green wood. They cleaved the air. They struck the ground after a long rustling that seemed a sigh. And he and others sawed them, split them, pulled up roots that exhaled an odor of underground. The green brush vanished, and in its place appeared an area of flat yellow ground. Pasquale had found that job through a stroke of luck. Sometime earlier, a friend had told him that people had come to the Bar Solara looking for young men to do night work, cutting down trees in a piazza in the center of Naples. He, even though he didn't like Silvio Solara and his sons, he was in that bar because his father was ruined, had to support the family and had gone. He had returned, exhausted at dawn, his nostrils filled with the odor of living wood, of mangled leaves, and of the sea. Then one thing led to another, and he had been summoned again for that kind of work. And now he was on the construction site near the railroad, and we sometimes saw him climbing up the scaffolding of the new buildings that were rising floor by floor, or in a hat made of newspaper, in the sun, eating bread with sausage and greens during his lunch break. Lila got mad if I looked at Pasquale and was distracted. It was soon obvious, to my great amazement, that she already knew a lot of Latin. She knew the declensions, for example, and also the verbs. Hesitantly, I asked her how, and she, with that spiteful expression of a girl who has no time to waste, admitted that during my first year of middle school, she had taken a grammar out of the circulating library, the one managed by Maestro Ferraro, and had studied it out of curiosity. The library was a great resource for her. As we talked, she showed me proudly all the cards she had. 4. One her own, one in Reno's name, one for her father, and one for her mother. With each, she borrowed a book, so she could get 4 at once. She devoured them, and the following Sunday, she brought them back and took 4 more. I never asked her what books she had read and what books she was reading. There wasn't time. We had to study. She drilled me and was furious if I didn't have the answers. Once, she slapped me on the arm, hard, with her long, thin hands, and didn't apologize. Rather, she said that if I kept making mistakes, she would hit me again, and harder. She was enchanted by the Latin dictionary, so large, pages and pages, so heavy, she had never seen one. She constantly looked up words, not only the ones in the exercises, but any that occurred to her. She assigned homework in the tone she had learned from our teacher, Maestra Oliviero. She obliged me to translate 30 sentences a day, 20 from Latin to Italian, and 10 from Italian to Latin. She translated them too, much more quickly than I did. At the end of the summer, when the exam was approaching, she said warily, having observed skeptically how I looked up words I didn't know in the dictionary, in the same order in which I found them in the sentence to be translated, fixed on the principal definitions, and only then made an effort to understand the meaning. "Did the teacher tell you to do it like that?" The teacher never said anything. She simply assigned the exercises. I came up with that method. She was silent for a moment. Then she said to me, "Read the whole sentence in Latin first, then see where the verb is. According to the person of the verb, you can tell what the subject is. Once you have the subject, you look for the complements. The object if the verb is transitive, or if not, other complements. Try it like that. I tried. Suddenly translating seemed easy. In September, I went to the exam. I did the written part without a mistake and answered all the questions in the oral part. "Who gave you lessons?" the teacher asked, frowning. "A friend. A university student?" I didn't know what that meant. I said yes. Lila was waiting for me outside, in the shade. When I came out, I hugged her. I told her that I had done really well and asked if we would study together the following year. Since it was she who had first proposed that we meet just to study, inviting her to continue seemed to me a good way of expressing my joy and gratitude. She detached herself with a gesture almost of annoyance. She said she just wanted to understand what that Latin was that those clever ones studied. And then, "I've understood. That's enough." "You don't like it?" "Yes, I'll get some books from the library." "In Latin?" "Yes. But there's still a lot to study." "You study for me, and if I have trouble, you'll help me. Now I have something to do with my brother." "What?" "I'll show you later." 8. School began again, and right away I did well in all the subjects. I couldn't wait for Lila to ask me to help her in Latin or anything else, and so, I think, I studied not so much for school as for her. I became first in the class. Even in elementary school I hadn't done so well. That year it seemed to me that I expanded like pizza dough. I became fuller in the chest, the thighs, the rear. One Sunday, when I was going to the gardens, where I was planning to meet Gigliolo Spagnuolo, the Solata brothers approached me in the 1100. Marcello, the older, was at the wheel. Michele, the younger, was sitting next to him. They were both handsome, with glossy black hair, white teeth. But of the two, I liked Marcello better. He resembled Hector as he was depicted in the school copy of the Iliad. They followed me the whole way, I on the sidewalk and they next to me, in the 1100. "Have you ever been in a car?" "No." "Get in. We'll take you for a ride." "My father won't let me." "And we won't tell him. When do you get the chance to ride in a car like this?" Never, I thought. But meanwhile I said no, and kept saying no all the way to the gardens, where the car accelerated and disappeared in a flash beyond the buildings that were under construction. I said no, because if my father found out that I had gone in that car, even though he was a good and loving man, even though he loved me very much, he would have beat me to death. While at the same time, my little brothers, Pepe and Gianni, young as they were, would feel obliged, now and in the future, to try to kill the Solata brothers. There were no written rules. Everyone knew that was how it was. The Solatas knew it too, since they had been polite and had merely invited me to get in. They were not, some time later, with Ada, the oldest daughter of Melino Capuccio, that is, the crazy widow who had caused the scandal when the Sarratores moved. Ada was 14. On Sunday, in secret from her mother, she put on lipstick, and, with her long straight legs and breasts even larger than mine, she looked grown up and pretty. The Solata brothers made some vulgar remarks to her. Michele grabbed her by the arm, opened the car door, pulled her inside. They brought her back an hour later to the same place, and Otto was a little angry, but also laughing. But among those who saw her dragged into the car were some who reported it to Antonio, her older brother, who worked as a mechanic in Gorezio's shop. Antonio was a hard worker, disciplined, very shy, obviously wounded by both the untimely death of his father and the unbalanced behavior of his mother. Without saying a single word to friends and relatives, he waited in front of the bar Solata for Marcello and Michele, and when the brothers showed up, he confronted them, punching and kicking without even a word of preamble. For a few minutes he managed pretty well, but then the father Solata and one of the barmen came out. They beat Antonio bloody, and none of the passers-by, none of the customers, intervened to help him. We girls were divided on this episode. Gigliola Spagnuolo and Carmela Peluso took the part of the Solatas, but only because they were handsome and had an 1100. I wavered. In the presence of my two friends, I favored the Solatas, and we competed for who loved them most, since in fact they were very handsome, and it was impossible not to imagine the impression we would make sitting next to one of them in the car. But I also felt that they had behaved badly with Ada, and that Antonio, even though he wasn't very good-looking, even though he wasn't muscular like the brothers, who went to the gym every day to lift weights, had been courageous in confronting them. So in the presence of Lila, who expressed without half measures that same position, I too expressed some reservations. Once, the discussion became so heated that Lila, maybe because she wasn't developed as we were, and didn't know the pleasure-fear of having the Solatas gaze on her, became paler than usual, and said that if what happened to Ada had happened to her, to avoid trouble for her father and her brother Reno, she would take care of the two of them herself. "Because Marcello and Michele don't even look at you," said Gigliola Spagnuolo, and we thought that Lila would get angry. Instead, she said seriously, "It's better that way." She was as slender as ever, but tense in every fiber. I looked at her hands and marveled. In a short time they had become like Reno's, like her father's, with the skin at the tips yellowish and thick. Even if no one forced her, and that wasn't her job in the shop, she had started to do small tasks. She prepared the thread, took out stitches, glued, even stitched, and now she handled Fernando's tools almost like her brother. That was why that year she never asked me anything about Latin. Eventually, she told me the plan she had in mind, a thing that had nothing to do with books. She was trying to persuade her father to make new shoes. But Fernando didn't want to hear about it. "Making shoes by hand," he told her, "is an art without a future. Today there are cars, and cars cost money, and the money is either in the bank or with the loan sharks, not in the pockets of the Cerullo family." Then she insisted. She filled him with sincere praise. "No one knows how to make shoes the way you do, Papa." Even if that was true, he responded, everything was made in factories now, and since he had worked in the factories, he knew very well what lousy stuff came out of them. But there was little to do about it. When people needed new shoes, they no longer went to the neighborhood shoemaker. They went to the stores in the center of town, on the Retifilo. So even if you wanted to make the handcrafted product properly, you wouldn't sell it. You'd be throwing away money and labor. You'd ruin yourself. Lila wouldn't be convinced, and as usual, she had drawn Reno to her side. Her brother had first agreed with his father, irritated by the fact that she interfered in things to do with work, where it wasn't a matter of books and he was the expert. Then, gradually, he had been captivated, and now he quarreled with Fernando nearly every day, repeating what she had put into his head. "Let's at least try it." "No. Have you seen the car the Solaras have? Have you seen how well the Karachi's grocery is doing? I've seen that the dry goods store that wanted to be a dressmaker's gave it up. And I've seen that Gorezio, because of his son's stupidity, has bitten off more than he can chew with his motorcycles. But the Solaras keep expanding. Mind your own business and forget the Solaras. Near the train tracks, a new neighborhood is being developed. Who gives a damn? Papa, people are earning and they want to spend. People spend on food because you have to eat every day. As for shoes, first of all, you don't eat them. And second, when they break, you fix them, and they can last 20 years. Our work right now is to repair shoes, and that's it. I liked how that boy, who was always nice to me, but capable of a brutality that frightened even his father a little, always, in every circumstance, supported his sister. I envied Lila, that brother who was so solid, and sometimes I thought that the real difference between her and me was that I had only little brothers, and so no one with the power to encourage me and support me against my mother, freeing my mind. While Lila could count on Reno, who could defend her against anyone, whatever came into her mind. But really, I thought that Fernando was right and was on his side. And discussing it with Lila, I discovered that she thought so too. Once, she showed me the designs for shoes that she wanted to make with her brother, both men's and women's. They were beautiful designs, drawn on graph paper, rich in precisely colored details, as if she had had a chance to examine shoes like that close up in some world parallel to ours, and then had fixed them on paper. In reality, she had invented them in their entirety and in every part, as she had done in elementary school when she drew princesses, so that, although they were normal shoes, they didn't resemble any that were seen in the neighborhood, or even those of the actresses in the photo novels. Do you like them? They're really elegant. Reno says they're difficult, but he knows how to make them. He swears he can. And your father? He certainly could do it. Then make them. Papa doesn't want to. Why? He said that as long as I'm playing, fine, but he and Reno can't waste time with me. What does that mean? It means that to actually do things takes time and money. She was on the point of showing me the figures she had put down, in secret from Reno, to understand how much it really would cost to make them. Then she stopped, folded up the pages she was holding, and told me it was pointless to waste time. Her father was right. But then, we ought to try anyway. Fernando will get mad. If you don't try, nothing ever changes. What had to change in her view was always the same thing. Poor, we had to become rich. Having nothing, we had to reach a point where we had everything. I tried to remind her of the old plan of writing novels like the author of Little Women. I was stuck there. It was important to me. I was learning Latin just for that, and deep inside I was convinced that she took so many books from Maestro Ferraro's circulating library only because, even though she wasn't going to school anymore, even though she was now obsessed with shoes, she still wanted to write a novel with me and make a lot of money. Instead, she shrugged in her careless way. She had changed her idea of Little Women. Now, she explained, to become truly rich, you need a business. So she thought of starting with a single pair of shoes, just to demonstrate to her father how beautiful and comfortable they were. Then, once Fernando was convinced, production would start. 2 pairs of shoes today, 4 tomorrow, 30 in a month, 400 in a year. So that, within a short time, they, she, her father, Reno, her mother, her other siblings, would set up a shoe factory with machines and at least 50 workers, the Cerullo Shoe Factory. A shoe factory? Yes. She spoke with great conviction, as she knew how to do, with sentences in Italian that depicted before my eyes the factory sign, Cerullo, the brand name stamped on the uppers, Cerullo, and then the Cerullo shoes, all splendid, all elegant as in her drawings. Shoes that once you put them on, she said, are so beautiful and so comfortable that at night you go to sleep without taking them off. We laughed. We were having fun. Then Lila paused. She seemed to realize that we were playing, as we had with our dolls years earlier, with Tina and New in front of the cellar grating. And she said, with an urgency for concreteness, which emphasized the impression she gave off of being part child, part old woman, which was, it seemed to me, becoming her characteristic trait. You know why the Solara brothers think they're the masters of the neighborhood? Because they're aggressive? No, because they have money. You think so? Of course. Have you noticed that they've never bothered Pinuccia Carracci? Yes. And you know why they acted the way they did with Ada? No. Because Ada doesn't have a father. Her brother Antonio counts for nothing, and she helps Melina clean the stairs of the buildings. As a result, either we too had to make money, more than the Solaras, or, to protect ourselves against the brothers, we had to do them serious harm. She showed me a sharp shoemaker's knife that she had taken from her father's workshop. They won't touch me because I'm ugly, and I don't have my period, she said. But with you, they might. If anything happens, tell me. I looked at her in confusion. We were almost 13. We knew nothing about institutions, laws, justice. We repeated, and did so with conviction, what we had heard and seen around us since early childhood. Justice was not served by violence? Hadn't Signor Peluso killed Don Achille? I went home. I realized that with those last words, she had admitted that I was important to her, and I was happy. 9. I passed the exams at the end of middle school with 8s, and a 9 in Italian and a 9 in Latin. I was the best in the school, better than Alfonso, who had an average of 8, and much better than Gino. For days and days I enjoyed that absolute superiority. I was much praised by my father, who began to boast to everyone about his oldest daughter who had gotten 9 in Italian, and 9, no less, in Latin. My mother, to my surprise, while she was in the kitchen washing vegetables, said to me, without turning, "You can wear my silver bracelet Sunday, but don't lose it." I had less success in the courtyard. There, only love and boyfriends counted. When I said to Carmela Peluso that I was the best in the school, she immediately started talking to me about the way Alfonso looked at her when he went by. Gigliola Spagnuolo was bitter because she had to repeat the exams for Latin and mathematics, and tried to regain prestige by saying that Gino was after her, but she was keeping him at a distance because she was in love with Marcello Solara, and maybe Marcello also loved her. Even Lila didn't show particular pleasure. When I listed my grades, subject by subject, she said, laughing in her malicious tone, "You didn't get 10?" I was disappointed. You only got 10 in behavior. The teachers never gave anyone a 10 in important subjects. But that sentence was enough to make a latent thought become suddenly open. If she had come to school with me, in the same class, If they had let her, she would have had all 10s. And this I had always known, and she also knew, and now she was making a point of it. I went home with the pain of being first without really being first. Further, my parents began to talk about where they could find a place for me, now that I had a middle school diploma. My mother wanted to ask the stationer to take me as an assistant. In her view, clever as I was suited to selling pens, pencils, notebooks, and school books. My father imagined future dealings with his acquaintances at the city hall that would settle me in a prestigious post. I felt a sadness inside that, although it wasn't defined, grew and grew and grew, to the point where I didn't even feel like going out on Sunday. I was no longer pleased with myself. Everything seemed tarnished. I looked in the mirror and didn't know what I would have liked to see. My blonde hair had turned brown. I had a broad, squashed nose. My whole body continued to expand, but without increasing in height. And my skin, too, was spoiled. On my forehead, my chin, and around my jaws, archipelagos of reddish swellings multiplied, then turned purple, finally developed yellowish tips. I began, by my own choice, to help my mother clean the house, to cook, to keep up with the mess that my brothers made, to take care of Elisa, my little sister. In my spare time, I didn't go out. I sat and read novels I got from the library. Grazia Deledda, Pirandello, Chekhov, Gogol, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. Sometimes I felt a strong need to go and see Lila at the shop and talk to her about the characters I liked best, sentences I had learned by heart. But then I let it go. She would say something mean. She would start talking about the plans she was making with Reno. Shoes, shoe factory, money. And I would slowly feel that the novels I read were pointless, and that my life was bleak, along with the future and what I would become. A fat, pimply sales clerk in the stationery store across from the parish church. An old-maid employee of the local government, sooner or later cross-eyed and lame. One Sunday, inspired by an invitation that had arrived in the mail in my name, in which Maestro Ferraro summoned me to the library that morning, I finally decided to react. I tried to make myself pretty, as it seemed to me I had been in childhood, as I wished to believe I still was. I spent some time squeezing the pimples, but my face was only more inflamed. I put on my mother's silver bracelet. I let down my hair. Still, I was dissatisfied. Depressed, I went out into the heat that lay on the neighborhood like a hand swollen with fever in that season, and made my way to the library. I immediately realized, from the small crowd of parents and elementary and middle school children flowing toward the main entrance, that something wasn't normal. I went in. There were rows of chairs already occupied, colored festoons, the priest, Maestro Ferraro, even the principal of the elementary school, and Maestra Oliviero. Ferraro, I discovered, had had the idea of awarding a book to the readers who, according to his records, had been most assiduous. Since the ceremony was about to begin and lending was suspended for the moment, I sat at the back of the room. I looked for Lila, but saw only Gigliola Spagnuolo with Gino and Alfonso. I moved restlessly in my chair, uneasy. After a while, Carmela Peluso and her brother Pasquale sat down next to me. Hi. I covered my blotchy cheeks better with my hair. The small ceremony began. The winners were, first, Raffaella Cerullo, second, Fernando Cerullo, third, Nunzia Cerullo, fourth, Reno Cerullo, fifth, Elena Greco. That is, me. I wanted to laugh, and so did Pasquale. We looked at each other, suffocating our laughter, while Carmela whispered insistently, "Why are you laughing?" We didn't answer. We looked at each other again and laughed with our hands over our mouths. Thus, still feeling that laughter in my eyes, and with an unexpected sense of well-being, after the teacher had asked repeatedly and in vain if anyone from the Cerullo family was in the room, he called me, 5th on the list, to receive my prize. Praising me generously, Ferraro gave me 3 Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome. I thanked him and asked in a whisper, "May I also take the prizes for the Cerullo family so I can deliver them?" The teacher gave me the prize books for all the Cerullos. As we went out, while Carmela resentfully joined Gigliola, who was happily chatting with Alfonso and Gino, Pasquale said to me, in dialect, things that made me laugh even more. About Reno losing his eyesight over his books, Fernando the shoemaker who didn't sleep at night because he was reading, Signora Nunzia, who read standing up next to the stove while she was cooking pasta with potatoes, in one hand a novel and in the other the spoon. He had been in elementary school with Reno, in the same class, at the same desk, he said, tears of amusement in his eyes. And both of them, he and his friend, even though they took turns helping each other, after 6 or 7 years of school, including repeats, managed to read at most tobacconist, grocery, post office. Then he asked me what the prize for his former schoolmate was. Bruges la Morte. Are there ghosts? I don't know. May I come along when you give it to him? Rather, may I give it to him, with my own hands? We burst out laughing again. Yes, they've given Renuccio a prize. Crazy. It's Lina who reads everything. Good Lord, that girl is clever. The attentions of Pasquale Peluso consoled me greatly. I liked that he made me laugh. Maybe I'm not so ugly, I thought. Maybe I can't see myself. At that moment, I heard someone calling me. It was Maestra Oliviero. I went over, and she looked at me, as always evaluating, and said, as if confirming the legitimacy of a more generous judgment about my looks, "How pretty you are. How big you've gotten." It's not true, Maestra. It's true. You're a star. Healthy, nice, and plump. And also clever. I heard that you were the top student in the school. Yes. Now what will you do? I'll go to work. She darkened. Don't even mention it. You have to go on studying. I looked at her in surprise. What was there left to study? I didn't know anything about the order of schools. I didn't have a clear idea what there was after the middle school diploma. Words like high school, university, were for me without substance, like many of the words I came across in novels. I can't. My parents won't let me. What did the literature teacher give you in Latin? 9. Sure? Yes. Then I'll talk to your parents. I started to leave, a little scared, I have to admit. If Maestra Oliviero really went to my father and mother to tell them to let me continue in school, it would again unleash quarrels that I didn't want to face. I preferred things as they were, help my mother, work in the stationery store, accept the ugliness and the pimples, be healthy, nice, and plump, as Maestra Oliviero said, and toil in poverty. Hadn't Lila been doing it for at least 3 years already, apart from her crazy dreams as the sister and daughter of shoemakers? Thank you, Maestra, I said. Goodbye. But Oliviero held me by one arm. "Don't waste time with him," she said, indicating Pasquale, who was waiting for me. "He's a construction worker. He'll never go farther than that. And then he comes from a bad family. His father is a communist and murdered Don Achille. I absolutely don't want to see you with him. He's surely a communist like his father." I nodded in assent and went off without saying goodbye to Pasquale, who seemed bewildered. Then, with pleasure, I heard him following me, a dozen steps behind. He wasn't good-looking, but I wasn't pretty anymore either. He had curly black hair. He was dark-skinned and sunburned. He had a wide mouth and was the son of a murderer, maybe even a communist. I turned the word over and over in my head. Communist. A word that was meaningless to me, but which the teacher had immediately branded with negativity. Communist. 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 It captivated me. Communist and son of a murderer. Meanwhile, around the corner, Pasquale caught up with me. We walked together until we were a few steps from my house and, laughing again, made a date for the next day, when we would go to the shoemaker's shop to give the books to Lila and Reno. Before we parted, Pasquale also said that the following Sunday, he, his sister, and anyone who wanted were going to Gigliola's house to learn to dance. He asked if I wanted to go, maybe with Lila. I was astonished. I already knew that my mother would never let me. But still I said, "All right, I'll think about it." Then he held out his hand, and I, who was not used to such gestures, hesitated, just brushed his, which was hard and rough, and withdrew mine. "Are you always going to be a construction worker?" I asked, even though I already knew that he was. "Yes." "And you're a communist?" He looked at me perplexed. "Yes." "And you go see your father at Poggio Reale?" He turned serious. "When I can." "Bye." "Bye." 10. Maestra Oliviero, that same afternoon, presented herself at my house without warning, throwing my father into utter despair and embittering my mother. She made them both swear that they would enroll me in the nearest classical high school. She offered to find me the books I would need herself. She reported to my father, but looking at me severely, that she had seen me alone with Pasquale Peluso, company that was completely unsuitable for me, who embodied such high hopes. My parents didn't dare contradict her. They swore solemnly that they would send me to the first year of high school, and my father said, in a menacing tone, "Lenu, don't you dare ever speak to Pasquale Peluso again." Before she left, the teacher asked me about Lila, still in the presence of my parents. I answered that she was helping her father and her brother. She kept the accounts and the shop in order. She made a grimace of contempt. She asked me, "Does she know you got a 9 in Latin?" I nodded yes. "Tell her that now you're going to study Greek, too. Tell her." She took leave of my parents with an air of pride. "This girl," she exclaimed, "will bring us great satisfaction." That evening, while my mother, furious, was saying that now there was no choice but to send me to the school for rich people, otherwise Oliviero would wear her out by tormenting her and would even fail little Elisa in reprisal, while my father, as if this were the main problem, threatened to break both my legs if he heard that I had been alone with Pasquale Peluso, we heard a loud cry that silenced us. It was Ada, Melina's daughter, crying for help. We ran to the window, there was a great commotion in the courtyard. It seemed that Melina, who after the Saratores moved had generally behaved herself, a little melancholy, yes, a little absent-minded, but in essence her eccentricities had become infrequent and harmless, like singing loudly while she washed the stairs of the buildings, or dumping buckets of dirty water into the street without paying attention to passers-by, was having a new crisis of madness, a sort of crazy outburst of joy. She was laughing, jumping on the bed and pulling up her skirt, displaying her fleshless thighs and her underpants to her frightened children. This my mother found out by questioning from her window the other women looking out of their windows. I saw that Nunzia Cerullo and Lila were hurrying to see what was happening, and I tried to slip out the door to join them, but my mother stopped me. She smoothed her hair and, with her limping gait, went herself to see what was going on. When she returned, she was indignant. Someone had delivered a book to Melina. A book, yes, a book. To her, who had at most 2 years of elementary school and had never read a book in her life. The book bore on the cover the name of Donato Saratore. Inside, on the first page, it had an inscription in pen to Melina, and also marked, with red ink, were the poems he had written for her. My father, hearing that strange news, insulted the railway worker poet obscenely. My mother said someone should undertake to bash the disgusting head of that disgusting man. All night, we heard Melina singing with happiness. We heard the voices of her children, especially Antonio and Ada, trying to calm her, but failing. I, however, was overcome with amazement. On a single day, I had attracted the attention of a young man like Pasquale. A new school had opened up before me, and I had discovered that a person who until some time earlier had lived in the neighborhood, in the building across from ours, had published a book. This last fact proved that Lila had been right to think that such a thing could ever happen to us. Of course, she had given it up now. But perhaps I, by going to that difficult school called high school, fortified by the love of Pasquale, could write one myself, as Saratore had done. Who knows? If everything worked out for the best, I would become rich before Lila, with her shoe designs and her shoe factory. 11. The next day I went secretly to meet Pasquale Peluso. He arrived out of breath and sweaty in his work clothes, spotted all over with splotches of white plaster. On the way, I told him the story of Donato and Melina. I told him that in these latest events was the proof that Melina wasn't mad, that Donato really had been in love with her and still loved her. But as I spoke, even as Pasquale agreed with me, revealing a sensitivity about things to do with love, I realized that, of these developments, what continued to excite me more than anything else was the fact that Donato Saratore had published a book. That employee of the State Railroad had become the author of a volume that Maestro Ferraro might very well put in the library and lend. Therefore, I said to Pasquale, we had all known not an ordinary man, put upon by the nagging of his wife Lydia, but a poet. Therefore, right before our eyes, a tragic love had been born, inspired by a person we knew very well, that is to say, Melina. I was very excited. My heart was pounding. But I realized that here Pasquale couldn't follow me. He said yes, only so as not to contradict me. And in fact, after a while he became evasive and began to ask me questions about Lila, how she had been at school, what I thought of her, if we were close friends. I answered willingly. It was the first time anyone had asked me about our friendship, and I talked about it enthusiastically the whole way. Also, for the first time, I felt how, having to search for words on a subject where I didn't have words ready, I tended to reduce the relationship between Lila and me to extreme declarations that were all exaggeratedly positive. When we got to the shoemaker's shop, we were still talking about it. Fernando had gone home for the afternoon rest, but Lila and Reno stood next to each other scowling, bent over something that they looked at with hostility. And as soon as they saw us outside the glass door, they put it away. I handed Maestro Ferraro's gifts to Lila, while Pasquale teased Reno, opening the prize under his nose and saying, "After you've read the story of this Bruges the Dead, tell me if you liked it, and maybe I'll read it too." They laughed a lot, and every so often whispered to each other remarks about Bruges, which were surely obscene. But I noticed that Pasquale, although he was joking with Reno, looked furtively at Lila. Why was he looking at her like that? What was he looking for? What did he see there? They were long, intense looks that she didn't seem to be aware of, while, it seemed to me, Reno was even more aware of them than I was, and he soon drew Pasquale out into the street as if to keep us from hearing what was so funny about Bruges, but in reality, irritated by the way his friend was looking at his sister. I went with Lila to the back of the shop, trying to perceive in her what had attracted Pasquale's attention. She seemed to me the same slender girl, skin and bone, pale, except perhaps for the larger shape of her eyes and a slight curve in her chest. She arranged the books with other books she had, amid the old shoes and some notebooks with battered covers. I mentioned Melina's madness, but above all I tried to communicate my excitement at the fact that we could say we knew someone who had just published a book, Donato Sarratore. I murmured in Italian, "Think, his son Nino was in school with us. Think, the whole Sarratore family might become rich." She gave a skeptical half-smile. "With this?" she said. She held out her hand and showed me Sarratore's book. Antonio, Melina's oldest son, had given it to her to get it out of the sight and hands of his mother. I held it. I examined the slim volume. It was called Attempts at Serenity. The cover was red, with a drawing of the sun shining on a mountaintop. It was exciting to read, right above the title, Donato Sarratore. I opened it, read aloud the dedication in pen. To Melina, who nurtured my poetry, Donato, Naples, 12 June, 1958. I was moved. I felt a shiver at the back of my neck, at the roots of my hair. I said, "Nina will have a better car than the Solaras." But Lila had one of her intense looks, and I saw that she was focused on the book I had in my hand. "If it happens, we'll know about it," she muttered. "For now those poems have done only damage." Why? Sarratore didn't have the courage to go in person to Melina, and in place he sent her the book. Isn't it a fine thing? Who knows? Now Melina expects him, and if Sarratore doesn't come, she'll suffer more than she's suffered till now. What wonderful conversations. I looked at her white, smooth skin, not a blemish. I looked at her lips, the delicate shape of her ears. Yes, I thought, maybe she's changing, and not only physically, but in the way she expresses herself. It seemed to me, articulated in words of today, that not only did she know how to put things well, but she was developing a gift that I was already familiar with. More effectively than she had as a child, she took the facts and, in a natural way, charged them with tension. She intensified reality as she reduced it to words. She injected it with energy. But I also realized with pleasure that as soon as she began to do this, I felt able to do the same, and I tried, and it came easily. This, I thought contentedly, distinguishes me from Carmela and all the others. I get excited with her, here, at the very moment when she's speaking to me. What beautiful, strong hands she had. What graceful gestures came to her. What looks. But while Lila talked about love, while I talked about it, the pleasure was spoiled by an ugly thought. I suddenly realized that I had been mistaken. Pasquale, the construction worker, the communist, the son of the murderer, had wanted to go there with me not for me, but for her. To have the chance to see her. 12. The thought took my breath away for a moment. When the two young men returned, interrupting our conversation, Pasquale confessed, laughing, that he had left the work site without saying anything to the boss, so he had to go back right away. I noticed that he looked at Lila again for a long time, intensely, almost against his will, perhaps to signal to her, "I'm running the risk of losing my job just for you." Addressing Reno, he said, "Sunday we're all going dancing at Gigliola's. Even Lanuccia's coming. Will you two come?" "Sunday is a long way off. We'll think about it later," Reno answered. Pasquale gave a last look at Lila, who paid no attention to him. Then he slipped away, without asking if I wanted to go with him. I felt an irritation that made me nervous. I began touching the most inflamed areas of my cheeks with my fingers. Then I realized it and forced myself not to. While Reno took out from under the bench the things he had been working on before we arrived and was studying them in bewilderment, I started talking again to Lila about books, about love affairs. We inflated excessively Saratore, Melina's love madness, the role of the book. What would happen? What reactions would be unleashed, not by the reading of the poems, but by the object itself? The fact that its cover, the title, the name and surname, had again stirred that woman's heart. We talked so fervently that Reno suddenly lost patience and shouted at us, "Will you stop it? Lila, let's get to work. Otherwise Papa will return and we won't be able to do anything." We stopped. I glanced at what they were doing. A wooden form besieged by a tangle of soles, strips of skin, pieces of thick leather, amid knives and awls and various other tools. Lila told me that she and Reno were trying to make a man's traveling shoe, and her brother, right afterward, made me swear on my sister Elisa that I would never say a word about it to anyone. They were working in secret from Fernando. Reno had got the skins and the leather from a friend who worked at a tannery at Ponte di Casanova. They would devote 5 minutes here, 10 tomorrow, to making the shoe, because there was no way to persuade their father to help them. In fact, when they had brought up the subject, Fernando had sent Lila home, shouting that he didn't want to see her in the shop anymore. And meanwhile he had threatened to kill Reno, who at the age of 19 was lacking in respect and had got it in his head to be better than his father. I pretended to be interested in their secret undertaking, but in fact I was very sorry about it. Although the two siblings had involved me by choosing me as their confidant, it was still an experience that I could enter only as witness. On that path, Lila would do great things by herself. I was excluded. But, above all, how, after our intense conversations about love and poetry, could she walk me to the door, as she was doing, far more absorbed in the atmosphere of excitement around a shoe. We had talked with such pleasure about Sarratore and Melina. I couldn't believe that, though she pointed out to me that heap of leathers and skins and tools, she did not still feel, as I did, the anxiety about a woman who was suffering for love. What did I care about shoes? I still had, in my mind's eye, the most secret stages of that affair of violated trust, passion, poetry that became a book, and it was as if she and I had read a novel together, as if we had seen, there in the back of the shop and not in the parish hall on Sunday, a dramatic film. I felt grieved at the waste, because I was compelled to go away, because she preferred the adventure of shoes to our conversation, because she knew how to be autonomous, whereas I needed her, because she had her things that I couldn't be part of, because Pasquale, who was a grown-up, not a boy, certainly would seek other occasions to gaze at her and plead with her and try to persuade her to secretly be his girlfriend and be kissed, touched, as it was said people did when they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Because, in short, she would feel that I was less and less necessary. Therefore, as if to chase away the feeling of revulsion these thoughts inspired, as if to emphasize my value and my indispensability, I told her in a rush that I was going to the high school. I told her at the doorway of the shop when I was already in the street. I told her that Maestra Oliviero had insisted to my parents, promising to get me used books for nothing herself. I did it because I wanted her to realize that I was special, and that even if she became rich making shoes with Reno, she couldn't do without me, as I couldn't do without her. She looked at me perplexed. "What is high school?" she asked. "An important school that comes after middle school. And what are you going to do there?" "Study." "What?" "Latin. That's all?" "And Greek." "Greek?" "Yes." She had the expression of someone at a loss, finding nothing to say. Finally, she murmured, irrelevantly, "Last week I got my period." And although Reno hadn't called her, she went back inside. 13. So now she was bleeding too. The secret movements of the body, which had reached me first, had arrived like the tremor of an earthquake in her as well, and would change her. She was already changing. Pasquale, I thought, had realized it before me. He and probably other boys. The fact that I was going to high school quickly lost its aura. For days, all I could think of was the unknowability of the changes that would hit Lila. Would she become pretty like Pinuccia Carracci, or Gigliola, or Carmela? Would she turn ugly like me? I went home and examined myself in the mirror. What was I like, really? What would she, sooner or later, be like? I began to take more care with myself. One Sunday afternoon, on the occasion of the usual walk from the Stradone to the gardens, I put on my best dress, which was blue, with a square neckline, and also my mother's silver bracelet. When I met Lila, I felt a secret pleasure in seeing her as she was every day, in a worn, faded dress, her black hair untidy. There was nothing to differentiate her from the usual Lila, a restless, skinny girl. Only she seemed taller. She had grown. From a small girl, almost as tall as me, maybe half an inch less. But what was that change? I had a large bosom, a womanly figure. We reached the gardens. We turned and went back, then walked along the street again to the gardens. It was early. There wasn't yet the Sunday commotion, the sellers of roasted hazelnuts and almonds and lupini. Lila was again asking me tentatively about the high school. I told her what I knew, exaggerating as much as possible. I wanted her to be curious, to want at least a little to share my adventure from the outside, to feel she was losing something of me, as I always feared losing much of her. I was on the street side, she on the inside. I was talking, she was listening attentively. The Solara's 1100 pulled up beside us. Michele was driving. Next to him was Marcello, who began to joke with us. With both of us, not just me. He would sing softly, in dialect, phrases like, "What lovely young ladies. Aren't you tired of going back and forth? Look how big Naples is. The most beautiful city in the world, as beautiful as you. Get in. Half an hour and we'll bring you back here." I shouldn't have, but I did. Instead of going straight ahead as if neither he, nor the car, nor his brother existed, instead of continuing to talk to Lila and ignoring them, I turned and, out of a need to feel attractive and lucky and on the verge of going to the rich people's school, where I would likely find boys with cars much nicer than the Solaras, said, in Italian, "Thank you, but we can't." Marcello reached out a hand. I saw that it was broad and short, although he was a tall, well-made young man. The 5 fingers passed through the window and grabbed me by the wrist, while his voice said, "Mike, slow down. You see that nice bracelet the porter's daughter is wearing?" The car stopped. Marcello's fingers around my wrist made my skin turn cold, and I pulled my arm away in disgust. The bracelet broke, falling between the sidewalk and the car. "Oh my God, look what you've made me do!" I exclaimed, thinking of my mother. "Calm down," he said, and opening the door, got out of the car. "I'll fix it for you." He was smiling, friendly. He tried again to take my wrist as if to establish a familiarity that would soothe me. It was an instant. Lila, half the size of him, pushed him against the car and whipped the shoemaker's knife under his throat. She said calmly, in dialect, "Touch her again, and I'll show you what happens." Marcello, incredulous, froze. Michele immediately got out of the car and said in a reassuring tone, "Don't worry, Marce. This whore doesn't have the guts." "Come here," Lila said. "Come here, and you'll find out if I have the guts." Michele came around the car, and I began to cry. From where I was, I could see that the point of the knife had already cut Marcello's skin, a scratch from which came a tiny thread of blood. The scene is clear in my mind. It was still very hot. There were few passers-by. Lila was on Marcello as if she had seen a nasty insect on his face and wanted to chase it away. In my mind, there remains the absolute certainty I had then. She wouldn't have hesitated to cut his throat. Michele also realized it. "Okay, good for you," he said, and with the same composure, as if he were amused, he got back in the car. "Get in, Marce. Apologize to the ladies, and let's go." Lila slowly removed the point of the blade from Marcello's throat. He gave her a timid smile. His gaze was disoriented. "Just a minute," he said. He knelt on the sidewalk in front of me, as if he wanted to apologize by subjecting himself to the highest form of humiliation. He felt around under the car, recovered the bracelet, examined it, and repaired it by squeezing with his nails the silver link that had come apart. He gave it to me, not looking at me, but at Lila. It was to her that he said, Sorry." Then he got in the car and they drove off. "I was crying because of the bracelet, not because I was scared," I said. 14. The boundaries of the neighborhood faded in the course of that summer. One morning my father took me with him. Since I was enrolling in high school, he wanted me to know what public transportation I would have to take, and what route when I went in October to the new school. It was a beautiful, very clear, windy day. I felt loved, coddled. To my affection for him was added a crescendo of admiration. He knew the enormous expanse of the city intimately. He knew where to get the metro, or a tram, or a bus. Outside, he behaved with a sociability, a relaxed courtesy that at home he almost never had. He was friendly toward everyone, on the metro and the buses, in the offices, and he always managed to let his interlocutor know that he worked for the city, and that, if he liked, he could speed up practical matters, open doors. We spent the entire day together, the only one in our lives. I don't remember any others. He dedicated himself to me, as if he wanted to communicate in a few hours everything useful he had learned in the course of his existence. He showed me Piazza Garibaldi and the station that was being built. According to him, it was so modern that the Japanese were coming from Japan to study it, in particular the columns, and build an identical one in their country. But he confessed that he liked the old station better. He was more attached to it. Ah, well. Naples, he said, had always been like that. It's cut down, it's broken up, and then it's rebuilt, and the money flows and creates work. He took me along Corso Garibaldi to the building that would be my school. He dealt in the office with extreme good humor. He had the gift of congeniality, a gift that in the neighborhood and at home he kept hidden. He boasted of my extraordinary report card to a janitor whose wedding witness he discovered on the spot he knew well. I heard him repeating often, "Everything in order?" or "Everything that can be done is being done." He showed me Piazza Carlo Terza, the Albergo dei Poveri, the Botanical Garden, Via Foria, the museum. He took me on Via Costantinopoli, to Portalba, to Piazza Dante, to Via Toledo. I was overwhelmed by the names, the noise of the traffic, the voices, the colors, the festive atmosphere, the effort of keeping everything in mind so that I could talk about it later with Lila, the ease with which he chatted with the pizza maker from whom he bought me a pizza melting with ricotta, the fruit seller from whom he bought me a yellow peach. Was it possible that only our neighborhood was filled with conflicts and violence, while the rest of the city was radiant, benevolent? He took me to see the place where he worked, in Piazza Municipio. There too, he said, everything had changed. The trees had been cut down. Everything was broken up. Now see all the space? The only old thing left is the Maschio Angioino. But it's beautiful, little one. There are 2 real males in Naples, your father and that fellow there. We went to the city hall. He greeted this person and that. Everyone knew him. With some he was friendly and introduced me, repeating yet again that in school I had gotten 9 in Italian and 9 in Latin. With others he was almost mute. Only, indeed, yes, you command and I obey. Finally, he said that he would show me Vesuvius from close up and the sea. It was an unforgettable moment. We went toward Via Caracciolo as the wind grew stronger, the sun brighter. Vesuvius was a delicate pastel-colored shape, at whose base the whitish stones of the city were piled up, with the earth-colored slice of the Castel dell'Ovo and the sea. But what a sea! It was very rough and loud. The wind took your breath away, pasted your clothes to your body, and blew the hair off your forehead. We stayed on the other side of the street in a small crowd, watching the spectacle. The waves rolled in like blue metal tubes carrying an egg white of foam on their peaks, then broke in 1,000 glittering splinters and came up to the street with an O of wonder and fear from those watching. What a pity that Lila wasn't there. I felt dazed by the powerful gusts, by the noise. I had the impression that, although I was absorbing much of that sight, many things, too many, were scattering around me without letting me grasp them. My father held tight to my hand as if he were afraid that I would slip away. In fact, I had the wish to leave him, run, move, cross the street, be struck by the brilliant scales of the sea. At that tremendous moment, full of light and sound, I pretended I was alone in the newness of the city, knew myself with all life ahead, exposed to the mutable fury of things, but surely triumphant. I and Lila, we too with that capacity that together, only together, we had to seize the mass of colors, sounds, things, and people, and express it and give it power. I returned to the neighborhood as if I had gone to a distant land. Here again the known streets, here again the grocery of Stefano and his sister Pinuccia, Enzo who sold fruit, the Solara's 1100 parked in front of the bar. Now I would have paid any amount for it to be eliminated from the face of the earth. Luckily, my mother had never found out about the episode of the bracelet. Luckily, no one had reported to Reno what had happened. I told Lila about the streets, their names, the noise, the extraordinary light. But immediately I felt uncomfortable. If she had been telling the story of that day, I would have joined in with an indispensable counter-melody, and, even if I hadn't been present, I would have felt alive and active. I would have asked questions, raised issues. I would have tried to show her that we had to take that same journey together, necessarily, because I would be enriched by it. I would have been a much better companion than her father. She instead listened to me without curiosity, and at first I thought it was malicious to diminish the force of my enthusiasm. But I had to persuade myself it wasn't so. She simply had her own train of thought that was fed on concrete things, a book, a fountain. With her ears, certainly, she listened to me. But with her eyes, with her mind, she was solidly anchored to the street, to the few plants in the gardens, to Gigliola, who was walking with Alfonso and Carmela, to Pasquale, who waved at her from the scaffolding of the building site, to Melina, who spoke out loud of Donato Sarratore while Ada tried to drag her into the house, to Stefano, the son of Don Achille, who had just bought a giardinetta and had his mother beside him, and in the back seat his sister Pinuccia, to Marcello and Michele Solara, who passed in their 1100, with Michele pretending not to see us, while Marcello gave us a friendly glance. And above all, to the secret work, kept hidden from her father that she applied herself to, advancing the project of the shoes. My story, for her, was at that moment only a collection of useless signals from useless spaces. She would be concerned with those spaces only if she had the opportunity to go there. And in fact, after all my talk, she said only, "I have to tell Reno that Sunday we should accept Pasquale Peluso's invitation." There I was, telling her about the center of Naples, and she placed at the center Gigliola's house, in one of the apartment buildings of the neighborhood, where Pasquale wanted to take her dancing. I was sorry. To Peluso's invitations we had always said yes, and yet we had never gone. I, to avoid arguments with my parents, she, because Reno was against it. We often saw him, on holidays, all cleaned up, waiting for his friends, old and young. He was a generous soul. He didn't make distinctions of age. He brought along anyone. He would wait in front of the gas station, and one or two at a time, Enzo and Gigliola, and Carmelo, who now called herself Carmen, and sometimes Reno himself if he had nothing else to do, and Antonio, who had the weight of his mother Melina, and, if Melina was calm, also his sister Ada, whom the Salados had dragged into their car and driven who knows where for an hour. When the day was fine, they went to the sea, returning red-faced from the sun. Or, more often, they all met at Gigliola's, whose parents were more tolerant than ours. And there, those who knew how to dance danced, and those who didn't learned. Lila began to go to these little parties, and to take me. She had developed, I don't know how, an interest in dancing. Both Pasquale and Reno turned out to be surprisingly good dancers, and we learned from them the tango, the waltz, the polka, the mazurka. Reno, it should be said, as a teacher, got annoyed immediately, especially with his sister, while Pasquale was very patient. At first, he would have us dance standing on his feet so that we learned the steps. Then, when we became more skilled, we went whirling through the house. I discovered that I liked to dance. I would have danced forever. Lila instead wore the expression of someone who wants to understand how it's done, and whose pleasure seems to consist entirely in learning, since often she stayed seated, watching us, studying us, and applauding the couples who were most in sync. Once, at her house, she showed me a book that she had taken from the library. It was all about the dances, and every movement was explained with black and white drawings of a man and woman dancing. She was very cheerful in that period, with an exuberance surprising in her. Abruptly, she grabbed me around the waist and, playing the man, made me dance the tango as she sang the music. Reno looked in and saw us, and burst into laughter. He wanted to dance too, first with me, then with his sister, though without music. While we danced, he told me that Lila had such a mania for perfection that she was obliged to practice continuously, even if they didn't have a gramophone. But as soon as he said the word, gramophone, 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 Lila shouted at me from a corner of the room, narrowing her eyes. "You know what kind of word it is?" "No." "Greek." I looked at her uncertainly. Reno, meanwhile, let me go and went to dance with his sister, who gave a soft cry, handed me the dance manual, and flew around the room with him. I placed the manual among her books. What had she said? Gramophone was Italian, not Greek. But meanwhile, I saw that under War and Peace, and bearing the label of Maestro Ferraro's library, a tattered volume was sticking out, entitled Greek Grammar. Grammar. Greek. I heard her promising me, out of breath, "Afterward, I'll write gramophone for you in Greek letters." I said I had things to do, and left. 15. She had begun to study Greek even before I went to high school. She had done it on her own, while I hadn't even thought about it, And during the summer, the vacation? Would she always do the things I was supposed to do, before and better than me? She eluded me when I followed her, and meanwhile stayed close on my heels in order to pass me by? I tried not to see her for a while. I was angry. I went to the library to get a Greek grammar, but there was only one, and the whole Cerullo family had borrowed it in turn. Maybe I should erase Lila from myself, like a drawing from the blackboard, I thought, for, I think, the first time. I felt fragile, exposed. I couldn't spend my time following her, or discovering that she was following me, either way feeling diminished. I immediately went to find her. I let her teach me how to do the quadrille. I let her show me how many Italian words she could write in the Greek alphabet. She wanted me to learn the alphabet before I went to school, and she forced me to write and read it. I got even more pimples. I went to the dances at Gigliola's with a permanent sense of inadequacy and shame. I hoped that it would pass, but inadequacy and shame intensified. Once Lila danced a waltz with her brother. They danced so well together that we left them the whole space. I was spellbound. They were beautiful. They were perfect together. As I watched, I understood conclusively that soon she would lose completely her air of a child-old woman, the way a well-known musical theme is lost when it's adapted too fancifully. She had become shapely. Her high forehead, her large eyes that could suddenly narrow, her small nose, her cheekbones, her lips, her ears were looking for a new orchestration and seemed close to finding it. When she combed her hair in a ponytail, her long neck was revealed with a touching clarity. Her chest had small, graceful breasts that were more and more visible. Her back made a deep curve before landing at the increasingly taut arc of her behind. Her ankles were still too thin, the ankles of a child. But how long before they adapted to her now feminine figure? I realized that the males, watching as she danced with Reno, were seeing more than I was. Pasquale above all, but also Antonio, also Enzo. They kept their eyes on her as if we others had disappeared. And yet I had bigger breasts, and yet Gigliola was a dazzling blonde with regular features and nice legs, and yet Carmela had beautiful eyes and, especially, provocative movements. But there was nothing to be done. Something had begun to emanate from Lila's mobile body that the males sensed, an energy that dazed them, like the swelling sound of beauty arriving. The music had to stop before they returned to themselves, with uncertain smiles and extravagant applause. 16. Lila was malicious. This, in some secret place in myself, I still thought. She had shown me not only that she knew how to wound with words, but that she would kill without hesitation, and yet those capacities now seemed to me of little importance. I said to myself, she will release something more vicious, and I resorted to the word evil, an exaggerated word that came to me from childhood tales. But if it was a childish self that unleashed these thoughts in me, they had a foundation of truth. And in fact, it slowly became clear not only to me, who had been observing her since elementary school, but to everyone, that an essence not only seductive, but dangerous emanated from Lila. Toward the end of the summer, there was increasing pressure on Reno to take his sister on the group excursions outside the neighborhood for a pizza, for a walk, Reno, however, wanted his own space. He too seemed to me to be changing. Lila had kindled his imagination and his hopes. But, to see him, to hear him, the effect hadn't been the best. He had become more of a braggart. He never missed a chance to allude to how good he was at his work and how rich he was going to be. And he often repeated a remark he was fond of. "It won't take much, just a little luck, and I'll piss in the Solara's face." When he was boasting like this, however, it was crucial that his sister not be present. In her presence, he was confused. He made a few allusions, then let it go. He realized that Lila was giving him a distrustful look, as if he were betraying a secret pact of behavior, of detachment, and so he preferred not to have her around. They were working together all day anyway in the shoemaker's shop. He escaped and swaggered like a peacock with his friends, but sometimes he had to give in. One Sunday, after many discussions with our parents, we went out. Reno had generously come to my house and, before my parents, assumed responsibility for my person. In the evening, no less. We saw the city lighted up by signs, the crowded streets. We smelled the stench of fish gone bad in the heat, but also the fragrance of restaurants, of the fried food stalls, of bar pastry shops much more lavish than the Solara's. I don't remember if Lila had already had a chance to go to the center with her brother or others. Certainly if she hadn't told me about it. I remember instead that night she was absolutely mute. We crossed Piazza Garibaldi, but she stayed behind, lingering to watch a shoe shine, a large painted woman, the dark men, the boys. She stared at people attentively. She looked them right in the face, so that some laughed and others made a gesture meaning, "What do you want?" Every so often I gave her a tug, dragging her with me out of fear that we would lose Reno, Pasquale, Antonio, Carmela, Ada. That night we went to a pizzeria on the Rettifilo. We ate happily. To me, it seemed that Antonio wooed me a little, making an effort to overcome his timidity. And I was pleased, because at least Pasquale's attentions to Lila were counterbalanced. But at some point the pizza maker, a man in his 30s, began to spin the dough in the air while he was working it with extreme virtuosity, and he exchanged smiles with Lila, who looked at him in admiration. "Stop it," Reno said to her. "I'm not doing anything," she said, and tried to look in another direction. But things got worse. Pasquale, smiling, said that the man, the pizza maker, who to us girls seemed old, he was wearing a wedding ring, was surely the father of children, had secretly blown a kiss to Lila on the tips of his fingers. We turned suddenly to look at him. He was doing his job. That was all. But Pasquale, still smiling, asked Lila, "Is it true, or am I wrong?" Lila, with a nervous laugh in contrast to Pasquale's broad smile, said, "I didn't see anything." "Forget it, Pasca," said Reno, giving his sister a cutting look. But Peluso got up, went to the counter in front of the oven, walked around it, and, a candid smile on his lips, slapped the pizza maker in the face so that he fell against the mouth of the oven. The owner of the place, a small, pale man in his 60s, hurried over, and Pasquale explained to him calmly not to worry. He had just made clear to his employee a thing that wasn't clear to him. There would be no more problems. We ended up eating the pizza in silence, eyes lowered, in slow bites as if it were poisoned. And when we left, Reno gave Lila a good lecture that ended with a threat. "Go on like that, and I'm not taking you anywhere." What had happened? On the street, the men looked at all of us, pretty, less pretty, ugly, and not so much the youths as the grown men. It was like that in the neighborhood and outside of it. And Ada, Carmela, I myself, especially after the incident with the Solaras, had learned instinctively to lower our eyes, pretend not to hear the obscenities they directed at us, and keep going. Lila, no. To go out with her on Sunday became a permanent point of tension. If someone looked at her, she returned the look. If someone said something to her, she stopped, bewildered, as if she couldn't believe he was talking to her, and sometimes she responded, curious. Especially since, something very unusual, men almost never addressed to her the obscenities that they almost always had for us. One afternoon at the end of August, we went as far as the Villa Comunale Park and sat down in a cafe there because Pasquale, acting the grande, wanted to buy everyone a spumone. At a table across from us was a family eating ice cream, like us. Father, mother, and 3 boys between 12 and 7. They seemed respectable people. The father, a large man in his 50s, had a professorial look. And I can swear that Lila wasn't showing off in any way. She wasn't wearing lipstick. She had on the usual shabby dress that her mother had made. The rest of us were showing off more, Carmela especially. But that man, this time we all realized it, couldn't take his eyes off her. And Lila, although she tried to control herself, responded to his gaze as if she couldn't get over being so admired. Finally, while at our table the discomfort of Reno, of Pasquale, of Antonio increased, the man, evidently unaware of the risk he ran, rose, stood in front of Lila, and, addressing the boys politely, said, "You are fortunate. You have here a girl who will become more beautiful than a Botticelli Venus. I beg your pardon, but I said it to my wife and sons, and I felt the need to tell you as well." Lila burst out laughing because of the strain. The man smiled in turn and, with a small bow, was about to return to his table when Reno grabbed him by the collar, forced him to retrace his steps quickly, sat him down hard, and in front of his wife and children unloaded a series of insults of the sort we said in the neighborhood. Then the man got angry. The wife, yelling, intervened. Antonio pulled Reno away. Another Sunday ruined. But the worst was a time when Reno wasn't there. What struck me was not the fact in itself, but the consolidation around Lila of hostilities from different places. Gigliola's mother gave a party for her name day. Her name was Rosa, if I remember right, and invited people of all ages. Since her husband was the baker at the Solara pastry shop, things were done on a grand scale. There was an abundance of cream puffs, pastries with cassata filling, sfogliatelle, almond pastries, liqueurs, soft drinks, and dance records, from the most ordinary to the latest fashion. People came who would never come to our kids' parties. For example, the pharmacist and his wife, and their oldest son, Gino, who was going to high school like me. For example, Maestro Ferraro and his whole large family. For example, Maria, the widow of Don Achille, and her son Alfonso and daughter Pinuccia in a bright-colored dress, and even Stefano. That family at first caused some unease. Pasquale and Carmela Peluso, the children of the murderer of Don Achille, were also at the party. But then everything arranged itself for the best. Alfonso was a nice boy. He too was going to high school, the same one as me. And he even exchanged a few words with Carmela. Pinuccia was just pleased to be at a party, working as she did in the store every day. Stefano, having precociously understood that good business is based on the absence of exclusiveness, considered all the residents of the neighborhood potential clients who would spend their money in his store. He produced his lovely, gentle smile for everyone, and so was able to avoid, even for an instant, meeting Pasquale's gaze. And finally, Maria, who usually turned the other way if she saw Signora Peluso, completely ignored the two children and talked for a long time to Gigliola's mother. And then, as some people started dancing and the din increased, there was a release of tension, and no one paid attention to anything. First came the traditional dances, and then we moved on to a new kind of dance, rock and roll, which everyone, old and young, was curious about. I was hot and had retreated to a corner. I knew how to dance rock and roll, of course. I had often done it at home with my brother Pepe, and at Lila's on Sundays with her. But I felt too awkward for those jerky, agile moves, and I decided, though reluctantly, just to watch. Nor did Lila seem particularly good at it. Her movements looked silly, and I had even said that to her, and she had taken the criticism as a challenge and persisted in practicing on her own, since even Reno refused to try. But, perfectionist as she was in all things, that night she, too, decided, to my satisfaction, to stand aside with me and watch how well Pasquale and Carmela Peluso danced. At some point, however, Enzo approached. The child who had thrown stones at us, who had surprisingly competed with Lila in arithmetic, who had once given her a wreath of sorb apples, over the years had been as if sucked up into a short but powerful organism, used to hard work. He looked older even than Reno, who among us was the oldest. You could see in every feature that he rose before dawn, that he had to deal with the camorra at the fruit and vegetable market, that he went in all seasons, in cold, in the rain, to sell fruit and vegetables from his cart, up and down the streets of the neighborhood. Yet in his fair-skinned face, with its blonde eyebrows and lashes, in the blue eyes, there was still something of the rebellious child we had known. Enzo spoke rarely, but confidently, always in dialect, and it would not have occurred to either of us to joke with him, or even to make conversation. It was he who took the initiative. He asked Lila why she wasn't dancing. She answered, "Because I don't really know how to do this dance." He was silent for a while. Then he said, "I don't either." But when another rock and roll song was put on, he took her by the arm in a natural way and pushed her into the middle of the room. Lila, who if one simply grazed her without permission leaped up as if she had been stung by a wasp, didn't react. So great, evidently, was her desire to dance. Rather, she looked at him gratefully and abandoned herself to the music. It was immediately clear that Enzo didn't know much about it. He moved very little, in a serious, composed way. But he was very attentive to Lila. He obviously wished to do her a favor, let her show off. And although she wasn't as good as Carmen, she managed as usual to win everyone's attention. Even Enzo likes her, I said to myself in desolation. And, I realized right away, Stefano, the grocer. He gazed at her the whole time, the way one gazes at a movie star. But while Lila was dancing, the Solara brothers arrived. The mere sight of them agitated me. They greeted the pastry maker and his wife. They gave Stefano a pat of sympathy, and then they too started watching the dancers. First, Like masters of the neighborhood, as they felt they were, they looked in a vulgar fashion at Ada, who avoided their gaze. Then they spoke to each other and, indicating Antonio, gave him an exaggerated nod of greeting, which he pretended not to see. Finally, they noticed Lila, stared at her for a long time, then whispered to each other, Michele giving an obvious sign of assent. I didn't let them out of my sight, and I quickly realized that in particular Marcello, whom all the girls liked, didn't seem in the least angered by the knife business. On the contrary, in a few seconds, he was completely captivated by Lila's lithe and elegant body, by her face, which was unusual in the neighborhood, and perhaps in the whole city of Naples. He gazed without ever taking his eyes off her, as if he had lost the little brain he had. He gazed at her even when the music stopped. It was an instant. Enzo made as if to push Lila into the corner where I was. Stefano and Marcello moved together to ask her to dance, but Pasquale preceded them. Lila made a gracious skip of consent, clapped her hands happily. At the same moment, 4 males of various ages, each convinced in a different way of his own absolute power, reached out toward the figure of a 14-year-old girl. The needle scratched on the record. The music started. Stefano, Marcello, Enzo retreated uncertainly. Pasquale began to dance with Lila, and, given his virtuosity, she immediately let go. At that point, Michele Solata, perhaps out of love for his brother, perhaps out of a pure taste for making trouble, decided to complicate the situation in his own way. He nudged Stefano with his elbow and said aloud, "Are you some kind of a sissy? That's the son of the man who killed your father. He's a lousy communist, and you stand there watching him dance with the girl you wanted to dance with?" Pasquale certainly didn't hear him, because the music was loud, and he was busy performing acrobatics with Lila. But I heard, and Enzo next to me heard, and naturally Stefano heard. We waited for something to happen, but nothing happened. Stefano was someone who knew his own business. The grocery was thriving. He was planning to buy a neighboring space to expand it. He felt, in short, fortunate. And in fact, he was very sure that life would give him everything he wanted. He said to Michele with his enchanting smile, "Let him dance. He's a good dancer." And he continued to watch Lila, as if the only thing that mattered to him at that moment were her. Michele made a grimace of disgust and went to look for the pastry maker and his wife. What did he want to do now? I saw him talking with the hosts in an agitated manner. He pointed to Maria in one corner. He pointed to Stefano and Alfonso and Pinuccia. He pointed to Pasquale, who was dancing. He pointed to Carmela, who was showing off with Antonio. As soon as the music stopped, Gigliola's mother took Pasquale under the arm in a friendly way, led him into a corner, said something in his ear. "Go ahead," Michele said to his brother. "The way's clear." And Marcello Solata tried again with Lila. I was sure she would say no. I knew how she detested him. But that wasn't what happened. The music started, and she, with the desire to dance in every muscle, first looked for Pasquale. Then, not seeing him, grasped Marcello's hand as if it were merely a hand, as if beyond it there were not an arm, his whole body, and, all sweaty, began again to do what at that moment counted most for her: dance. I looked at Stefano. I looked at Enzo. Everything was charged with tension. My heart was pounding as Pasquale, scowling, went over to Carmela and spoke sharply to her. Carmela protested in a low voice. In a low voice, he silenced her. Antonio approached them, spoke to Pasquale. Together, they glared at Michele Solata, who was again talking to Stefano, at Marcello, who was dancing with Lila, pulling her, lifting her, lowering her down. Then Antonio went to drag Ada out of the dancing. The music stopped. Lila returned to my side. I said to her, "Something's happening. We have to go." She laughed, exclaimed, "Even if there's an earthquake coming, I'm going to have another dance." And she looked at Enzo, who was leaning against a wall. But meanwhile Marcello asked, and she let him draw her again into a dance. Pasquale came over and said somberly that we had to go. "Let's wait till Lila finishes her dance." "No, right now," he said, in a tone that would not admit a response. Hard, rude. Then he went straight toward Michele Solata and bumped him hard with one shoulder. Michele laughed, said something obscene out of the corner of his mouth. Pasquale continued toward the door, followed by Carmela, reluctantly, and by Antonio, who had Ada with him. I turned to see what Enzo was doing, but he was still leaning against the wall, watching Lila dance. The music ended. Lila moved toward me, followed by Marcello, whose eyes were shining with happiness. "We have to go!" I nearly shrieked. I must have put such anguish into my voice that she finally looked around as if she had woken up. "All right, let's go," she said, puzzled. I headed toward the door, without waiting any longer. The music started again. Marcello Solata grabbed Lila by the arm, said to her between a laugh and an entreaty, "Stay, I'll take you home." Lila, as if only then recognizing him, looked at him incredulously. Suddenly, it seemed to her impossible that he was touching her with such assurance. She tried to free her arm, but Marcello held it in a strong grip, saying, "Just one more dance." Enzo left the wall, grabbed Marcello's wrist without saying a word. I see him before my eyes. He was calm. Although younger in years and smaller in size, he seemed to be making no effort. The strength of his grip could be seen only on the face of Marcello Solata, who let go of Lila with a grimace of pain and seized his wrist with his other hand. As we left, I heard Lila saying indignantly to Enzo, in the thickest dialect, "He touched me. Did you see? Me, that shit. Luckily Reno wasn't there. If he does it again, he's dead." Was it possible she didn't realize that she had danced with Marcello twice? Yes, possible. She was like that. Outside, we found Pasquale, Antonio, Carmela, and Ada. Pasquale was beside himself. We had never seen him like that. He was shouting insults, shouting at the top of his lungs, his eyes like a madman's, and there was no way to calm him. He was angry with Michele, of course, but above all with Marcello and Stefano. He said things that we weren't capable of understanding. He said that the Bar Solata had always been a place for loan sharks from the Camorra, that it was the base for smuggling and for collecting votes for the monarchists. He said that Don Achille had been a spy for the Nazi fascists. He said that the money Stefano was using to expand the grocery store his father had made on the black market. He yelled, "Papa was right to kill him." He yelled, "The Solatas, father and sons, I'll cut their throats, and then I'll eliminate Stefano and his whole family from the face of the earth." Finally, turning to Lila, he yelled, as if it were the most serious thing, "And you were even dancing with that piece of shit." At that point, as if Pasquale's rage had pumped breath into his chest, Antonio too began shouting, and it was almost as if he were angry at Pasquale because he wished to deprive him of a joy, the joy of killing the Solaras for what they had done to Ada. And Ada immediately began to cry, and Carmela couldn't restrain herself, and she too burst into tears. And Enzo tried to persuade all of us to get off the street. "Let's go home," he said. But Pasquale and Antonio silenced him. They wanted to stay and confront the Solaras. Fiercely, but with pretended calm, they kept repeating to Enzo, "Go, go, we'll see you tomorrow." Enzo said softly, "If you stay, I'm going to stay too." At that point, I too burst into tears, and a moment afterward, the thing that moved me most, Lila, whom I had never seen cry, ever, began weeping. We were 4 girls in tears, desperate tears. But Pasquale yielded only when he saw Lila crying. He said in a tone of resignation, "All right, not tonight. I'll settle things with the Solaras some other time. Let's go." Immediately, between sobs, Lila and I took him under the arm, dragged him away. For a moment we consoled him by saying mean things about the Solaras, but also insisting that the best thing was to act as if they didn't exist. Then Lila, drying her tears with the back of her hand, asked, "Who are the Nazi fascists, Pasca? Who are the monarchists? What's the black market?" 17. It's hard to say what Pasquale's answers did to Lila. I'm in danger of getting it wrong, partly because on me, at the time, they had no concrete effect. But she, in her usual way, was moved and altered by them, so that for the entire summer she tormented me with a single concept that I found quite unbearable. I'll try to summarize it, using the language of today, like this. There are no gestures, words, or sighs that do not contain the sum of all the crimes that human beings have committed and commit. Naturally, she said it in another way, but what matters is that she was gripped by a frenzy of absolute disclosure. She pointed to people, things, streets, and said, "That man fought in the war and killed. That one bludgeoned and administered castor oil. That one turned in a lot of people. That one starved his own mother. In that house, they tortured and killed. On these stones, they marched and gave the fascist salute. On this corner, they inflicted beatings. These people's money comes from the hunger of others. This car was bought by selling bread adulterated with marble dust and rotten meat on the black market. That butcher shop had its origins in stolen copper and vandalized freight trains. Behind that bar is the Camorra, smuggling, loan sharking." Soon she became dissatisfied with Pasquale. It was as if he had set in motion a mechanism in her head, and now her job was to put order into a chaotic mass of impressions. Increasingly intent, increasingly obsessed, probably overcome herself by an urgent need to find a solid vision without cracks. She complicated his meager information with some book she got from the library. So she gave concrete motives, ordinary faces to the air of abstract apprehension that as children we had breathed in the neighborhood. Fascism, Nazism, the war, the Allies, the monarchy, the republic. She turned them into streets, houses, faces. Don Achille in the black market, Alfredo Peluso, the communist, the Camorrist grandfather of the Solaras, the father, Silvio, a worse fascist than Marcello and Michele, and her father, Fernando the shoemaker, and my father, all all in her eyes stained to the marrow by shadowy crimes, all hardened criminals or acquiescent accomplices, all bought for practically nothing. She and Pasquale enclosed me in a terrible world that left no escape. Then Pasquale himself began to be silent, defeated by Lila's capacity to link one thing to another in a chain that tightened around you on all sides. I often looked at them walking together, and if at first it had been she who hung on his words, now it was he who hung on hers. He's in love, I thought. I also thought, Lila will fall in love too. They'll be engaged. They'll marry. They'll always be talking about these political things. They'll have children who will talk about the same things. When school started again, on the one hand I suffered because I knew I wouldn't have time for Lila anymore. On the other, I hoped to detach myself from that sum of the misdeeds and compliances and cowardly acts of the people we knew, whom we loved, whom we carried, she, Pasquale, Reno, I, all of us, in our blood. 18. The first 2 years of high school were much more difficult than middle school. I was in a class of 42 students, one of the very rare mixed classes in that school. There were few girls, and I didn't know any of them. Gigliola, after much boasting, "Yes, I'm going to high school too, definitely, we'll sit at the same desk," ended up going to help her father in the Solara's pastry shop. Of the boys, instead, I knew Alfonso and Gino, who, however, sat together in one of the front desks, elbow to elbow, with frightened looks, and nearly pretended not to know me. The room stank, an acid odor of sweat, dirty feet, fear. For the first months, I lived my new scholastic life in silence, constantly picking at my acne-studded forehead and cheeks. Sitting in one of the rows at the back, from which I could barely see the teachers or what they wrote on the blackboard, I was unknown to my deskmate, as she was unknown to me. Thanks to Maestra Oliviero, I soon had the books I needed. They were grimy and well-worn. I imposed on myself a discipline learned in middle school. I studied all afternoon until 11, and then from 5 in the morning until 7, when it was time to go. Leaving the house, weighed down with books, I often met Lila, who was hurrying to the shoe shop to open up, sweep, wash, get things in order before her father and brother arrived. She questioned me about the subjects I had for the day, what I had studied, and wanted precise answers. If I didn't give them, she besieged me with questions that made me fear I hadn't studied enough, that I wouldn't be able to answer the teachers as I wasn't able to answer her. On some cold mornings, when I rose at dawn and in the kitchen went over the lessons, I had the impression that, as usual, I was sacrificing the warm, deep sleep of the morning to make a good impression on the daughter of the shoemaker, rather than on the teachers in the school for rich people. Breakfast was hurried too, for her sake. I gulped down milk and coffee and ran out to the street, so as not to miss even a step of the way we would go together. I waited at the entrance. I saw her arriving from her building and noticed that she was continuing to change. She was now taller than I was. She walked not like the bony child she had been until a few months before, but as if, as her body rounded, her pace had also become softer. Hi. We immediately started talking. When we stopped at the intersection and said goodbye, she going to the shop, I to the metro station, I kept turning to give her a last glance. Once or twice, I saw Pasquale arrive out of breath and walk beside her, keeping her company. The metro was crowded with boys and girls stained with sleep, with the smoke of the first cigarettes. I didn't smoke. I didn't talk to anyone. During the few minutes of the journey, I went over my lessons again, in panic, frantically pasting strange languages into my head, tones different from those used in the neighborhood. I was terrified of failing in school, of the crooked shadow of my displeased mother, of the glares of Maestra Oliviero. And yet, I had now a single true thought: to find a boyfriend, immediately, before Lila announced to me that she was going with Pasquale. Every day I felt more strongly the anguish of not being in time. I was afraid, coming home from school, of meeting her and learning from her melodious voice that she was making love with Peluso. Or if it wasn't him, it was Enzo. Or if it wasn't Enzo, it was Antonio. Or, what do I know, Stefano Caracci, the grocer. Or even Marcello Salata. Lila was unpredictable. The males who buzzed around her were almost men, full of demands. As a result, between the plan for the shoes, reading about the terrible world we had been born into, and boyfriends, she would no longer have time for me. Sometimes, on the way home from school, I made a wide circle in order not to pass the shoemaker's shop. If instead I saw her in person, from a distance, in distress I would change my route. But then I couldn't resist, and went to meet her as if it were fated. Entering and leaving the school, an enormous, gloomy, run-down gray building, I looked at the boys. I looked at them insistently, so that they would feel my gaze on them and look at me. I looked at my classmates, some still in short pants, others in knickers or long pants. I looked at the older boys, in the upper classes, who mostly wore jacket and tie, though never an overcoat. They had to prove, especially to themselves, that they didn't suffer from the cold. Hair in crew cuts, their necks white because of the high tapering. I preferred them, but I would have been content even with one from the class above mine. The main thing was that he should wear long pants. One day I was struck by a student with a shambling gait who was very thin, with disheveled brown hair, and a face that seemed to me handsome and somehow familiar. How old could he be? 16? 17? I observed him carefully, looked again, and my heart stopped. It was Nino Sarratore, the son of Donato Sarratore, the railway worker poet. He returned my look, but distractedly. He didn't recognize me. His jacket was shapeless at the elbows, tight at the shoulders. His pants were threadbare, his shoes lumpy. He showed no sign of prosperity, such as Stefano, and especially the Solatas displayed. Evidently his father, although he had written a book of poems, was not yet wealthy. I was disturbed by that unexpected apparition. As I left, I had a violent impulse to tell Lila right away. But then I changed my mind. If I told her, surely she would ask to go to school with me to see him. And I already knew what would happen. As Nino hadn't noticed me, as he hadn't recognized the slender blonde child of elementary school in the fat and pimply 14-year-old I had become, so he would immediately recognize Lila and be vanquished. I decided to cultivate the image of Nino Sarratore in silence, as he left school with his head bent and his rocking gait and went off along Corso Garibaldi. Now I went to school as if to see him, even just a glimpse, were the only real reason to go. The autumn flew by. One morning I was questioned on the Aeneid. It was the first time I had been called to the front of the room. The teacher, an indolent man in his 60s named Gerace, who was always yawning noisily, burst out laughing when I said oracle instead of oracle. It didn't occur to him that, although I knew the meaning of the word, I lived in a world where no one had ever had any reason to use it. The others laughed too, especially Gino, sitting at the front desk with Alfonso. I felt humiliated. Days passed, and we had our first homework in Latin. When Gerace brought back the corrected homework, he said, "Who is Greco?" I raised my hand. "Come here." He asked me a series of questions on declensions, verbs, syntax. I answered fearfully, especially because he looked at me with an interest that until that moment he hadn't shown in any of us. Then he gave me the paper without any comment. I had got a 9. It was the start of a crescendo. He gave me 8 in the Italian homework. In history, I didn't miss a date. In geography, I knew perfectly land areas, populations, mineral wealth, agriculture. But in Greek in particular, I amazed him. Thanks to what I had learned with Lila, I displayed a knowledge of the alphabet, a skill in reading, a confidence in pronouncing the sounds that finally wrung public praise from the teacher. My cleverness reached the other teachers like a dogma. Even the religion teacher took me aside one morning and asked if I wanted to enroll in a free correspondence course in theology. I said yes. By Christmas, people were calling me Greco, some Elena. Gino began to linger on the way out, to wait for me so we could go back to the neighborhood together. One day, suddenly, he asked me again if I would be his girlfriend, and I, although he was an idiot, drew a sigh of relief. Better than nothing. I agreed. All that exhilarating intensity had a break during the Christmas vacation. I was reabsorbed by the neighborhood. I had more time. I saw Lila more often. She had discovered that I was learning English, and naturally she had got a grammar book. Now she knew a lot of words, which she pronounced very approximately, and of course my pronunciation was just as bad. But she pestered me. She said, "When you go back to school, ask the teacher how to pronounce this, how to pronounce that." One day she brought me into the shop, showed me a metal box full of pieces of paper. On one side of each, she had written an Italian word. On the other, the English equivalent, matita, pencil, capire, to understand, scarpa, shoe. It was Maestro Ferraro who had advised her to do this, as a useful way of learning vocabulary. She read me the Italian. She wanted me to say the corresponding word in English, but I knew little or nothing. She seemed ahead of me in everything, as if she were going to a secret school. I noticed also a tension in her, the desire to prove that she was equal to whatever I was studying. I would have preferred to talk about other things. Instead, she questioned me about the Greek declensions, and deduced that I had stopped at the first, while she had already studied the third. She also asked me about the Aeneid. She was crazy about it. She had read it all in a few days, while I, in school, was in the middle of the second book. She talked in great detail about Dido, a figure I knew nothing about. I heard that name for the first time, not at school, but from her. And one afternoon, she made an observation that impressed me deeply. She said, "When there is no love, not only the life of the people becomes sterile, but the life of the cities." I don't remember exactly how she expressed it, but that was the idea. And I associated it with our dirty streets, the dusty gardens, the countryside disfigured by new buildings, the violence in every house, every family. I was afraid that she would start talking again about fascism, Nazism, communism. And I couldn't help it. I wanted her to understand that good things were happening to me. First, that I was the girlfriend of Gino, and second, that Nino Sarratore came to my school, more handsome than he had been in elementary school. She narrowed her eyes. I was afraid she was about to tell me, I also have a boyfriend. Instead, she began to tease me. You go out with the son of the pharmacist, she said. Good for you. You've given in. You're in love, like Aeneas's lover. Then she jumped abruptly from Dido to Melina and talked about her for a long time. Since I knew little or nothing of what was happening in the buildings, I went to school in the morning and studied until late at night. She talked about her relative as if she never let her out of her sight. Poverty was consuming her and her children, and so she continued to wash the stairs of the building, together with Ada. The money Antonio brought home wasn't enough. But one never heard her singing anymore. The euphoria had passed. Now she slaved away mechanically. Lila described Melina in minute detail. Bent double, she started from the top floor and, with the wet rag in her hands, wiped step after step, flight after flight, with an energy and an agitation that would have exhausted a more robust person. If someone went down or up, she began shouting insults. She hurled the rag at him. Ada had said that once she had seen her mother, in the midst of a crisis because someone had spoiled her work by walking on it, drink the dirty water from the bucket, and had had to tear it away from her. Did I understand? Step by step, starting with Gino, she had ended in Dido, in Aeneas, who abandoned her, in the mad widow. And only at that point did she bring in Nino Sarratore, proof that she had listened to me carefully. Tell him about Melina, she urged me. Tell him that he should tell his father. Then she added maliciously, because it's all too easy to write poems. And finally she started laughing and promised with a certain solemnity, I'm never going to fall in love with anyone, and I will never, ever, ever write a poem. I don't believe it. It's true. But people will fall in love with you. Worse for them. They'll suffer like that Dido. No, they'll go and find someone else, just like Aeneas, who eventually settled down with the daughter of a king. I wasn't convinced. I went away and came back. I liked those conversations about boyfriends, now that I had one. Once I asked her cautiously, What's Marcella Solara up to? Is he still after you? Yes. And you? She made a half-smile of contempt that meant, Marcello Solara makes me sick. And Enzo? We're friends. And Stefano? According to you, they're all thinking about me? Yes. Stefano serves me first if there's a crowd. You see? There's nothing to see. And Pasquale? Has he said anything to you? Are you mad? I've seen him walking you to the shop in the morning. Because he's explaining the things that happened before us. Thus she returned to the theme of before, but in a different way than she had at first. She said that we didn't know anything, either as children or now, that we were therefore not in a position to understand anything, that everything in the neighborhood, every stone or piece of wood, everything, anything you could name, was already there before us. But we had grown up without realizing it, without ever even thinking about it. Not just us. Her father pretended that there had been nothing before. Her mother did the same. My mother, my father, even Reno. And yet, Stefano's grocery store before had been the carpenter shop of Alfredo Peluso, Pasquale's father. And yet, Don Achile's money had been made before, and the Solara's money as well. She had tested this out on her father and mother. They didn't know anything. They wouldn't talk about anything. Not fascism, not the king. No injustice, no oppression, no exploitation. They hated Don Achille and were afraid of the Solaras. But they overlooked it and went to spend their money both at Don Achille's sons and at the Solaras, and sent us too. And they voted for the fascists, for the monarchists, as the Solaras wanted them to. And they thought that what had happened before was past, and, in order to live quietly, they placed a stone on top of it. And so, without knowing it, they continued it. They were immersed in the things of before, and we kept them inside us too. That conversation about before made a stronger impression than the vague conversations she had drawn me into during the summer. The Christmas vacation passed in deep conversation, in the shoemaker's shop, on the street, in the courtyard. We told each other everything, even the little things, and were happy. 19. During that period, I felt strong. At school, I acquitted myself perfectly. I told Maestra Oliviero about my successes, and she praised me. I saw Gino, and every day we walked to the bar Solara. He bought a pastry. We shared it. We went home. Sometimes I even had the impression that it was Lila who depended on me, and not I on her. I had crossed the boundaries of the neighborhood. I went to the high school. I was with boys and girls who were studying Latin and Greek, and not, like her, with construction workers, mechanics, cobblers, fruit and vegetable sellers, grocers, shoemakers. When she talked to me about Dido, or her method for learning English words, or the third declension, or what she pondered when she talked to Pasquale, I saw with increasing clarity that it made her somewhat uneasy, as if it were ultimately she who felt the need to continuously prove that she could talk to me as an equal. Even when, one afternoon, with some uncertainty, she decided to show me how far she and Reno were with the secret shoe they were making, I no longer felt that she inhabited a marvelous land without me. It seemed instead that both she and her brother hesitated to talk to me about things of such small value. Or maybe it was only that I was beginning to feel superior. When they dug around in a storeroom and took out the box, I encouraged them artificially. But the pair of men's shoes they showed me seemed truly unusual. They were size 43, the size of Reno and Fernando, brown, and just as I remembered them in one of Lila's drawings, they seemed both light and strong. I had never seen anything like them on the feet of anyone. While Lila and Reno let me touch them and demonstrated their qualities, I praised them enthusiastically. "Touch here," Reno said, excited by my praise, "and tell me if you feel the stitches." "No," I said. "You can't feel them." Then he took the shoes out of my hands, bent them, widened them, showed me their durability. I approved. I said bravo, the way Maestra Oliviero did when she wanted to encourage us. But Lila didn't seem satisfied. The more good qualities her brother listed, the more defects she showed me, and said to Reno, "How long would it take Papa to see these mistakes?" At one point she said seriously, "Let's test with water again." Her brother seemed opposed. She filled a basin anyway, put her hand in one of the shoes as if it were a foot, and walked it in the water a little. "She has to play," Reno said, like a big brother who is annoyed by the childish acts of his little sister. But as soon as he saw Lila take out the shoe, he became preoccupied and asked, "So?" Lila took out her hand, rubbed her fingers, held it out to him. "Touch." Reno put his hand in, said, "It's dry. It's wet. Only you feel the wetness. Touch it, Lenu." I touched it. "It's a little damp," I said. Lila was displeased. "See? You hold it in the water for a minute and it's already wet. It's no good. We have to unglue it and unstitch it all again." "What the fuck if there's a little dampness?" Reno got angry. Not only that, right before my eyes, he went through a kind of transformation. He became red in the face. He swelled up around the eyes and cheekbones. He couldn't contain himself and exploded in a series of curses and expletives against his sister. He complained that if they went on like that, they would never finish. He reproached Lila because she first encouraged him and then discouraged him. He shouted that he wouldn't stay forever in that wretched place to be his father's servant and watch others get rich. He grabbed the iron foot, pretended to throw it at her, and if he really had, he would have killed her. I left, on the one hand confused by that rage in a youth who was unusually kind, and on the other proud of how authoritative, how definitive my opinion had been. In the following days, I found that my acne was drying up. "You're really doing well. It's the satisfaction you get from school." "It's love," Lila said to me, and I felt that she was a little sad. 20. As the New Year's Eve celebration approached, Reno was seized by the desire to set off more fireworks than anyone else, especially the Soladas. Lila made fun of him, but sometimes she became harsh with him. She told me that her brother, who at first had been skeptical about the possibility of making money with the shoes, had now begun to count on it too heavily. Already, he saw himself as the owner of the Cerullo shoe factory, and didn't want to go back to repairing shoes. This worried her. It was a side of Reno she didn't know. He had always seemed to her only generously impetuous, sometimes aggressive, but not a braggart. Now, though, he posed as what he was not. He felt he was close to wealth, a boss, someone who could give the neighborhood the first sign of the good fortune the new year would bring by setting off a lot of fireworks, more than the Solata brothers, who had become, in his eyes, the model of the young man to emulate, and indeed to surpass, people whom he envied and considered enemies to be beaten, so that he could assume their role. Lila never said, as she had with Carmela and the other girls in the courtyard, "Maybe I planted a fantasy in his head that he doesn't know how to control." She herself believed in the fantasy, felt it could be realized, and her brother was an important element of that realization. And then she loved him. He was 6 years older. She didn't want to reduce him to a child who can't handle his dreams. But she often said that Reno lacked concreteness. He didn't know how to confront difficulties with his feet on the ground. He tended to get carried away. Like that competition with the Solatas, for example. "Maybe he's jealous of Marcello," I said once. "What?" She smiled, pretending not to understand, but she had told me herself. Marcello Solata passed by and hung around in front of the shoemaker's shop every day, both on foot and in the 1100, and Reno must have been aware of it, since he had said many times to his sister, "Don't you dare get too familiar with that shit." Maybe, who knows, since he wasn't able to beat up the Solatas for chasing after his sister, He wished to demonstrate his strength by means of fireworks. If that's true, you'll agree that I'm right? Right about what? That he's acting like a big shot. Where's he going to get the money for the fireworks? It was true. The last night of the year was a night of battle in the neighborhood and throughout Naples. Dazzling lights, explosions. The dense smoke from the gunpowder made everything hazy. It entered the houses, burned your eyes, made you cough. But the pop of the poppers, the hiss of the rockets, the cannonades of the missiles had a cost, and as usual, those who set off the most were those with the most money. We Grecos had no money. At my house, the contribution to the end-of-the-year fireworks was small. My father bought a box of sparklers, one of wheels, and one of slender rockets. At midnight, he put in my hand, since I was the oldest, the stem of a sparkler or of a Catherine wheel, and lighted it, and I stood motionless, excited and terrified, staring at the whirling sparks, the brief swirls of fire a short distance from my fingers. He then stuck the shafts of the rockets in glass bottles on the marble windowsill, burned the fuses with the tip of his cigarette, and excitedly launched the luminous whistles into the sky. Then he threw the bottles, too, into the street. Similarly, at Lila's house, they set off just a few, or none, and Reno rebelled. From the age of 12, he had gotten into the habit of going out to celebrate midnight with people more daring than his father, and his exploits in recovering unexploded bottles were famous. As soon as the chaos of the celebration was over, he would go in search of them. He would assemble them all near the ponds, light them, and delight in the high flare. Track, 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 the final explosion. He still had a dark scar on one hand, a broad stain, from a time when he hadn't pulled back fast enough. Among the many reasons, open and secret, for that challenge at the end of 1958, it should therefore be added that maybe Reno wanted to make up for his impoverished childhood. So he got busy collecting money here and there to buy fireworks. But he knew himself, despite the frenzy for grandeur that had seized him, that there was no way to compete with the Solaras. As they did every year, the two brothers went back and forth for days in their 1100, the trunk loaded with explosives that on New Year's Eve would kill birds, frighten dogs, cats, mice, make the buildings quake from the cellars up to the roofs. Reno observed them from the shop with resentment, and meanwhile was dealing with Pasquale, with Antonio, and above all with Enzo, who had a little more money to procure an arsenal that would at least make for a good show. Things took a small, unexpected turn when Lila and I were sent to Stefano Caracci's grocery by our mothers to do the shopping for the dinner. The shop was full of people. Behind the counter, besides Stefano and Pinuccia, Alfonso was serving customers, and he gave us an embarrassed smile. We settled ourselves for a long wait. But Stefano addressed to me, unequivocally to me, a nod of greeting, and said something in his brother's ear. My classmate came out from behind the counter and asked if we had a list. We gave him our lists, and he slipped away. In 5 minutes, our groceries were ready. We put everything in our bags, paid Signora Maria, and went out. But we hadn't gone far when not Alfonso, but Stefano himself, called to me in his lovely man's voice, "Lenu." He joined us. He had a confident expression, a friendly smile. Only his white, grease-stained apron spoiled him slightly. He spoke to both of us in dialect, but looking at me. "Would you like to come and celebrate the New Year at my house? Alfonso would really be pleased." The wife and children of Don Achille, even after the murder of the father, led a very retiring life, church, grocery, home. At most, some small celebration they couldn't skip. That invitation was something new. I answered, nodding at Lila. We're already busy. We'll be with her brother and some friends. Tell Reno, too. Tell your parents. The house is big, and we'll go out on the terrace for the fireworks. Lila interjected in a dismissive tone. Pasquale and Carmen Peluso and their mother are coming to celebrate with us. It was supposed to be a phrase that eliminated any further talk. Alfredo Peluso was at Poggio Reale because he had murdered Don Achille, and the son of Don Achille could not invite the children of Alfredo to toast the New Year at his house. Instead, Stefano looked at her, very intensely, as if until that moment he hadn't seen her, and said, in the tone one uses when something is obvious, All right, all of you come. We'll drink spumante, dance, New Year, new life. The words moved me. I looked at Lila. She too was confused. She murmured, We have to talk to my brother. Let me know. And the fireworks? What do you mean? We'll bring ours. And you? Stefano smiled. How many fireworks do you want? Lots. The young man again addressed me. Come to my house, and I promise you that we'll still be setting them off at dawn. 21. The whole way home we laughed till our sides ached, saying things like, He's doing it for you. No, for you. He's in love, and to have you at his house, he'll invite even the communists, even the murderers of his father. What are you talking about? He didn't even look at me. Reno listened to Stefano's proposal and immediately said no. But the wish to vanquish the Solaras kept him uncertain, and he talked about it with Pasquale, who got very angry. Enzo, on the other hand, mumbled, All right, I'll come if I can. As for our parents, they were very pleased with that invitation, because for them, Don Achille no longer existed, and his children and his wife were good, well-to-do people, whom it was an honor to have as friends. Lila at first seemed in a daze, as if she had forgotten where she was, the streets, the neighborhood, the shoemaker's shop. Then she appeared at my house late one afternoon, with a look as if she had understood everything, and said to me, We were wrong. Stefano doesn't want me or you. We discussed it in our usual fashion, mixing facts with fantasies. If he didn't want us, what did he want? We thought that Stefano, too, intended to teach the Solaras a lesson. We recalled when Michele had expelled Pasquale from Gigliola's mother's party, thus interfering in the affairs of the Carraccis, and giving Stefano the appearance of a man unable to defend the memory of his father. On that occasion, if you thought about it, the brothers had insulted not only Pasquale, but also him. And so now he was raising the stakes, as if to spite them. He was making a conclusive peace with the Pelusos, even inviting them to his house for New Year's Eve. And who benefits? I asked Lila. I don't know. He wants to make a gesture that no one would make here in the neighborhood. Forgive? Lila shook her head skeptically. She was trying to understand. We were both trying to understand. And understanding was something that we loved to do. Stefano didn't seem the type capable of forgiveness. According to Lila, he had something else in mind. And slowly, proceeding from one of the ideas she hadn't been able to get out of her head since the moment she started talking to Pasquale, she seemed to find a solution. You remember when I said to Carmela that she could be Alfonso's girlfriend? Yes. Stefano has in mind something like that. Marry Carmela? More. Stefano, according to Lila, wanted to clear away everything. He wanted to try to get out of the before. He didn't want to pretend it was nothing, as our parents did, but rather to set in motion a phrase like, "I know, my father was what he was, but now I'm here. We are us, and so, enough." In other words, he wanted to make the whole neighborhood understand that he was not Don Achille, and that the Pelusos were not the former carpenter who had killed him. That hypothesis pleased us. It immediately became a certainty, and we had an impulse of great fondness for the young Carracci. We decided to take his part. We went to explain to Rino, to Pasquale, to Antonio, that Stefano's invitation was more than an invitation, that behind it were important meanings, that it was as if he were saying, "Before us some ugly things happened. Our fathers, some in one way, some in another, didn't behave well. From this moment, we take note of that and show that we children are better than they were." "Better?" Rino asked, with interest. "Better," I said. "The complete opposite of the Saladas, who are worse than their grandfather and their father." I spoke with great excitement, in Italian, as if I were in school. Lila herself glanced at me in amazement, and Rino, Pasquale, and Antonio muttered, embarrassed. Pasquale even tried to answer in Italian, but he gave up. He said somberly, "His father made money on the black market, and now Stefano is using it to make more money. His shop is in the place where my father's carpenter shop was." Lila narrowed her eyes, so you almost couldn't see them. "It's true, but do you prefer to be on the side of someone who wants to change, or on the side of the Saladas?" Pasquale said proudly, partly out of conviction, partly because he was visibly jealous of Stefano's unexpected central role in Lila's words, "I'm on my own side, and that's it." But he was an honest soul. He thought it over again and again. He talked to his mother. He discussed it with the whole family. Giuseppina, who had been a tireless, good-natured worker, relaxed and exuberant, had become, after her husband's imprisonment, a slovenly woman, depressed by her bad luck, and she turned to the priest. The priest went to Stefano's shop, talked for a long time with Maria, then went back to talk to Giuseppina Peluso. In the end, everyone was persuaded that life was already very difficult, and that if it was possible, on the occasion of the new year, to reduce its tensions, it would be better for everyone. So, at 11:30 p.m., on December 31st, after the New Year's Eve dinner, various families, the family of the former carpenter, the family of the porter, that of the shoemaker, that of the fruit and vegetable seller, the family of Melina, who that night had made an effort with her appearance, climbed up to the 5th floor, to the old, hated home of Don Achille, to celebrate the new year together. 22. Stefano welcomed us with great cordiality. I remember that he had dressed with care. His face was slightly flushed because of his agitation. He was wearing a white shirt and a tie and a blue sleeveless vest. I found him very handsome, with the manners of a prince. I calculated that he was 7 years older than me and Lila, and I thought then that to have Gino as a boyfriend, a boy of my own age, was a small thing. When I asked him to come to the Carraccis with me, he had said that he couldn't, because his parents wouldn't let him go out after midnight. It was dangerous. I wanted an older boyfriend, one like those young men, Stefano, Pasquale, Rino, Antonio, Enzo. I looked at them. I hovered about them all evening. I nervously touched my earrings, my mother's silver bracelet. I had begun to feel pretty again, and I wanted to read the proof in their eyes. But they all seemed taken up by the fireworks that would start at midnight, They were waiting for their war of men and didn't pay attention even to Lila. Stefano was kind especially to Signora Peluso and to Melina, who didn't say a word. She had wild eyes and a long nose, but she had combed her hair, and with her earrings and her old black widow's dress, she looked like a lady. At midnight, the master of the house filled first his mother's glass with spumante, and right after that of Pasquale's mother. We toasted all the marvelous things that would happen in the new year. Then we began to swarm toward the terrace, the old people and children in coats and scarves, because it was very cold. I realized that the only one who lingered indifferently downstairs was Alfonso. I called him out of politeness, but he didn't hear me, or pretended not to. I ran up. Above me was a tremendous cold sky, full of stars and shadows. The boys wore sweaters, except Pasquale and Enzo, who were in shirt sleeves. Lila and Ada and Carmela and I had on the thin dresses we wore for dancing parties, and were trembling with cold and excitement. Already we could hear the first whiz of the rockets as they furrowed the sky and exploded in bright-colored flowers. Already the thud of old things flying out the windows could be heard, with shouts and laughter. The whole neighborhood was in an uproar, setting off firecrackers. I lighted sparklers and pinwheels for the children. I liked to see in their eyes the fearful wonder that I had felt as a child. Lila persuaded Melina to light the fuse of a Bengal light with her. The jet of flames sprayed with a colorful crackle. They shouted with joy and hugged each other. Rino, Stefano, Pasquale, Enzo, Antonio transported cases and boxes and cartons of explosives, proud of all those supplies they had managed to accumulate. Alfonso also helped, but he did it wearily, reacting to his brother's pressure with gestures of annoyance. He seemed intimidated by Rino, who was truly frenzied, pushing him rudely, grabbing things away from him, treating him like a child. So finally, rather than get angry, Alfonso withdrew, mingling less and less with the others. Meanwhile, the matches flared as the adults lighted cigarettes for each other with cupped hands, speaking seriously and cordially. If there should be a civil war, I thought, like the one between Romulus and Remus, between Marius and Sylla, between Caesar and Pompey, they will have these same faces, these same looks, these same poses. Except for Alfonso, all the boys filled their shirts with firecrackers and missiles and arranged rows of rockets in ranks of empty bottles. Rino, increasingly agitated, shouting louder and louder, assigned to me, Lila, Ada, and Carmela the job of supplying everyone with ammunition. Then the very young, the not so young, my brothers Pepe and Johnny, but also my father, also the shoemaker, who was the oldest of all, began moving around in the dark and the cold, lighting fuses and throwing fireworks over the parapet or into the sky, in a celebratory atmosphere of growing excitement, of shouts like, "Did you see those colors? Wow, what a bang! Come on, come on!" All scarcely disturbed by Melina's faint yet terrified wails, by Rino as he snatched the fireworks from my brothers and used them himself, yelling that it was a waste because the boys threw them without waiting for the fuse to really catch fire. The glittering fury of the city slowly faded, died out, letting the sound of the cars, the horns, emerge. Broad zones of dark sky reappeared. The Salada's balcony became, even through the smoke, amid the flashes, more visible. They weren't far. We could see them. The father, the sons, the relatives, the friends were, like us, in the grip of a desire for chaos. The whole neighborhood knew that what had happened so far was minor. The real show would begin when the penurious had finished with their little parties and petty explosions and fine rains of silver and gold. when only the masters of the revels remained. And so it was. From the balcony, the fire intensified abruptly. The sky and the street began to explode again. At every burst, especially if the firecracker made a sound of destruction, enthusiastic obscenities came from the balcony. But, unexpectedly, here were Stefano, Pasquale, Antonio, Reno, ready to respond with more bursts and equivalent obscenities. At a rocket from the Solaras, they launched a rocket. A string of firecrackers was answered by a string of firecrackers, and in the sky, miraculous fountains erupted, and the street below flared, trembled. At one point, Reno climbed up onto the parapet, shouting insults and throwing powerful firecrackers, while his mother shrieked with terror, yelling, "Get down or you'll fall!" At that point, panic overwhelmed Melina, who began to wail. Ada was furious. It was up to her to get her home. But Alfonso indicated that he would take care of her, and he disappeared down the stairs with her. My mother immediately followed, limping, and the other women began to drag the children away.